Part 1. The Wreckage and Rescue. Chapter 1. The Siren's Song. The moon hung low in the velvety sky, a glowing sentinel casting its silvery light across the restless sea. Its radiance painted the crests of waves with an otherworldly shimmer, creating a path of pale light that seemed to lead into infinity. Shadows danced across the deck of the Midnight Star, a ship that had seen its share of battles and triumphs, its dark hull cutting a sleek silhouette against the shimmering water. The air was thick with the briny scent of the ocean, mingling with the faint tang of lantern oil and the earthy aroma of weathered wood. Captain Sebastian, Seb Kane, stood resolute at the helm, his silhouette framed by the glow of the moon and the dim light of the ship's lanterns. His sharp eyes scanned the horizon, the faint glint of determination visible even in the dim light. The cool sea breeze tugged at his dark, windswept hair and carried the distant cries of gulls, though the birds themselves were invisible against the night sky. His hands, calloused from years of steering through storms and sieges, gripped the wheel with a practiced ease, every motion an extension of his connection to the ship beneath him. The Midnight Star moved with a grace earned through years of care and cunning. The seasoned wood of the deck creaked and groaned, a language all its own, speaking of countless journeys across the vast expanse of the seas. The sails billowed above, capturing the wind like ethereal specters, their ghostly forms illuminated faintly by the moonlight. Each snap of the canvas sent ripples of sound through the night, a harmony of ship and sea, a melody known only to those who called the ocean their home. Below, the crew moved with a precision born of familiarity and trust. Each sailor carried out their duties with purpose, their movements choreographed like a well-rehearsed dance. Boots thudded softly against the planks, ropes strained and groaned as they were tightened, and orders were exchanged in hushed voices that carried just above the gentle roar of the waves. These men and women, bonded by years of shared adventures and danger, knew their roles well, their loyalty to their captain and to each other unshakable. The sea itself was a living entity, shifting and writhing beneath the hull as if it sought to test the mettle of the crew. Waves rose and fell, crashing against the sides of the ship with a force that sent mist spraying into the night air. The rhythm of the ocean was both chaotic and strangely soothing, a duality that mirrored the life of those who dared to make their living upon it. To them, the sea was both a ruthless adversary and a nurturing mother, giving and taking without discrimination. Seb's gaze shifted briefly upward to the stars, their light distant and cold, yet strangely comforting. They had guided countless sailors before him, and would guide countless more after. To Seb they were more than just points of light. They were markers of freedom and destiny, a reminder of the vast world that lay beyond the horizon. Tonight they seemed to wink at him, as if sharing a private jest, their silent presence a constant companion in his endless journeys. A sudden gust of wind tugged at the ship, causing the sails to snap taut and the rigging to groan. Seb adjusted the wheel instinctively, his body moving with the rhythm of the ship. He could feel the Midnight Star responding, the familiar weight of the vessel under his control reassuring. Every creak and sway was a language he understood, a dialogue between captain and ship that required no words. It was in moments like this that Seb felt most alive, most connected to the world. The quiet hum of the night was occasionally broken by the distant call of a watchman, or the sound of the ship cutting through the waves. Seb's thoughts drifted to the days ahead, the challenges that waited just beyond the horizon. The sea was never predictable, and neither was the life he had chosen. Yet, as he stood there, the salt air filling his lungs and the wheel firm in his hands, he couldn't imagine living any other way. This was his element, his purpose. For now, the night was calm, the ship slicing smoothly through the dark, tumultuous waters. The crew worked with practiced precision, the sails strained against the wind, and the Midnight Star moved forward, a steadfast guardian of its captain's dreams. And as Seb steered his vessel toward whatever lay ahead, he knew one thing for certain. This journey, like so many before, would leave its mark on the man and the ship alike. For every mile traveled and every wave conquered carried with it the promise of adventure, and for Seb, that promise was enough. Even in the calm, the night carried an unsettling air, a tension that seeped into the very bones of the midnight star. The sea, usually alive with the soft whispers of waves and the occasional playful slap of water against the hull, seemed unnaturally subdued. It was as if the ocean itself had fallen silent, holding its breath in anticipation. The usual rhythm of the ship cutting through the water felt heavier, slower, as though some unseen force were weighing it down. Seb's sharp eyes scanned the horizon, but the inky expanse betrayed nothing, the vast emptiness unnervingly still. The wind, typically a sailor's ally, had taken on an eerie quality. It whispered through the rigging like a phantom voice, its soft keening carrying a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The sails, full and steady just moments before, fluttered uneasily, as though the ship itself shared Seb's apprehension. The ropes creaked and swayed, their movements seeming almost unnatural under the weight of the oppressive night. Every sound, no matter how faint, felt amplified in the quiet, feeding the gnawing unease that was spreading through Seb's chest. Seb could feel the tension crawling up his spine, an almost physical sensation that prickled at the edges of his awareness. His instincts, sharpened by years of survival in the treacherous world of piracy, were sounding an alarm he couldn't ignore. It wasn't just the quiet or the strange quality of the wind, something was wrong. His grip on the wheel tightened, the familiar grooves of the wood grounding him as he tried to make sense of the unease settling over him. The captain in him wanted to bark out orders, to prepare the crew for anything, but the predator in him knew better than to alert whatever danger might be lurking. He stole a glance at the crew, their movements still purposeful but slower, more cautious. They too had sensed it, the unspoken wrongness of the night. The usual chatter and laughter that often accompanied the night watch were absent, replaced by wary glances and the occasional murmur that seemed to dissolve into the stillness. Seb's first mate, a wiry man named Crow, caught his eye from across the deck, his expression mirroring Seb's unease. Crow's hand hovered near the cutlass at his side, the subtle gesture a testament to the tension gripping the ship. The horizon remained a black void, broken only by the faint shimmer of starlight on the water. Yet Seb couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. It was a primal sensation, one that every sailor feared but could never quite explain. It was the feeling of being exposed, vulnerable, under the gaze of something vast and unknowable. His eyes flicked to the shadows beneath the sails and rigging, half expecting to see movement where there should be none. But the darkness held its secrets close, revealing nothing. The eerie quiet began to feel suffocating. Even the ship, usually so alive with the groans and creaks of its weathered frame, seemed reluctant to make a sound. The usual harmony of ship, sea, and crew was fractured, replaced by a discordant silence that left Seb's nerves frayed. He strained his ears, listening for anything out of place, a splash in the water, the crack of a distant ship's mast, even the call of a gull. But there was nothing. Only the quiet hiss of the wind and the faint rustle of the sails. Seb's mind raced with possibilities. A storm brewing just beyond the horizon. A rival ship cloaked in the night, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? Or worse, something unnatural, a legend of the deep come to life. He shook the thought away, but it lingered like a shadow at the edge of his thoughts. He had faced dangers of every kind, storms, battles, betrayals, but this uncertainty was different. It wasn't something he could fight or outmaneuver, at least not yet. The ship seemed to slow further, as if hesitating, though Seb knew it was only his imagination. Still, the weight of the moment pressed down on him, making every breath feel heavier. He stepped away from the wheel for a moment, his boots echoing softly on the deck as he moved toward the railing. The cold spray of the sea against his face brought some clarity, but not enough to dispel the growing dread. His gaze swept over the water again, searching for answers in the endless expanse of black and silver. For now, there was nothing to do but wait. The night stretched ahead, a yawning abyss of uncertainty. Seb returned to the helm, his hand steady on the wheel even as his heart pounded with unease. Whatever was coming, he would face it head on, as he always had. But in the back of his mind, a single thought lingered cold and sharp: the sea knows something I don't. Sebastian drew a long, steadying breath, his chest rising and falling as he tried to push the unease from his mind. Yet, no matter how he composed himself, the feeling clung to him, a shadow he couldn't shake. It wasn't fear. Seb was no stranger to danger, but an instinctive warning, one that prickled at the edges of his awareness. He rolled his shoulders, forcing himself to stand tall at the helm, but the weight of the night pressed down on him, relentless and unyielding. Around him, the crew mirrored his unease. The usual rhythm of life aboard the Midnight Star had faltered, replaced by an unnatural silence. The clatter of boots on the deck, the creak of rigging, and the bark of orders, all of it had faded into muted, cautious movements. Sailors who were normally loud and brash now worked in near silence, their eyes darting to the shadows and to each other, seeking reassurance but finding none. The quiet was unnerving, as though the ship itself was holding its breath. Even the air had changed. What had been a brisk, salty breeze now felt heavy and oppressive, carrying with it an electric tension. It pressed against Seb's skin like an invisible weight, making every breath feel labored. It wasn't just the physical sensation, it was the sense of something unseen, something lurking just beyond the boundaries of light and sound. The air seemed alive with unspoken warnings, whispering in the ears of anyone who dared to listen. Seb's sharp gaze swept across the deck and out to the sea, searching for answers in the shadows. The moonlit water was deceptively calm, its surface rippling gently beneath the ship. But that calm felt wrong, almost mocking, as though it were a facade concealing something sinister beneath. The sea, so often his ally, now seemed alien and indifferent, a vast and unknowable force holding its secrets just out of reach. The crew moved with deliberate care, their tension evident in every gesture. A sailor securing a line worked slower than usual, his fingers fumbling as he cast wary glances over his shoulder. Another paused by the mast, one hand gripping the wood as though to steady himself, his eyes fixed on the horizon as if he expected it to erupt with danger at any moment. Even Crow, Seb's unflappable first mate, was uncharacteristically quiet, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his cutlass. It was as if they all shared the same unspoken thought: something was coming. Seb tightened his grip on the wheel, his knuckles widening as he steadied himself against the creeping dread. He had faced storms, mutinies, and battles, but this was different. This wasn't a foe he could see or predict. It was a feeling, a weight in the air that defied explanation. His instincts, honed by years of survival, urged him to prepare, to act, but for what? He hated this helpless waiting, the sense of being at the mercy of forces he couldn't control. The minutes dragged on, each one stretching into an eternity. The tension on the ship was palpable, a living thing that seemed to grow with every passing second. Seb could feel it in the creak of the wood beneath his boots, in the rustle of the sails overhead, in the shallow, uneven breaths of his crew. The oppressive silence was almost too much to bear, but no one dared break it, as though even a whispered word might invite disaster. Seb's mind raced, cycling through possibilities. Was it a rival ship stalking them in the dark, waiting for the perfect moment to attack? Or was it something more elusive, more primal, a force of the sea itself, rising to remind them of their fragility? He glanced skyward at the stars, their distant light offering little comfort. They had always been his guide, his constant companions, but tonight they felt cold and indifferent, as though they, too, were waiting for something to unfold. As the ship pressed forward into the unknown, Seb felt a grim resolve settle over him. Whatever lay ahead, he would face it, as he always had. But deep down, he couldn't ignore the gnawing sense that this was no ordinary night. The sea held secrets, and tonight, it felt as though it was on the verge of revealing one, whether they were ready or not. Seb's gaze darted to the crow's nest, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make out Oliver's silhouette against the star-strewn sky. The young sailor stood frozen, his rigid posture stark against the usual confidence he carried. The unease in Oliver's voice was unmistakable, sharp and raw. "What is it, Oliver?" Seb called, his tone even but firm, though a flicker of unease crept into his chest. The atmosphere aboard the Midnight Star had already been tense, but now it felt charged, like the air before a storm. I don't know, Captain," Oliver stammered, his voice carrying down from above. "It's like a fog or mist, but it's not moving right." He paused, as if struggling to put words to what he saw. "It's almost as if it's alive." His words hung in the air, heavier than the night itself. A ripple of murmurs spread among the crew, the sound like a low tide rushing through the ship. Even the most seasoned sailors exchanged wary glances, their unease mirroring the captain's. Seb turned his eyes to the horizon, his sharp gaze scanning the dark expanse. The sea was vast and deceptively calm, but Oliver's description sent a chill down his spine. At first, he saw nothing, just the endless, inky blackness of the water meeting the star-speckled sky. But then, faintly, he caught sight of it, a shifting mass on the horizon. It wasn't quite fog, nor was it a cloud. It moved unnaturally, its edges curling and twisting as though guided by an unseen hand. His knuckles whitened as his grip on the wheel tightened. "Crow!" he called to his first mate, his voice low but commanding. Crow appeared at his side in an instant, his usual calm demeanor unchanged, though his sharp eyes quickly found the anomaly ahead. "Get the men ready," Seb ordered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Quietly. "I don't want panic, but I want them prepared." Crow nodded and moved swiftly, barking low, efficient orders to the crew as the tension aboard thickened. The strange mist, or whatever it was, continued to draw closer. It pulsed faintly, almost as if it were breathing, and the way it danced across the water made Seb's stomach twist. It defied the natural rhythm of the waves, gliding smoothly while the sea beneath it churned. He didn't need to say anything for the crew to sense his apprehension. They worked in grim silence, each man and woman instinctively reaching for weapons or tools that might serve as defense against whatever this was. Seb's mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. Was it some strange weather phenomenon? A trick of the light? Or something far more dangerous, something beyond the natural world? He had spent years scoffing at sailors' tales of ghost ships and sea spirits, but now, with the mist shifting unnaturally before him, he wasn't so sure. His instincts, honed through years of survival, screamed at him to turn back, but Seb Kane was not a man to run from the unknown. Oliver's voice interrupted his thoughts again, trembling but clear. "It's getting closer, Captain." Faster now. The words sent a shiver through Seb, though his face remained stoic. The strange mass was indeed accelerating, its movements unnerving in their intent. Seb could feel the collective fear of his crew behind him, their breaths held as if releasing them might draw the mist's attention. The ship itself seemed to creak louder in the oppressive quiet, the sails whispering against the unnaturally still air. "Hold steady," Seb commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. "We face it head on. No running." He knew his words were as much for himself as for his crew. If they turned tail now, they'd be at its mercy, whatever it was. Better to meet it with courage, to stand firm in the face of the unknown. Still, the unease gnawed at him, the pit in his stomach growing heavier with each passing moment. As the mist loomed nearer, it became clear that this was no ordinary phenomenon. Shapes seemed to shift within it, flickers of movement that disappeared as soon as they were noticed. Seb's jaw tightened. Whatever this was, it wasn't natural, and it wasn't friendly. He glanced at Crow, who stood by his side, his cutlass drawn, and gave a single, resolute nod. Together, they prepared to face whatever the sea had decided to throw their way. There was no turning back now. Seb's fingers tightened around the wheel until his knuckles turned white, the polished wood groaning faintly beneath his grip. The weight of command bore heavily on his shoulders as he stared into the encroaching mist, the unnatural shroud moving with a purpose that sent shivers up his spine. The sea was no friend to the careless or the complacent, and Seb knew better than most how quickly it could turn treacherous. He began to sift through his thoughts, weighing their next move, but any semblance of strategy was interrupted by the faintest sound drifting through the air. At first, he thought it was the wind, whispering through the rigging in its usual mournful way. But as he listened, he realized this sound was different, softer, sweeter. A melody, faint but undeniable, seemed to seep out from the mist itself, carried on the breeze like a secret meant only for them. Seb's brow furrowed, his pulse quickening as the haunting notes wrapped around him, light as spider silk. It was unearthly, impossible to ignore, and its very presence felt like a warning. The music grew louder as the ship pressed forward, each note resonating deeper within him. It wasn't just a song, it was a presence, alive and beckoning. The melody was rich, filled with a beauty so profound it ached, yet there was something beneath it, a darkness, a subtle menace that set his teeth on edge. Seb shot a glance at his crew, and the unease etched into their faces mirrored his own. Men and women who had laughed in the face of cannon fire now stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of awe and fear. Seb swallowed hard, trying to shake the spell that seemed to be settling over them all. "Steady!" he barked, his voice cutting through the rising tension like a blade. It wasn't much, but it was enough to jolt the crew into action. They tore their eyes from the mist and returned to their tasks, though their movements were slower, their focus fractured. Even Crow, ever unflappable, stood with his hand on his cutlass, his jaw clenched as if trying to fight off the song's allure. The melody persisted, growing richer, more intricate, as though the mist itself were an orchestra. Seb couldn't ignore the pull it had on him, the way it seemed to wrap itself around his very soul, tugging at memories and emotions he thought long buried. It whispered promises of warmth, of rest, of things he'd long since abandoned in the name of survival. But beneath the beauty, there was a cold, insidious undercurrent, a promise of ruin cloaked in sweetness. The crew wasn't faring much better. One by one, they began to falter, their hands slowing on ropes and pulleys as they turned toward the mist. Seb saw the distant look in their eyes and knew the song was working its way into them, breaking down their defenses. He cursed under his breath, his mind racing for a way to snap them out of it. "Crow!" he barked. "Keep them moving. Don't let them lose focus." Crow nodded sharply and began barking orders, his gruff voice a lifeline against the siren's call. Seb turned his attention back to the mist, his eyes narrowing as he searched for its source. Somewhere within that shifting mass, he knew, lay the answer. But the closer they drew, the harder it became to think. The song pressed against his mind like a rising tide, threatening to drown him in its beauty. He forced himself to focus on the ship beneath his feet, the familiar creak of the wood, and the steady rhythm of the waves. These were his anchors, his reminders of what was real. As the mist enveloped the ship, the music swelled, becoming almost unbearable in its intensity. Seb felt as though the very air around him had turned into a web of sound, each note vibrating in his chest, his head, his bones. It was as if the mist itself was alive, breathing the melody into existence, and with every breath, it tightened its grip on the ship. He could see shapes shifting within it now, shadowy figures that moved in time with the song, flickering in and out of sight. "Hold fast!" Seb shouted, his voice hoarse but commanding. "Don't listen to it. Focus on your tasks. The ship needs you." His words were like flares in the dark, piercing through the fog of the crew's dazed minds. Some snapped back to reality, their hands flying to their work, but others were still caught, their gazes fixed on the mist, their bodies swaying gently to the rhythm of the song. Seb gritted his teeth, knowing time was running out. Whatever lay within the mist, it was drawing closer, and the ship would need every hand if they were to survive the night. "Captain, what's that?" Bram's voice carried up from the deck, trembling with a mix of confusion and fear that was impossible to mask. The first mate, usually so unshakable, now stood rooted in place, his hand gripping the hilt of his cutlass. His eyes darted toward the mist, then back to Seb, as though searching for an answer that might anchor him. "That sound, it's like nothing I've ever heard before." His words hung heavy in the air, drawing the attention of the crew like a spark to dry tinder. Around the deck, the crew exchanged uneasy glances. Some wore expressions of raw fear, their hands clutching ropes or tools as though they might ward off whatever was approaching. Others had a strange, distant look in their eyes, their faces slack, their movements slowing as the melody seemed to pull them under its spell. It wasn't just a sound, it was an invasion, seeping into their minds, their hearts, as if the song itself were alive. Seb felt it too. His heartbeat quickened, pounding in his chest with a rhythm that seemed to match the haunting melody. The song was beautiful, achingly so, but there was something beneath its surface, something darker. It was sorrowful, yes, but it was also predatory, winding its way into the cracks of his resolve. For a fleeting moment, he could hear his own thoughts merging with the music, losing themselves in its hypnotic pull. The sensation was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. Shaking himself, Seb gripped the wheel harder, the familiar feel of the polished wood grounding him. "Stay focused!" he shouted, his voice cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. "Whatever this is, it wants us distracted. Don't let it!" His words carried authority, but even he could feel how thin the line was between control and chaos. The crew hesitated, some snapping out of their stupor, others still swaying gently, as though the song had already claimed them. Bram moved toward Seb, his steps heavy as though wading through an invisible force. "It's inside my head, Captain," he said, his voice low, almost pleading. "I can feel it pulling at me, like it's trying to take something." He shook his head violently, as if trying to shake free from an invisible grip. Seb's jaw tightened. If Bram, one of the strongest-willed men on the ship, was struggling, then they were in more trouble than he had thought. Seb's gaze shifted back to the mist, his sharp eyes scanning its shifting, curling edges. The music seemed to flow from it, growing richer, more intricate with every passing moment. He could feel the tension in the air thickening, pressing down on them like a storm about to break. The shapes within the mist grew more defined now, flickering shadows that danced in time with the melody. Each step closer the mist took felt like another thread tightening around their throats. "Bram, get the men moving!" Seb barked, his voice sharp and commanding. "We need to keep our hands busy. No one stands idle." Bram nodded, though his movements were stiff and reluctant, as though some part of him longed to stay and listen. Seb watched as the first mate began shaking the crew out of their stupors, forcing them back into motion. The sound of boots on wood and the creak of ropes filled the air, a jarring contrast to the haunting melody. But even as the crew worked, the spell of the song lingered, its pull relentless. Seb could feel it gnawing at his resolve, whispering promises of peace, of surrender. It spoke to something deep within him, his regrets, his longing for rest, his unspoken fears. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to focus on the ship beneath him, the weight of his responsibility keeping him anchored. Whatever this was, he would not let it claim them. The mist crept closer, curling around the bow of the ship like a predator stalking its prey. Seb could see the shadows more clearly now, humanoid figures that moved with an unnatural grace, their forms half hidden by the swirling fog. His stomach churned as the realization settled over him. This was no natural phenomenon. Whatever lurked within the mist was alive, and it was coming for them. "No," Seb muttered under his breath, his voice tight with determination. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the wheel, fighting against the pull of the haunting melody. It clawed at his resolve, tempting him to let go, to give in. But Seb knew better. This was no gift from the sea, no ethereal beauty meant to soothe weary sailors. It was a trick, a trap laid out in perfect harmony to ensnare them. With a sharp exhale, Seb slammed his palm down on the wheel, the crack of flesh meeting wood reverberating across the deck. The sudden noise was jarring, a small but necessary act to pull himself from the fog clouding his mind. His jaw clenched, and he forced himself to act, to reclaim control of the situation before it was too late. "Hold steady!" Seb bellowed, his voice rising above the melody, carrying a force that cut through the tension like a blade. "Don't listen to it. Keep to your posts. Keep your wits about you." His command was sharp, his tone laced with urgency, and the crew stirred at the sound of their captain's voice. The words broke through the daze that had fallen over the ship like a shadow. Some crew members snapped out of their stupor, shaking their heads as if waking from a dream. Their hands returned to their tasks, albeit slower and less certain than before. Others hesitated, their eyes lingering on the mist, their bodies swaying faintly in time with the melody that still hung in the air like a siren's call. Seb's heart pounded in his chest as he watched them struggle, the fight for their focus visible in every tense movement. He knew they were at the edge of something dangerous, a precipice from which there might be no return if they faltered. "Crow!" he barked, his voice sharp enough to make even the grizzled quartermaster jolt. "Get them moving! I don't care if they're tying knots that don't need tying, just keep them busy!" Crow didn't hesitate, his booming voice echoing across the deck as he began barking orders. The crew snapped into motion, hands flying to ropes, sails, and pulleys. The sounds of their work, the creak of wood, the slap of ropes, the thud of boots against the deck, were a welcome counterpoint to the insidious melody. It wasn't enough to drown it out, but it was a start. Seb turned his focus back to the mist, his sharp gaze narrowing as he studied the shifting, curling fog. It loomed closer now, its edges licking at the bow of the ship like hungry tongues. The figures within it were clearer, their shapes vaguely humanoid but undeniably otherworldly. They moved in time with the music, their forms swaying and flickering like candle flames caught in a breeze. His instincts screamed at him to turn the ship, to flee before the mist overtook them completely. But Seb held his course, his hands steady on the wheel despite the chill running down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was a test, a moment where courage and cunning would be the only things standing between them and disaster. "Brace yourselves!" he shouted, his voice ringing out once more. "Whatever's in that mist, it's coming for us. Stay sharp, stay strong, and remember who we are!" The crew responded with a ragged but determined cheer, their voices trembling but resolute. Seb held fast to the wheel, his mind racing as he prepared for whatever lay ahead. The melody swelled, and the mist crept closer, carrying with it a danger they could not yet see but could feel in their very bones. The words left Seb's mouth with force and conviction, but they seemed to vanish as soon as they were spoken, swallowed whole by the haunting music that surrounded them. It wasn't just in the air anymore, it was everywhere. The melody seemed to rise from the sea itself, weaving through the crashing waves, filling the very wood of the ship with its unrelenting pull. It was inescapable, a siren's song that gripped both the body and the soul. Seb's eyes darted to his crew, their faces illuminated by the pale moonlight. They stood frozen, their movements stilled as if caught in an invisible web. Their expressions were slack, their jaws slightly open, and their eyes glazed over with an unfocused, dreamlike haze. It was as if they were caught between waking and sleep, slipping into a trance they couldn't escape. Even the usual creak of the ship seemed muffled, as though the melody had stolen the sound itself. "Captain?" Bram's voice cut through the suffocating tension, though it was strained, shaking with desperation. Seb turned toward the first mate, who clung to the railing for support, his knuckles white against the dark wood. "We're heading straight into it," he shouted, his voice rising in alarm. "The ship, she's turning!" Seb's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the bow of the ship. The Midnight Star was no longer following the course he'd set. The wheel in his hands moved of its own accord, the polished wood twisting beneath his fingers with an unnatural force. It was as though the ship itself had fallen under the spell of the music, drawn toward the mist by an unseen hand. "Damn it!" Seb growled, planting his feet firmly, and using all his strength to fight the wheel. The resistance was immense, like wrestling with the tide itself. His arms trembled with the effort, but the wheel barely budged, continuing its inexorable turn toward the mist. The sea churned around them, the waves rising higher, their once familiar rhythm distorted by the relentless melody. The mist loomed ahead, closer now, its edges swirling and alive, as if it were a living thing. The figures within it were clearer, their shapes shifting and flickering, their movements disturbingly graceful. Seb could see them now, tall, slender forms with glowing eyes that pierced through the fog. They seemed to beckon the ship forward, their ghostly hands reaching out as though to welcome them into their embrace. "Bram!" Seb barked, his voice sharp despite the growing panic in his chest. "Get the men moving! Snap them out of it!" Bram hesitated for only a moment before springing into action, his shouts cutting through the eerie silence that had fallen over the deck. He shook the nearest crew member by the shoulders, shouting commands, but the man barely responded, his gaze fixed on the mist with an unsettling calm. Seb's mind raced, desperate for a solution. The ship was no longer his to control, the wheel a futile battle. The mist grew closer with each passing second, its tendrils reaching out like claws. The music swelled, louder now, its haunting notes reverberating through the air and water alike. Seb felt it clawing at his resolve, whispering to him, urging him to let go, to surrender to its pull. But he refused to yield. "Listen to me!" he roared, his voice cutting through the oppressive melody. "You're stronger than this. Don't let it take you!" He locked eyes with Bram, who was still shaking crew members, his own determination barely holding firm. Seb's hands tightened on the wheel, his jaw set with defiance. If the sea wanted them, it would have to fight him for every inch. Seb's heart seized as the ship lurched, its movement unmistakably altered, no longer obeying his commands. The wheel in his hands felt foreign, turning with a force that defied his grip. A chill ran down his spine as he looked past the deck to see the crew, several of them, moving with an eerie, unnatural calm. Their faces were blank, their expressions devoid of thought or reason, their steps slow and deliberate as if under a spell. His breath caught as he realized where they were headed, the edge of the ship. Their hands reached out toward the mist, toward the haunting melody that had ensnared them. The notes seemed to guide them like a tether, pulling them closer to the edge, closer to the dark, churning waters below. Seb's gaze darted to one of the sailors, a man named Elias, who had always been steady and reliable. Now, Elias's face was slack, his lips faintly moving as though humming along with the music. He stepped up to the railing, his foot lifting as if preparing to leap. "Elias!" "No!" Seb's voice was sharp and commanding, but it barely seemed to register. He abandoned the wheel and rushed forward, his boots pounding against the deck. Grabbing Elias by the shoulders, Seb yanked him back with all his strength. The man stumbled but didn't resist, his body pliant and unresponsive, his eyes still fixed on the mist. Seb shook him violently, shouting, "Wake up! Snap out of it!" But Elias's gaze didn't waver, the music's hold too strong. Behind him, Seb could hear the muffled shouts of First Mate Bram, who was frantically trying to corral the other crew members. "Hold them back!" Bram roared, his voice cracking with desperation. The deck was chaos, sailors swaying toward the edges as though in a trance. A few had already climbed onto the railings, their bodies silhouetted against the misty glow. Seb's heart pounded as he shoved Elias into the arms of another sailor who still seemed partially lucid. The melody swelled, its haunting beauty saturating the air, each note digging deeper into the crew's minds. Seb turned his focus to the source of the music, his jaw tightening with resolve. Whatever was out there in the mist, whatever was pulling them toward the brink, was no ordinary force. He could feel its malevolence, its hunger. And yet, even in the face of that overwhelming power, Seb refused to give in. With a steely glare and a fire igniting in his chest, he bellowed, "Bram! Get them away from the edges! Whatever this thing is, we're not giving it our lives without a fight!" The mist had thickened beyond recognition, swallowing the ship in its unnatural embrace. It wrapped around the midnight star like a living thing, its tendrils curling and unfurling in the air, choking out the clarity of the night. Seb squinted into the dense fog, but the bow of the ship was barely visible, obscured by a creeping whiteness that seemed to blur the very edges of reality. The familiar creak of the wood, the sound of the sails snapping in the wind, everything had been muted by the suffocating fog. The only constant, the only thing that seemed to cut through the haze, was the song. The melody, once faint, now surged with an undeniable presence, filling the space with its mournful, aching beauty. It wasn't just music, it was alive, a sound that seemed to flow from the depths of the sea itself, rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves. The song swelled in the air like the breath of the ocean, a sound so powerful that it felt as if the very heart of the sea was beating with it. Seb felt it in his chest, as if the pulse of the music was sinking with his own, pulling him deeper into its grip. With every note that rose, Seb could feel his resolve weakening, a cold shiver tracing his spine. The air grew heavier, thicker, pressing in around him like a tangible weight. It was as if the mist itself was drawing the very breath from his lungs, suffocating him with its beauty. And yet, despite the overwhelming urge to succumb, Seb's will remained unbroken, a flicker of defiance in the face of the inevitable pull. He clenched his fists at his sides, his gaze scanning the fog for any sign of what lay beyond, knowing that the danger was not just in the mist, it was within it, lurking, waiting for its next victim. "Fight it!" Seb's voice cracked through the fog, raw and desperate, as he sprinted toward the crew. His heart pounded with each step, but the air around him felt heavier, thick with the pull of the melody. His crew, his family, was slipping away, and he couldn't let them go. Not like this. Not to something so insidious. He grabbed the first sailor he could reach, a man named Garrick, shaking him with all the force he could muster. The fog swirled around them, clinging to Seb's skin as if trying to drag him down into the depths with it. Garrick's eyes were unfocused, glazed over with that same haunting calm that had overtaken the others. His lips moved ever so slightly, mouthing the words to the song, though no sound escaped. Seb's grip tightened, the desperation in his chest building to a fever pitch. "Garrick! Listen to me!" Seb shook him again, harder this time, his voice rising with fury. "You're not some puppet! This thing, this song, it doesn't control you unless you let it! You're stronger than this!" For a moment, it seemed as though the words might reach him. Garrick's body shuddered, his eyes flickering as though something, some distant part of him, was fighting to surface. Seb's breath itched, his pulse quickening with a fleeting hope that maybe, just maybe, he could break the spell. But the music rose again, louder, drowning out his words, and Garrick's gaze dulled once more. The sailor's body relaxed, his head falling back into Seb's hands like a lifeless ragdoll, and Seb's heart sank. The melody had its hold, and it was getting stronger. Frustration and fear burned in Seb's chest, threatening to consume him. The deck around him was a scene of utter chaos, sailors wandering in a trance, their hands outstretched toward the edge, toward the abyss. With a growl of fury, Seb pushed past Garrick, dragging him to the side and leaving him for the moment. His mind raced, searching for any way to break the enchantment, but the sound of the sea, of the song, was overwhelming. It seemed to invade every corner of his thoughts, erasing all but its call. He couldn't fight it alone. He needed to reach his crew, reach them before they were lost forever to whatever force controlled the mist. But it was no use. Seb's grip tightened on the sailor's shoulders, but the man's eyes remained glassy, unfocused, like a doll whose strings had been cut. His body moved with a slow, dreamlike quality, as though his mind had already surrendered to the pull of the mist. The sailor's gaze shifted toward Seb, and though his lips barely parted, his words were clear, carried on the unnerving, hypnotic rhythm of the music. "It's beautiful, Captain. She's calling." The words sent a chill through Seb's bones, far colder than the mist itself. His heart skipped a beat as the realization hit him like a blow. The crew, his crew, were no longer in control of their own actions. They were falling, one by one, to the call of the sea, to whatever sinister force lay hidden in the fog. The man's faint smile, serene and otherworldly, made Seb's blood run cold. It wasn't just the fog or the song, it was a power, ancient and malicious, and it was sweeping through his ship, claiming his crew like a tidal wave. Seb jerked the sailor away from him, trying to focus his mind, but his thoughts were clouded. He could see others in the distance, moving like sleepwalkers, their eyes vacant and drifting. They were all succumbing to the same fate, drawn toward the edge of the ship as though guided by invisible strings. He spun, his mind racing, the enormity of the situation dawning on him. He couldn't let them fall like this. He couldn't lose them, not without a fight. "Get away from the edge!" Seb roared, his voice hoarse, almost breaking as he shouted over the rising swell of the melody. His eyes darted frantically around the deck, scanning for anyone who might still be able to fight back. But the music, that haunting melody, was everywhere now. It seemed to seep into his very bones, growing louder with each passing second, making his head throb in time with its pulse. His crew, his brothers and sisters of the sea, were slipping away, and he couldn't reach them in time. His heart hammered in his chest as he shoved through the fog, his hand brushing against the wheel to steady himself. Every inch of the ship seemed to vibrate with the song, the air thick with the oppressive weight of its call. He felt the pull, too, felt the dangerous allure of the mist's whisper. It beckoned, seductive and cold, like a memory long forgotten, a part of him yearning to succumb. But he fought it, gritted his teeth against the feeling, forcing his mind to stay focused. He had to act. The crew needed him now more than ever. His mind raced with possibilities, but nothing seemed viable. The fog was too thick, the song too powerful. They were all trapped in this invisible snare, caught between the pull of the sea and the fog. Seb felt the weight of his crew's lives pressing on him, a burden he wasn't sure he could carry. But there was no time to doubt. He had to find a way to break the spell, to tear them away from the abyss. "First mate!" Seb shouted, pushing through the fog to find Bram. "We need to break this hold, now!" He barely heard his own words over the song, but he knew Bram would understand. Bram, who had stood by him through countless battles and storms, would never let the crew fall like this. Seb couldn't afford to think about what might happen if they didn't succeed. The deck was chaos. Crew members were still walking toward the edges, their faces slack, their movements unnervingly graceful. Seb had seen this before in the eyes of men doomed by the sea, their souls lost to the call of some deep, unspoken desire. This, though, was different. This wasn't the will of the ocean, it was something else. Something far darker. Seb's hand clenched around the hilt of his cutlass, his mind sharpening with determination. With every breath, every second that passed, Seb knew they were running out of time. The fog closed in tighter, the music growing louder, threatening to consume them all. Seb's thoughts crystallized with a single, desperate resolve. He had to break the hold of the sea. He had to break the song. And he had to do it now, before it took everyone he cared about and dragged them into the depths forever. Without thinking, Seb drew his sword, its cold steel a familiar weight in his hand. His mind was racing, frantic with the need to act, to do something, anything, to break the spell that was slowly suffocating his crew. With a swift, almost desperate motion, he slashed through the air, the blade cutting through the thick fog in a wide arc. He hoped the steel would sever the strange, unseen hold the mist had on them, that the physicality of the action would break the connection. But the song, oh, the song, pressed against his mind with an unrelenting force, an invisible wall that resisted his every thought, every movement. It wasn't just the fog or the sea, it was the music itself, pushing back, fighting him at every turn. The weight of it all pressed in on Seb, his limbs heavy, his thoughts slower than they should have been. The fog, thick and cloying, seemed to thicken around him, like it was wrapping itself around his very soul. It wasn't just a physical barrier, it was an emotional one, too, feeding his doubts, pulling at his fears. The sea whispered in his ear, its voice a constant hum in the back of his mind, coaxing, promising things that should never be trusted. Words without sound, promises without substance, it wrapped around his thoughts like a noose. He could feel the cold, familiar allure of the sea tugging at him, whispering that it could give him peace, freedom from this fight, if only he would let go. But Seb wouldn't let himself yield. Then, through the fog, a flash of pale skin caught his eye. For a moment, he thought it was a trick of the mist, something his mind had conjured under the weight of the song. But then he saw it again, a figure, half submerged, gliding effortlessly across the water, her movements ethereal, almost otherworldly. She was like an apparition, her form barely solid, as though she were made of the mist itself, woven into the fabric of the fog. Her long, flowing hair cascaded behind her like liquid silver, glowing faintly in the dim light, catching the faintest gleam of the moonlight. Every movement was graceful, too graceful, as though she were part of the very sea itself, not just a creature upon it. Seb's breath caught in his throat, and for a split second he froze, his sword still raised mid-swing, forgotten. Her eyes, those eyes, locked onto his with an intensity that froze him in place. Dark as the depths of the sea, endless, all-encompassing, they held him in a way he couldn't explain. It was as if she could see straight through him, piercing his very soul with a gaze that felt both intimate and infinite at once. For a moment, he couldn't breathe, couldn't move, as if her eyes were the only thing left in the world, drowning out everything else. It wasn't just her gaze that stopped him. It was the weight of what it represented, something ancient and powerful, something that didn't belong to the mortal world. The moment stretched on, far longer than it should have, the world around him fading into a blur. The mist seemed to shift, swirling around the figure, as if it were part of her, as if she were the source of the fog itself. The air grew colder, and the music, so sweet, so sorrowful, grew louder in his ears, carrying with it a strange, compelling rhythm. Seb could feel it, feel the pull of it, like a tide threatening to pull him under. His heart pounded in his chest, beating in time with the song, each thrum a reminder that he was teetering on the edge of something he didn't fully understand, something he wasn't sure he could resist. Seb tried to shake himself out of his stupor, his mind screaming at him to act, to move, to break the trance. His grip on his sword tightened, and he fought to lift it, to do something, anything, that might sever the connection between him and the creature, between him and the spell she was weaving. But it was like moving through molasses, his body sluggish and uncooperative. The figure in the water didn't move closer, yet somehow, her presence felt suffocating, like she was slowly filling every space around him with her energy, with the weight of the sea itself. Her gaze never wavered, and for a moment, Seb thought he saw something flicker within her eyes, something dark, something ancient that echoed the depths of the ocean itself. It was a call, a summons, an invitation to join her in the water, to give in to the pull of the sea, to let go of the fight. He felt the temptation, the hunger in that gaze, and it made his chest tighten. She wasn't just a creature of the sea, she was the sea itself, its voice, its power, its dark, untamable force, and she was calling to him. The air grew even thicker, the song louder still, and Seb could feel the first hints of despair rising within him, the crushing weight of the sea threatening to drag him under. He had to resist, had to fight, but with each breath, it became harder. The woman's gaze was like a pull on his very soul, a deep, unrelenting current threatening to sweep him away. Seb felt the music entwining with his thoughts, and for a fleeting moment, he wondered if he was already lost, if he could ever truly escape the sea's grasp. She was beautiful, and possibly so. The ethereal glow of the moon seemed to amplify her every feature, casting a silver sheen over her pale skin, making her appear both unreal and irresistible. Her form glided across the water, her movements smooth and fluid, like the ocean itself had shaped her, had made her from the very tides and currents that defined its depths. Every strand of her long, silken hair shimmered in the moonlight, undulating like waves in the open sea. The mist seemed to part around her, as though it recognized her power, her presence, giving her the space to be something otherworldly. She was not just a creature of the sea, she was the sea, embodied, made flesh and bone, and her beauty was a siren's weapon, a lure to tempt and draw in the unwary. As she moved closer, the song, no, the siren's song, grew louder. What had once been a soft whisper in the distance now filled the air, filling every corner of Seb's mind with its haunting melody. It wasn't just a tune, it was a command, an irresistible force that wrapped itself around his thoughts and pushed aside everything else. Each note was a thread, weaving through his consciousness, tugging at something deep within him, something primal. The song was like the sea itself, unpredictable, beautiful, and dangerous. It carried with it promises of freedom, of release, of the kind of peace that only the ocean could offer. It was the sea's voice, speaking directly to him, and it was impossible to ignore. Her lips parted slightly, the movement so subtle, yet it sent a shiver through Seb's entire body. Even though her mouth barely moved, the words that followed echoed clearly in his mind, as if the siren's voice had slipped directly into his thoughts. "Join me," she seemed to whisper, the words laden with an unspoken promise. It was a beckoning, a pull that tugged at his very soul, drawing him closer to the water, to her. She was offering him something that felt both dangerous and alluring. The pull was undeniable, like the current of the ocean pulling him toward an abyss he knew he shouldn't enter, but could not resist. "Come to me, Captain," the voice whispered again, though this time it was clearer, more direct. The siren's voice was sweet like honey, but it was also thick with an underlying command, a demand that could not be denied. Her gaze locked onto him with an intensity that felt like a physical force, a pressure on his chest, a weight in his lungs. Every word she spoke seemed to burn itself into his consciousness, etching a message deep into his thoughts. She wasn't just inviting him, she was summoning him, calling him to her, calling him to the sea, to join her in the depths where she ruled, where she and the water became one. The sea seemed to rise around her as she spoke, its waves swelling in time with the rhythm of her song, as though they were her instruments, amplifying her voice, magnifying the allure. Seb could feel the weight of the water pushing against him, like it was alive, like it was trying to pull him toward her, toward the depths where she lived, where the song came from. There was a tension in the air now, a heavy pull that was both terrifying and alluring. His body reacted instinctively, his feet shifting slightly, his fingers twitching, almost as if they wanted to let go of the sword that still hung loosely in his grip and reach for her, to give in to the pull of the sea. But no. He had to fight it. He had to resist. Seb's mind screamed at him to break free, to remember that the sea was dangerous, that the siren was not to be trusted. This was a trap, a snare hidden behind beauty, a cunning trick to lure him into the depths where he could be lost forever. He had lived his life on the edge, constantly battling the dangers of piracy, of the sea itself. He couldn't give in, couldn't let the song become his downfall. But even as he thought this, even as his mind screamed warnings, his body betrayed him. His heart quickened, his chest tightened, and the song wrapped itself around his thoughts like an inescapable web. Seb's eyes narrowed, struggling to focus on the siren despite the haze clouding his mind. Her form shimmered, her beauty all-encompassing, and he could feel his own resolve faltering under the weight of her presence. She was the sea in its purest, most irresistible form, beautiful, untamable, dangerous. Every instinct in his body told him to turn away, to fight the pull, but the pull was so strong, so overwhelming. He had never been this close to something so powerful, so raw. She was everything the sea had ever been, beautiful, wild, and deadly, and she was offering him a chance to become part of it. But even as the thought of joining her, of joining the sea, lingered in his mind, Seb knew there was more at stake. The song, the siren, they weren't offering peace. They were offering a death that would claim him just as surely as any battle. His crew, his ship, his life, it was all worth more than the temptation to give in. He fought against the urge to step forward, fought to silence the song that tugged at his very soul. The siren's voice grew louder, more insistent, but Seb clenched his jaw, tightening his grip on his sword. He wouldn't succumb to her call. He couldn't. Seb's head spun, his mind clouded by the weight of the siren's song. It felt as though the very air around him was thick with it, each note a heavy chain pulling him down into the depths. His limbs were sluggish, unresponsive, as if they were sinking beneath the weight of the melody. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing in his ears, a reminder of how much he was losing control. The air smelled like salt and fog, and the mist seemed to press in from all sides, its oppressive weight making it difficult to breathe, difficult to think. Yet, despite the overwhelming sensations clouding his senses, there was something deep within him, a flicker of defiance, that refused to die. It was a small thing, but it was enough to keep him anchored, to keep him fighting against the pull of the sea. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to push through the haze. Every fiber of his being screamed to give in, to let the siren's voice consume him, to succumb to the sea and its dark promise. But his mind screamed louder, his crew, his ship, his life, they were all on the line. He could not let them go, not like this. Not to this creature who sought only to take, to drown, to steal them away into the abyss. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, its cold steel a reminder that he still had power, still had control. He would not let her win. He would not let this be the end. Seb took a steadying breath, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. He couldn't let himself be paralyzed by the song, couldn't let the mist cloud his judgment any longer. With a mighty roar, he staggered forward, his muscles protesting the movement, the weight of the fog pushing against him. His sword, gleaming in the dim light, swung through the air, cutting through the mist with a powerful arc. The sound of the blade slicing the fog was like a burst of light, a small victory against the darkness that threatened to consume him. "No!" Seb's voice rang out, hoarse and raw with determination, as he called back to his crew, to himself. He would not fall. Not here, not now. The song faltered, a brief, almost imperceptible crack in its relentless melody. Seb's heart surged with a flicker of hope, a fleeting victory in the face of overwhelming odds. But as the mist seemed to writhe, the song didn't stop. It only grew louder, more insistent, the power behind it even greater than before. It was as though the siren herself was feeding off his defiance, using it to fuel the song, to push back harder, to pull him closer. Seb's resolve wavered for a moment as the music filled his head again, drowning out everything else. The siren's gaze, sharp and unblinking, never left him as she slowly emerged from the water, her body rising like a vision from a dream. As the mist parted, Seb could see her more clearly now, and the sight made his breath catch in his throat. She was impossibly beautiful, more so than he had imagined, her skin gleaming under the moon's cold light. Her face was the epitome of allure, but it was her eyes, dark and endless like the ocean depths, that held him in place. They were full of something ancient, something predatory. She wasn't just a creature of the sea, she was its embodiment, its very essence. As she rose higher from the water, her body took on a grace that seemed to defy the laws of nature. Every movement was fluid, mesmerizing, as though she had been born from the waves themselves. Her long, silver hair swirled around her like water, cascading in silky waves that seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light. As she rose fully from the depths, Seb saw the length of her tail, gleaming and powerful, moving with an easy grace that spoke of its strength. The siren's tail flicked through the water with effortless precision, a weapon in its own right. She moved with the confidence of someone who knew her power, who knew the effect she had on those who gazed upon her. It was the sea made manifest, a force of nature, wild and untamed, a predator in its purest form. The siren's voice, which had been a soft whisper before, now filled the air with a new power. It was no longer just a song, it was a force, a wave of sound that resonated through the very bones of the ship. Each note seemed to ripple through the wood, through the metal, vibrating in Seb's chest, making his heart race faster. The song had become an entity unto itself, its presence dominating everything around them. It was no longer just music, it was a command, an irresistible force pulling him, pulling them, deeper into its grasp. The promise of oblivion whispered with every note, a seduction so powerful it felt like a drowning. The crew, now fully under the song's sway, began to move again, their eyes vacant, their faces slack. One by one, they began to shuffle toward the side of the ship, their movements slow but deliberate. Seb could hear Bram's voice, faint and distant, calling to him through the haze, but it was drowned out by the overwhelming force of the siren's song. The ship creaked under the strain, the timbers groaning as if it too felt the pull of the depths. Seb's grip on his sword tightened once more, and with a shout of defiance, he stepped forward again, pushing through the fog and the mist, determined to break the song's hold on his crew. But it was like fighting against the tide itself. The more Seb fought, the more the song wrapped around him, dragging him down into its depths, into the siren's embrace. He could feel his resolve slipping, feel the edges of his consciousness blurring, and for a moment, he thought he might lose himself to it, too. But through the haze, through the oppressive weight of the song, he remembered why he fought. He remembered his crew, his ship, his life, and he knew he couldn't give in. Not like this. Not to her. Not to the sea. In that moment, as the siren's song filled the air with an overwhelming pull, Seb's mind cleared, and he knew exactly what had to be done. The weight of the situation crashed down on him. He was the captain, and his crew depended on him. His heart pounded fiercely in his chest, but there was no room for fear now, no time for hesitation. His eyes locked onto the distant shape of the siren, her haunting beauty still drawing the crew closer to the edge, her dark eyes like an abyss threatening to swallow them whole. The very sight of her made his blood run cold, but it also solidified his resolve. He couldn't let her take them, not now, not ever. With a swift, determined motion, Seb reached for the wheel, his fingers curling around the smooth wood. The familiar feel of it beneath his hands was a small comfort, a reminder of the control he still had over the ship, over his fate. The mist pressed in around him, thick and suffocating, but he focused only on the task at hand. His crew was still in the grips of the song, their bodies moving of their own accord, their eyes vacant and distant. The fog felt like a living thing, a malevolent presence that was almost tangible, but Seb ignored it. He had no time for it now. He had one goal, to steer the Midnight Star away from the siren's call. His muscles strained as he pulled hard on the wheel, his body fighting against the force of the fog and the song that sought to drown him in its grip. Every movement felt like pushing through water, slow and heavy, but he didn't let up. The siren's gaze was still fixed on him, her lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile, as if she knew what he was trying to do. She was waiting, toying with him, knowing that every moment spent under her spell would make him weaker. But Seb didn't waver. His knuckles turned white from the strain, his hands slick with sweat, but he held on. The ship groaned beneath him, its timbers creaking in protest as if the vessel itself were resisting the change in direction. But Seb gritted his teeth and gave one final, powerful tug, turning the wheel with all his strength. The Midnight Star responded slowly at first, the rudder turning, and the ship's bow veering to the left. It felt like an eternity, as though the ship was locked in an invisible struggle with the very sea itself. Seb's heart raced faster as he saw the ship begin to shift, its course changing just slightly, but enough to pull them away from the dangerous allure of the siren. The wind shifted then, pushing against them with more force, the song threatening to swallow up everything once again. But with the ship's course now altered, Seb felt a glimmer of hope. The fog, which had seemed so thick, began to part ever so slightly, revealing the outline of the stars above. For the briefest of moments, Seb felt as though he could breathe again, the oppressive weight of the sea's song lightening, if only a little. But the siren was not about to let them escape so easily. Her song twisted in the air, pulling at Seb's thoughts, whispering promises of oblivion and peace. His grip tightened once more on the wheel as he fought against the urge to give in, to stop resisting. His body trembled with exhaustion, his arms sore from the effort, but he couldn't stop now. The crew was still in danger. His eyes scanned the ship, watching as some of the men stumbled forward, drawn by the siren's hypnotic call. He could see Bram, near the edge, his face blank, his hand outstretched toward the water. Seb's heart twisted at the sight, but he couldn't give in to the temptation to look away. His only focus was on the wheel, on steering them out of the danger. The Midnight Star lurched beneath him, its course shifting steadily as Seb's hands guided the ship away from the siren's pull. The sea's melody still reached out, still tried to claw at his mind, but Seb's resolve only grew stronger. Each inch the ship moved away from her was a victory, no matter how small. And with each movement, the mist began to recede just a little more. The fog seemed less suffocating, the song's power fading ever so slightly. Seb dared to glance at the siren once more, and for the first time, he saw the faintest flicker of frustration cross her face. She was not used to being defied, not used to her victims escaping her grasp. The siren's mouth opened again, but Seb didn't hear the words. Instead, he felt the weight of her gaze upon him, the pressure of the sea itself trying to pull him back into her orbit. But Seb didn't falter. He had made his choice, and he would see it through to the end. The midnight star groaned in protest one final time before she finally broke free, her bow now fully turned away from the siren and her deadly song. The mist parted fully now, and the stars above glimmered through the thinning fog. Seb allowed himself a brief, ragged breath, knowing they had only just escaped the siren's grasp. The siren's song faltered, its haunting melody shuddering and twisting into something more sinister. For the briefest of moments, the air was silent, as if the world held its breath. Then, the silence was shattered by a screeching wail, a sound so piercing and raw that it seemed to rattle the very bones of the midnight star. The siren's fury radiated through the air, her dark eyes narrowing as she watched the ship veer away from her pull. Seb's heart thundered in his chest, but he knew deep down that the danger was far from over. The siren would not let them go so easily. She would fight to the very end to keep them within her grasp. Seb's grip on the wheel remained firm, though his arms ached with the strain. His gaze flickered toward the crew, and his heart clenched at the sight of them. The hypnotic spell was lifting, but the transition was not easy. They were waking, slowly emerging from the trance that had gripped them, their movements jerky and uncoordinated, as if they were struggling to remember who they were. Some stumbled to their knees, their faces blank, as though they had just risen from a nightmare. Others clung to the rails, their hands shaking as they fought to regain their senses, the weight of the siren's call still lingering in their minds. Seb could hear the faint groans of the crew as they tried to collect themselves, their breathing ragged. The mist was beginning to lift, but the threat of the siren's wrath hung heavy in the air. His pulse raced as he watched their struggle, but he knew there was no time to waste. The crew had to get below deck, away from the siren's reach, away from the lingering effects of her song. He could feel the pressure of time, the knowledge that every passing second brought them closer to being caught in her web again. Without hesitation, Seb's voice rang out, cutting through the confusion like a whip. "Get below deck! Everyone! Now!" His tone was sharp, filled with authority, but beneath it, there was a layer of desperation. He knew that if they didn't act quickly, they would be vulnerable to the siren's influence once more. His words seemed to have the desired effect. His crew, still dazed but slowly recovering, snapped into action. Some hesitated for a moment, their minds still fogged by the residual effects of the song, but the urgency in Seb's voice spurred them into motion. They scrambled toward the hatch, climbing over each other in their rush to escape the danger that still loomed over them. Seb's eyes flickered to the horizon, searching for any signs of the siren's movements. The mist was dissipating, but he knew it wasn't over. Not yet. The siren was still out there, and her fury was palpable. She would come for them, relentless and unforgiving, and Seb had no illusions about the danger she posed. He had seen creatures like her before, beautiful, alluring, and deadly. But none like this. She was different, more powerful, and Seb felt the weight of that truth deep in his bones. As the crew rushed below deck, Seb's mind raced. He needed to think. They couldn't stay out here forever. The Midnight Star was no match for the Siren in open water. They needed to get to safer ground, away from the Siren's domain. His gaze flickered to the stars above, their faint light offering little comfort in the face of the looming danger. He had to make a decision, and quickly. A sharp shout from Bram broke through Seb's thoughts. The first mate was still above deck, struggling to regain his balance, but his voice was filled with urgency. "Captain, we need to move! She's coming for us!" Bram's warning struck a chord deep within Seb. He didn't need to be told twice. The Siren's wrath would not be contained for long. They had to act before she closed in on them. Seb took a deep breath, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on his chest. He could feel the Siren's presence, could almost sense the way the sea was shifting around them, as if the very ocean was waiting for her command. They had no choice but to move now, to take the fight to her before she had the chance to strike again. He turned back to the wheel, his grip tightening once more as he steeled himself for what was to come. The ship was still turning slowly, but it would have to do. He couldn't risk wasting time. "Ready the sails!" he shouted, his voice carrying over the deck. "Prepare to outrun her!" The crew, still reeling but responding to his orders, began to move with purpose. Seb's heart pounded in his chest as he looked toward the sea, his mind racing with plans and strategies. The Siren was out there, waiting, and he knew she would come for them with a fury unlike anything they had ever faced. But he would not let her win. Not today. The Midnight Star was his ship, and no creature of the sea would take it from him. Not while he still had breath in his lungs. The damage had already been done. Seb's heart dropped as he felt the weight of the ship's course shifting beneath his hands. The Midnight Star, once a swift and powerful vessel, was now at the mercy of the sea, its direction no longer under his command. The Siren's wail, a shrill and haunting cry, echoed once more across the water, sending a chill deep into Seb's bones. Every note seemed to claw at his mind, fraying his thoughts, drowning out all else. His eyes darted to the horizon, and his stomach twisted when he saw the unmistakable shape of jagged rocks emerging from the mist. The ship was drifting, pulled by the unseen forces of the tide, its trajectory leading them ever closer to the perilous stones. The sails, though still billowing with wind, did little to slow their descent toward the jagged cliffs that loomed ahead. Seb's grip on the wheel tightened until his knuckles turned white, but no amount of force could steer them away from the inevitable collision. His mind raced, the urgency of the situation clear in every creak and groan of the ship beneath him. They were running out of time. The rocks, sharp and unforgiving, rose from the sea like the teeth of a monstrous beast, their jagged edges gleaming faintly under the moon's cold light. Seb could feel the danger in his bones, the overwhelming sense of doom that seemed to hang in the air. The rocks weren't just a physical obstacle. They symbolized the imminent threat that the Siren had brought upon them. He knew that if they hit them, the ship would splinter, and the crew would be at the mercy of the sea. There would be no match for the unforgiving waters, especially with the Sirens still hunting them. In the distance, the rocks appeared even more menacing, towering over the ship like a looming predator. The sound of the Siren's wail intensified, almost as if the sea itself was calling out to them, urging them forward into the deadly embrace of the sharp stone. Seb's breath caught in his throat, the reality of their situation sinking in. There was no escaping the Siren's pull, and the ship's momentum, carried by the tide, only brought them closer to their doom. It was as if the ocean itself had turned against them, a powerful force beyond their control. His mind was a blur of thoughts and plans, but the more he struggled to think, the more the Siren's songs seemed to cloud his judgment. He could feel his vision narrowing, the edges of his awareness growing blurry as the wail echoed in his ears. Every instinct screamed for him to act, but the weight of the situation threatened to paralyze him. There was no escape. No way out. The rocks loomed closer, their dark shapes sharpening in the dim light, and Seb's stomach twisted with the certainty of what was to come. The crew had gathered on deck, looking to him for guidance, but their faces were drawn, their eyes hollow, still haunted by the song. They seemed to move sluggishly, as though caught between worlds, torn between obeying Seb's orders and the siren's siren call. Bram was shouting orders, but even he seemed less certain now, his voice tinged with desperation. The crew was too disoriented, too shaken by the song's grip to mount any kind of effective defense against the pull of the tide. Seb cursed under his breath, frustrated by the feeling of helplessness that washed over him. His mind flashed to his crew, his loyal crew, and the ship that had been his home for so long. He couldn't let them die like this. Not here. Not now. Seb's hands shook as they gripped the wheel, his teeth grinding as he tried to focus on the task at hand. There had to be something he could do. He couldn't just give up. He wouldn't. But the closer they got to the rocks, the more the odds seemed stacked against him. The ship was too far gone, and with each passing moment, the siren's influence seemed to tighten its grip on them. The rocks were almost upon them now, the sharp peaks silhouetted against the night sky, their jagged shapes growing ever larger. The sound of the sea crashing against them was deafening, and Seb's heart pounded in his chest as he realized they were almost there. There was no way to stop it now. The siren had won, and the ship was on a direct course for disaster. The crew would be swallowed by the depths, and Seb, he could only hope he would go down fighting, the last man standing to face the wrath of the sea. But deep down, he feared there would be no fighting this. Not this time. Hold fast! Seb's voice rang out, the urgency in his words lost to the relentless wail of the siren. The crew scrambled to their positions, but it was clear that there was no stopping the inevitable. The ship was too far gone, its momentum too powerful, and the rocks loomed too close. Seb's mind raced, a futile attempt to steer them away from the jagged cliffs, but the tide had already claimed them. The ship's fate was sealed. "Steady the ship!" Seb shouted again, but the words were swallowed by the wind, the crashing waves, and the wail that seemed to crescendo with every passing moment. He watched helplessly as the crew tried to hold on, their hands gripping the rails, but the violent lurch of the midnight star pulled them into chaos. The mist, thick and suffocating, enveloped the ship in a cold embrace, making it impossible to see what was happening beyond the immediate terror that gripped them all. Then, with a deafening roar, the midnight star struck the rocks. The sound was brutal, an ear-splitting crack that tore through the air like the breaking of bones. Seb felt the violent jolt of the ship's collision, the deck shuddering beneath him as the hull splintered. The sound of snapping timber and rending sails filled the air, a cacophony that drowned out everything else. For a moment, time seemed to stretch, the world moving in slow motion as Seb's vision blurred, and the ship's once proud form began to splinter and break apart. Seb was thrown from his feet, his body tossed like a ragdoll across the deck. He slammed hard against the railing, the force knocking the air from his lungs. Pain exploded in his side as his ribs made contact with the sharp edge of the wood. He could taste blood in his mouth, but he didn't have the luxury of checking for injuries. The ship was coming apart around him, and there was no time to waste. He had to act. But the ship's destruction was swift. The midnight star's hull cracked like a broken promise, splitting open as water began to pour into the hold. The force of the collision sent more of the crew into the sea, their desperate screams swallowed by the howling wind. Seb's eyes searched frantically, trying to locate his men, but the sight of the sea turning black beneath them and the chaos on deck made it impossible to discern friend from foe. The water rose higher, consuming everything in its path. The wail of the siren reached a fever pitch, a maddening cry that echoed through Seb's bones. It was as if the sea itself was singing its victory, claiming the ship, claiming them all. Seb's head spun with the intensity of the sound, the pressure in his chest growing tighter with each passing second. The salty air tasted bitter in his lungs, his breath shallow as the world around him began to darken. As the ship began to list, Seb tried to push himself to his feet, but his body was too battered, too broken from the collision. His hands gripped the deck, his fingers slipping against the wet wood as he fought to rise. But with each movement, it felt as though the sea itself was pulling him down, dragging him deeper into its abyss. His muscles screamed in protest, but the voice of the siren was louder, its call urging him to surrender. The last thing Seb saw before the world turned black was the twisted wreckage of the Midnight Star, half submerged in the dark water. His crew, his family, was scattered, their faces filled with fear and confusion as they too succumbed to the chaos. He tried to call out, but his voice was lost in the roar of the waves, swallowed by the dark sea that now claimed everything. And then, with a final crash of thunder and the last haunting note of the siren's wail, Seb's world went dark. The cold of the water engulfed him, and the blackness took over, leaving behind only the endless, echoing sound of the sea. Chapter 2: A Sole Survivor. The world spun in a chaotic blur of sound and fury, the ocean's mighty roar drowning out everything else. Seb's chest heaved as he gasped for air, but each breath was a struggle. The cold salt water filled his lungs, suffocating him with every inhalation. His mind screamed for clarity, for control, but his body was too slow, too weak in the face of the ocean's wrath. His hands, slick with blood and seawater, clung desperately to the wreckage surrounding him, a mixture of splintered wood, twisted metal, and broken planks from his beloved ship, the Midnight Star. It was all sinking, disappearing beneath the churning waves as though the sea had claimed it as its own, a furious vengeance sweeping away the remnants of what had once been his home and livelihood. Seb had no memory of the moment of impact, just a sense of a split second. One moment, he had been fighting to steer the ship away from the rocks, every muscle straining to guide it to safety. And the next, the world had been torn asunder. The Midnight Star had struck the jagged stones with a terrible crash, the force of the impact throwing Seb violently against the cold, unforgiving wood of the deck. It felt like the world had exploded around him, the sharp, splintering crack of timber, the shriek of the sails tearing apart, and then there had been nothing. Only darkness. His body, battered and broken from the force of the collision, had been swallowed by that darkness, the cold sea pulling him under, drowning out the chaos that had just unfolded. The pain was unbearable, but Seb forced his eyes open, blinking against the salt water that stung his face. He was afloat in the wreckage, his body too heavy, his limbs too slow. The ocean, relentless and merciless, surged around him, crashing into his chest with each passing wave. The weight of the cold water dragged at him, sucking the strength from his limbs, making every movement feel like wading through a nightmare. His vision was blurred, his head spinning, but still, he gripped the wreckage with every ounce of his willpower, his fingers clawing at the broken ship, trying to stay afloat. The Midnight Star was gone. The proud vessel, once a symbol of his power and freedom, had been torn apart by the rocks, now reduced to nothing more than debris in the raging sea. Seb's heart twisted in his chest as he looked around, seeing only the remnants of what had once been his life. The sails, shredded and torn, floated atop the waves like tattered ghosts, while the remains of the deck and hull disappeared into the abyss with every crashing wave. The sea had claimed her, and there was no bringing her back. His thoughts were a whirlwind, memories of the ship, of the countless nights spent steering her through calm waters, of the laughter of his crew, of the feeling of the wind in his hair as he sailed under the stars, flooded his mind. It was all gone now, swept away by the unforgiving waves, and there was no going back. His crew, too, was scattered across the waters, their fates uncertain. Some had been thrown into the sea by the collision, while others had disappeared into the wreckage, their screams lost in the crash of the waves. Seb could only hope that some had managed to find safety, but even the thought of their survival seemed like a distant fantasy. Seb's throat tightened as he tried to shout, but the water that filled his lungs made it impossible to form words. His voice, once commanding, was now lost to the wind and the waves. All that was left was the sound of the ocean's fury and the distant, haunting wail of the siren's song, echoing like a curse across the water. It was as though the sea itself was mocking him, claiming victory over him and everything he had fought for. The siren's song, the very force that had led them to this disaster, seemed to reverberate in his bones, a reminder of the price of defiance, the price of the battle he had lost. Despite the overwhelming despair, something stirred deep within him, a flicker of defiance, a stubborn refusal to succumb to the sea's embrace. Seb's head throbbed with the weight of the pain, but he pushed through it, forcing himself to focus. He had survived worse than this. He had fought through storms, through mutinies, and through betrayals, and he wasn't about to let the sea take him down without a fight. With great effort, Seb managed to push himself upright in the wreckage, using what remained of the splintered planks to anchor himself in place. The cold water lapped at his chest, but he refused to be swept away by it. He could feel the sting of the salt water in every wound, in every crack of bone, but still, he fought for control. The storm raged on, but he would not be lost to it, not yet. He would survive. He had to survive. There was still too much to fight for. The wreckage of the Midnight Star bobbed and twisted around him, the once mighty ship now a shattered shell of its former self. Seb gritted his teeth, his eyes scanning the sea for any sign of his crew, any sign of hope. The wind howled, the waves crashed against him, but through it all, he held on to the wreckage, determined to ride out the storm. There was no going back, but there was still a future to fight for, a future that did not belong to the sea. He would rebuild, he swore to himself, even if it meant clawing his way from the depths of despair. The Midnight Star was gone, but Seb Kane was not finished yet. But now, in the aftermath, with the ship sinking around him, Seb fought to hold on to the fragments of his shattered reality. The Midnight Star, once a beacon of pride and power, was nothing more than wreckage, slipping beneath the waves with each passing moment. Seb's mind raced, disjointed and chaotic, struggling to reconcile the reality of the situation with the memories of what had been. The nightmarish force of the crash, the siren's call, and the roar of the waves now seemed like echoes from another life, distant and disconnected from the fight that still raged inside him. He was adrift, clinging to the remnants of a life he thought he knew, but now, it felt like all of it was slipping through his fingers. The water was cold, colder than anything he had ever known. It pressed against his skin like 1,000 icy needles, sinking deep into his bones, making his joints stiff and his muscles ache with an unrelenting chill. The freezing sea seemed to reach inside him, numbing him from the outside in. His chest tightened with each labored breath, his lungs burning as they fought to draw in air over the cold. He could feel his strength draining with every passing second, the weight of the ocean pulling at him, threatening to drag him under. The water was relentless, indifferent to his pain, and Seb could feel his body growing weaker, his movements slower, as the cold seeped into him, claiming his energy, his will to fight. His body ached, bruised and battered from the collision, every inch of him protesting as he tried to move. His head throbbed with the force of the crash, his vision blurred and dizzying as he tried to push through the haze of pain. Every movement, every desperate pull against the water and wreckage, felt like an immense effort, each inch gained a battle in itself. He was no stranger to pain, no stranger to pushing through adversity, but this was different. This was survival, pure and raw. His arm burned with pain as he clung to a splintered beam, the jagged wood cutting into his palm, but he had no choice. The weight of the ocean loomed over him, its depths waiting like a dark, suffocating grave, pulling at his legs, his body, threatening to consume him entirely. He had to hold on, had to keep fighting. The ocean seemed to taunt him with its cold embrace, its dark depths yawning beneath him like the jaws of some great beast. Each wave that crashed against him felt like a punishment, each splash of seawater a reminder that the sea would take what it wanted, regardless of who fought back. The wreckage around him groaned, splintering and cracking, the remnants of his ship breaking apart beneath the strain. The Midnight Star was dying, sinking slowly into the abyss, and with it, the life Seb had known. The crew, scattered and lost, their fates uncertain, haunted his mind. The ship's destruction was his failure. He had failed them, failed to keep them safe, and the weight of that guilt pressed down on him like a leaden weight. But even in the face of overwhelming despair, something inside Seb refused to yield. His eyes, squinting against the salt water and the sting of pain, remained locked on the wreckage, on the remnants of what had once been the Midnight Star. She was slipping away, but he wasn't ready to let go. The water swirled around him, mocking him with its power, but he clenched his jaw and fought back, refusing to surrender to the depths. He could still hear the crash of the waves, the eerie wail of the siren's song echoing across the water, but he didn't care. He wasn't finished yet. Not by a long shot. His breath came in shallow gasps, the cold seeping deeper into his chest, but he refused to let the sea claim him. "Come on, Seb," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and raw, the words barely more than a rasp. "Don't you dare quit now." His fingers, numb and stiff, tightened around the broken beam, a lifeline in the dark, cold sea. He could feel the weight of the ocean around him, the pressing weight of the cold, but still, he fought. It was all he had left, his will to survive. The ocean could take the Midnight Star, could take the crew, but it would not take him. Not without a fight. With every passing second, Seb's grip weakened, but the fire inside him burned hotter. The night was not over, not yet. His crew needed him, even if they were scattered across the ocean, even if they were lost in the wreckage. He needed them. He wasn't going to leave them out there to drown. The sea had tried to swallow him whole, tried to take everything he had, but Seb wasn't going down without a fight. His body screamed in protest, his muscles trembling with exhaustion, but he pushed on, pulling himself closer to the remnants of the ship, to any chance of survival. He could feel the weight of the water pushing against him, pulling him under, but he refused to let go. Seb's vision was starting to blur, the world around him fading into a haze of salt and darkness, but still, he refused to surrender. His hands were raw, his body battered, and his strength was almost gone, but his mind, his determination, remained. It was all he had left. "Not yet," he whispered, the words barely audible over the roar of the sea. "Not today!" The Midnight Star was gone, but Seb Kane was not finished. Not by a long shot. He would fight the ocean, fight the cold, fight the siren's call. He would not drown here. Not like this. Not while there was still breath in his lungs and fire in his soul. The cold water churned around him, but Seb tightened his grip on the wreckage, pulling himself with every ounce of strength he could muster. He could hear the siren's song still echoing in the distance, but it no longer held the power it once had. He wasn't lost anymore. He wasn't going to let himself be swallowed by the sea's hunger. The Midnight Star was gone, and his crew scattered, but he still had his life. And as long as he had that, Seb would fight, no matter how cold, no matter how deep. The remains of the ship around him groaned and creaked, the sound of its decay like a death rattle. Seb couldn't tear his gaze away from the horizon, though he knew there was nothing to see there but endless, unforgiving water. The stars that had once guided him through the darkest nights were gone, obscured by thick, impenetrable mist. The sky had disappeared entirely, swallowed by a darkness so complete that it felt like the world itself had been drowned. The water around him was cold, its depths relentless and unknowable, and the wreckage of the Midnight Star, a ship that had once been his pride, felt like an anchor pulling him further into the abyss. His arms ached from the effort of holding on to what was left of the ship, but he couldn't bring himself to let go. The ship had given him everything. Now, it was taking it all away. The silence of the sea enveloped him, oppressive and endless. He strained his ears, searching for any sign of life, but all he could hear was the unbroken sound of the waves crashing against the wreckage. The roar of the ocean filled his head, drowning out his thoughts, each wave a reminder of the sea's power. His crew, his brothers in arms, should have been there, shouting commands, calling for help, doing what they could to survive. But now, all that remained was the hollow, echoing sound of the sea, no voices, no movement. Just the relentless rush of water against broken wood. Seb wanted to scream, to call out to them, but he knew there was nothing left to call to. The men who had fought by his side were gone. He was alone. The Midnight Star was sinking. Seb had known it for some time, but seeing it now, the remains of the once majestic ship slipping beneath the waves, was like witnessing a death. Her sails, once proud and billowing, were now torn to tatters, fluttering helplessly in the water. The ship's hull had been cracked wide open, the timbers splintering and splashing into the sea like fallen giants. The weight of the loss crushed him, a steady, relentless pressure that seemed to press the air from his lungs. The Midnight Star had been his home, his pride, and now she was nothing but a wreck, sinking into the depths of the ocean like a discarded toy. The sea had claimed her. It had claimed everything. He could feel the cold creeping into his bones as the realization hit him. His crew was gone. They had been taken by the very forces they had fought so hard to escape. He thought of Bram, of Rook, of the others, men he had trusted with his life, men who had followed him through every storm, every battle, and who had believed in him even when the odds were stacked against them. And now they were gone, just like the ship. He couldn't see their bodies in the water, couldn't hear their voices calling for help. It didn't matter. They had been swallowed whole, lost to the deep, taken by the sea's hunger. The weight of it hit him like a physical blow, a blow to the gut that left him breathless, gasping for air. Seb's chest tightened, and for a moment, he thought he might drown just from the sheer force of his grief. He had failed them, failed to protect them, failed to save them from the curse, from the siren's call. It had all been for nothing. He had tried, so desperately tried, to fight the pull of the sea, to save his crew from the death that waited for them. But in the end, it had been the song of the siren that won. It had lured them in, one by one, each man falling under its spell, each man drifting closer to the rocks, to the sea's embrace. And now they were all gone, lost to the depths, and Seb was left alone to bear the weight of it all. The siren's song echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of what had happened. He could almost hear it still, curling around the edges of his consciousness like a whispered command. She had been beautiful, the siren, impossibly so, and her voice had promised him everything: the ocean's bounty, the freedom of the seas, the escape from all his troubles. But it had been a lie, a trap. The sea had claimed what it wanted, and now there was nothing left but the cold, the darkness, and the empty wreckage of his once proud ship. The siren's song was gone, but its echo remained, reverberating through his mind like a cruel reminder of how close he had come to losing everything. The mist, thick and suffocating, hung in the air like a shroud, cutting him off from the world beyond. The stars were gone, the moon hidden, the sky itself a dark void. It felt like the ocean had swallowed the very heavens, leaving him trapped in a world of water and darkness. Seb tried to focus, tried to push through the fog of his grief, but it felt like the weight of the sea was pressing down on him from all sides, crushing him under the knowledge of what he had lost. His men were gone, and the ship was sinking. There was nothing left but the endless waves and the haunting silence. He could still hear the faint rush of water against the wreckage, but it felt far away now, distant, as though the world was fading from him. His hands, numb from the cold, tightened around the splintered wood he clung to, a lifeline in the dark, watery abyss. Seb could feel the weight of the ocean, the pressure of it pressing in on him from every side, threatening to pull him under, to drag him into the depths. He had survived this long, but for how much longer? The Midnight Star was gone. His crew was gone. All that remained was the wreckage, the cold, and the unyielding waves. His body was numb, his strength fading, but his will, the part of him that refused to give up, that refused to die, still burned. He would fight. He would survive. He couldn't give up now, not after everything. He wasn't ready to drown in the sea, not yet. Not while there was still a breath in his lungs and a spark of defiance in his heart. "Damn it!" Seb hissed through gritted teeth, the bitter taste of salt and blood filling his mouth as he shook his head, trying to clear the fog of panic that clung to him like the mist. His fingers dug into the splintered beam beneath him, the jagged wood cutting into his palm, but he didn't care. It grounded him, a fragile lifeline that kept him tethered to the reality he desperately needed to cling to. The wreckage of the Midnight Star was sinking beneath the waves, and the thought of his crew, his men, flooded his mind, but he couldn't afford to mourn them yet. Not now. His breath came in ragged gasps as he reminded himself of the only thing that mattered in that moment: survival. His mind raced, the remnants of adrenaline spurring his thoughts into a frenzy. He tried to piece together the events, but they felt like fragments, like shards of glass in his brain that cut through any coherent thought. The siren song had been the first sign of danger, a melody so beautiful it had tugged at the very core of his being. It had seemed like a blessing at first, a gift from the sea, but it was a curse, a trap laid by the creature that called herself a siren. He could still hear it, echoing faintly in the back of his mind, an intoxicating, irresistible lure that had drawn his crew to their deaths. Each note had felt like a thread, weaving a spell they couldn't break free from. He remembered the chaos that had followed, the frantic efforts of his men as they fought against the pull of the song. Some had clawed at their heads, trying to silence it, their bodies trembling with the strain. Others had collapsed to their knees, their faces vacant, as though their very souls were being pulled from them. One by one, his crew had been claimed by the sea, slipping from the ship like water through his fingers. Seb had shouted at them, commanded them to hold fast, to fight, but his voice had been swallowed by the song. The ship had rocked, the wood creaking in protest, and Seb had fought to keep the Midnight Star afloat, but even that had been a losing battle. "Survive," Seb muttered again, the word falling from his lips like a prayer. The mantra reverberated in his chest, a small flame of defiance in the darkness. His head throbbed, his vision blurred from the impact of the crash, but he focused on the rhythm of his breathing, willing himself to stay conscious. The weight of his failure pressed heavily on his chest, but he refused to let it take him. Not yet. He wasn't dead. Not yet. There was still time. The wreckage of the Midnight Star creaked ominously around him, and Seb glanced at the pieces of his ship slowly being consumed by the sea. The sails, torn to shreds, flapped in the water like the wings of a dead bird. The hull had split open like a wound, the jagged edges of broken wood jutting out at odd angles. He could feel the ship sinking, the once proud vessel giving way to the merciless tide, but it didn't matter. He had no choice but to fight. There was no other option. His grip on the beam tightened, and he shifted his position, trying to get a better look at his surroundings. The sea around him was cold, unnaturally so, and the dark waters churned restlessly. He could see no land in sight, only the rolling waves and the endless expanse of black. The horizon was a blur, swallowed by the thick mist that clung to the air. He couldn't even be sure if it was day or night anymore. Time felt irrelevant. The only thing that mattered now was surviving, finding a way out of this hell that the sea had created. But with every passing minute, his strength seemed to fade. The cold was relentless, seeping into his bones, and the wreckage of the ship was beginning to disintegrate before his eyes, slowly sinking into the abyss. Seb's mind kept returning to the faces of his crew, to the men he had known for years, who had trusted him to lead them. He saw their eyes, their expressions frozen in terror as the siren's call claimed them. Rook had been the first to go, his eyes wide with shock, his body pulled toward the edge of the ship by an invisible force. Then Bram, strong and steady, who had fought to the last. And the others, their names and faces blurred together now, as if they were ghosts. He couldn't afford to dwell on them. Not yet. He had to survive. His muscles screamed in protest, his arms sore from the effort of holding on to the wreckage, but he didn't dare let go. The sea's pull was strong, its grip unyielding, but Seb's will was stronger. Survive, he whispered again, the word a fierce promise to himself. He wasn't ready to give up. Not when there was still a chance. The midnight star might be gone, but he was still alive. And as long as he still had breath in his lungs, he would fight. He would survive. The cold seeping into his chest made it harder to think, harder to hold on to the scraps of reality that still anchored him. But his mind clung to the one thing that kept him going, the instinct to live. The instinct that had kept him alive through every storm, every battle, every moment where death had seemed inevitable. He had been a captain, once, a leader. And though his crew was lost, though his ship was sinking, he still had the strength to fight. He wasn't dead yet. Not yet. Not while there was still a chance. He would survive. With every labored breath, Seb forced himself to take stock of his situation, his mind swimming through the haze of pain and exhaustion. His coat, once a symbol of his command, now hung from his shoulders like a dead weight. The thick fabric, waterlogged and sodden, clung to his body, dragging him deeper into the unforgiving sea with each passing moment. He could feel the cold seeping into his very bones, numbing his muscles and slowing his thoughts. His arms were heavy, barely able to hold on to the wreckage that kept him afloat, and the chill of the water felt as though it was trying to drown him from the inside out. The endless waves rose and fell around him, a constant rhythm that threatened to lull him into unconsciousness. But he couldn't afford to lose focus, not yet. The pain in his leg was nearly unbearable, a sharp, agonizing throb that cut through the fog of his mind. His right thigh, he realized with a sickening clarity, was either broken or badly sprained. The bone felt as though it was grinding against itself with every attempt to move, sending waves of pain through his body. He gritted his teeth, the taste of salt and blood on his tongue, and forced himself to take shallow breaths, trying to steady his heart rate. The injury was bad, very bad, but it was survivable. It had to be. He couldn't afford to think about it any longer. Not now. Not when every second felt like it could be his last. Seb's body felt as though it were made of lead, every inch of him weighed down by the suffocating pressure of the sea. The water pressed against him from all sides, as though the ocean itself were trying to crush him into nothingness. It was a fight to keep his head above the surface, his movements sluggish and heavy, like wading through thick mud. His clothes, soaked through with seawater, clung to him, making it even harder to move, every motion a struggle. Each wave that crashed over him threatened to drag him under, to pull him into the abyss from which there would be no return. He fought against it, though, fought with every ounce of strength he had left. There was no other option. He refused to let the sea claim him so easily. The world around him was a blur of motion, the water, dark and murky, swirling like a whirlpool ready to swallow him whole. But despite the overwhelming odds, despite the pain and the exhaustion, Seb pressed on. His eyes scanned the horizon, searching for something, anything, that could offer him a glimmer of hope. His mind raced through every possible scenario, trying to make sense of the madness. He had no idea where he was, or how far from shore he had drifted. But his instinct for survival kicked in, and he knew he had to keep moving. The wreckage beneath him groaned and creaked with each wave, the remnants of the midnight star slowly sinking into the sea. It was a race against time now, time to either find salvation or let the sea claim him, like it had claimed so many before him. And then, through the fog of pain and confusion, something caught his eye. At first, it was just a faint shape on the horizon, a barely discernible blur against the backdrop of churning waves and mist. But as Seb squinted, forcing his vision to focus through the haze of salt water in his eyes, the shape began to take form. His heart skipped a beat as he realized what it was. In the distance, through the endless expanse of black and gray, he saw something that made his pulse race: land. It was distant, a mere sliver of hope on the far horizon, but it was land nonetheless. The thought of solid ground, of safety, surged through him like a lifeline. It wasn't much to go on, and the distance between him and the shore felt impossible to cross. But it was a beginning, a glimmer of hope in the midst of the vast, endless ocean that had already claimed so much. Seb's heart pounded harder in his chest, the adrenaline surging through his veins once more. The pain in his leg flared up again, a cruel reminder of his injury, but he pushed it to the back of his mind. He couldn't afford to focus on that. Not now. He had to reach that land, to find a way to survive. The alternative, the thought of sinking into the dark, cold sea, was too much to bear. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Seb began to kick his legs, pushing against the waves. His body screamed in protest, the cold gnawing at his bones, the pain in his leg making each movement feel like an eternity. But he couldn't stop. Not when he was this close, not when he had found something to hold on to, even if it was just a faint glimmer of land on the horizon. He had no idea how far he had to go, or how long it would take, but he knew one thing for sure: he would not give up. Not while there was a chance. The waves lashed against him, threatening to pull him back, but Seb fought through them, each stroke harder than the last. His eyes stayed fixed on the distant land, watching it grow larger with every painful stroke. His heart surged with determination, his focus narrowing onto that singular point in the distance. The wreckage of the midnight star was behind him now, sinking into the depths of the ocean, but Seb didn't allow himself to think about it. There was no time for grief, no time for reflection. He had to survive. He had to reach the shore. The pain in his body, the exhaustion in his limbs, it all faded into the background as his mind centered on that sliver of land that was slowly but surely coming into view. Seb's arms burned, and his breathing was ragged, but he kept pushing. The sea, with all its fury and violence, seemed to be conspiring against him, yet he refused to yield. Each stroke brought him closer, and with each stroke, the land grew nearer, a beacon in the vast, endless sea. It felt like an eternity, but Seb knew that every moment was another chance to survive, another step toward the shore. He wasn't dead yet. Not yet. And as long as he was still breathing, he would fight to the end. Through the suffocating mist and the endless darkness, Seb's eyes caught something that seemed almost too impossible to be real. It was faint at first, no more than a flicker, like the dying embers of a forgotten fire. He blinked, his vision blurred from salt water and exhaustion, but the light remained, steady in its uncertain glow. It wasn't much, barely a glimmer, but in the vast emptiness of the sea, it was enough to send a jolt of something desperate and hopeful rushing through him. A lantern. Someone, something, was out there. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a painful reminder of the cold that had taken hold of him, the aching pain in his body, the overwhelming fatigue that threatened to pull him under. But in that moment, none of it mattered. That tiny flicker of light on the horizon was a beacon, a lifeline in the storm. It was hope, a hope he hadn't realized he'd lost until it had appeared before him, shimmering in the distance like a star fallen from the heavens. Seb's throat tightened, and for a brief, fleeting moment, he allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't going to die in this endless, merciless sea. The waves around him crashed relentlessly, each one pulling him further away from the wreckage of the Midnight Star, and yet, his gaze stayed fixed on that single point of light. It burned in his mind like a promise, a goal he couldn't ignore. He had to reach it. He had no choice. The thought of whatever or whoever was holding that lantern pushed all other thoughts from his mind. It didn't matter who they were, or why they were out there. All that mattered was that the light was real, and it was a chance, perhaps the only chance he would ever get, to survive. The sea was still as treacherous as it had been when the ship sank. The cold was gnawing at his bones, and the pain in his leg was a constant reminder of the injuries he had sustained, but Seb refused to let himself give in to the agony. He had fought too hard to get this far. He had survived the crash, fought against the siren's call, and now, here was this faint glow, tempting him like the last flicker of a dying flame. It was not enough to blind him to the danger of the sea, but it was enough to keep him moving. His body screamed in protest with every stroke, but his mind, fueled by the need to reach that light, kept him pushing forward. Seb's breath came in ragged gasps as he kicked his way through the cold water, his body aching from the effort. Each stroke was more difficult than the last, his arms and legs heavy with exhaustion, his movements slower, weaker. But still, the light remained. He couldn't afford to stop, not now, not when he was so close to something that could mean the difference between life and death. He clenched his jaw against the pain, his broken leg dragging behind him, the weight of the ocean threatening to swallow him whole. But he refused to give up. He had come too far to let this chance slip away. The mist was thick around him, curling like tendrils of some dark force, obscuring the world beyond his reach. But in the distance, that small, flickering lantern was undeniable. It was the only thing in his world that seemed certain, the one constant in the ever-changing tumult of the sea. Seb squinted, his vision blurry, but the light was growing slightly brighter, slightly larger, and with it came a surge of determination. He had no idea how long it would take to reach it, or if the current would drag him away, but the promise of safety, of salvation, kept him going. The light was within his grasp. It had to be. The waves, relentless and unforgiving, rose around him like walls of water, threatening to swallow him at any moment, but Seb refused to let them break his resolve. He could hear nothing but the sound of the ocean and his own ragged breath, the crash of waves as they thundered past him. The lantern, that flickering speck of hope, was all he had to guide him through the storm. Each time a wave threatened to pull him under, he found the strength to push through it, to force himself to kick his way forward. His muscles screamed in protest, but he didn't listen. The sea could not claim him, not yet. His vision was clouded by salt and exhaustion, but the lantern was clearer now, standing out against the darkness like a sign in the night. It wasn't much, just a tiny point of light in an endless sea, but it was enough to keep him moving, to keep him alive. Seb's heart hammered in his chest as he focused on it, watching as it grew larger with each agonizing stroke he took. The water around him churned violently, dragging him back with every wave, but he fought against it, determined to close the distance between himself and that glowing speck of hope. He had to reach it. There was nothing else. His chest burned with each breath, his limbs shaking with the strain, but the light was growing ever closer, a beacon that promised salvation. His mind raced as he calculated the distance, as he pushed aside the sharp pain in his leg, the unbearable cold, the exhaustion that clung to him like a second skin. All that mattered now was the lantern. As he drew closer, he could almost feel the warmth of it, imagining it, hoping it would be real. Each stroke was slower than the last, but each one brought him one step closer to the end of this nightmare. Seb gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the cold, slick wood of the wreckage as he pushed himself away, forcing his body to move through the freezing sea. Every muscle in his arms and legs screamed in protest, his entire frame aching from the constant barrage of cold and exhaustion. The water, like ice against his skin, tried to pull him down with every stroke, but he refused to let it. He could feel the ocean fighting back, its currents swirling around him like an ancient, living thing, testing his resolve. But the light ahead, faint, flickering, and steadfast, kept him going. It was the only thing that mattered now. It was his lifeline, and he wasn't about to let it slip away. With every movement, his body seemed to grow heavier, as if the weight of the ocean itself was dragging him down. His chest burned with each breath, the frigid air slicing through him, making his lungs ache in a way that made him wonder if they might never be able to fill again. His arms felt like lead, the exhaustion from hours of fighting the storm and the sea creeping deeper into his bones. But he couldn't stop. Not now. Not when the light was so close, when it was the only thing that stood between him and certain death. Seb's gaze remained locked on the small, flickering glow on the horizon, willing his body to push harder, to move faster. The sea, which had once seemed like a vast, endless expanse, now felt as if it were closing in on him, each wave a wall of water meant to pull him down and consume him. The ocean seemed alive, its movements more purposeful, more violent, as if it had chosen him as its prey. The waves crashed relentlessly around him, rising higher with every moment, their force pushing against him like an unyielding fist. But Seb fought back, using every last ounce of strength to force himself forward, battling the water as though it were a sentient enemy. Each stroke felt slower than the last, but he refused to let the sea claim him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his throat raw from the cold and salt water. His limbs trembled with effort, but his focus remained unbroken. The light was still there, a beacon of hope in the dark, swirling mist. He couldn't stop. He couldn't afford to stop. He had no idea how far he had to go, how long he could last, but the thought of that lantern, a small but certain source of salvation, kept him going. His body screamed for rest, for respite, but his mind, his will, pushed through the pain. There was no other choice but to keep moving. Then, as if the heavens themselves had taken notice of his defiance, a crack of thunder split the sky, followed by a howling wind that made his soaked hair whip around his face. The storm had shifted from a distant rumble to full, violent fury. The tempest that had been building for so long had finally broken, the storm breaking loose with a vengeance. The wind howled in his ears, drowning out everything except its deafening roar. His clothes were instantly soaked through, clinging to him like a second skin, the cold intensifying as the water around him surged and swelled. He could feel the storm's fury in every gust, in every wave that crashed violently against his chest. The waves now came at him like towering walls of water, crashing over him in a relentless barrage. They rose higher with each passing moment, threatening to drag him under, to pull him into the depths where he might never resurface. Seb struggled to keep his head above the surface, his arms flailing as the water tugged at his legs, at his body, trying to claim him. For a moment, his feet were swept from the ground entirely, the current pushing him under with terrifying force. Panic gripped him for a heartbeat as his head went under, the cold water rushing into his mouth, his lungs. But he refused to give in. His body went limp for a fraction of a second, allowing the ocean to take him, to see how much it could test him, before he fought back with a primal, raw desperation. He gasped for air as he broke through the surface again, eyes wild and wide, desperate to see the light that had become his only anchor in the madness of the storm. The waves slammed into him again, a brutal reminder that he wasn't safe yet. But Seb pressed forward, clawing through the water, determined to reach the shore, the light, to survive this nightmare. The cold continued to sap his strength, but his will was ironclad, a single-minded focus driving him forward. The mist around him swirled with the fury of the storm, closing in tighter, almost suffocating in its intensity. But through it all, Seb could still see the faint glow in the distance, and it was enough. With every stroke, it grew a little brighter, a little clearer, and that knowledge kept him going, each movement a defiance of the sea's power, a rejection of the darkness that sought to consume him. The ocean churned beneath him, a never-ending battle between life and death, but Seb refused to succumb to its power. The storm's rage might have risen, but his resolve was stronger. The light, that tiny but steady flame, was his only hope, and he would not let it slip away. The water had been relentless, pulling at him with all its might, threatening to drag him down into its cold depths. Seb's muscles were on fire, his limbs growing numb from the prolonged effort, and his lungs burned with each desperate gasp for air. Yet, despite the overwhelming exhaustion, he refused to give in. Every stroke felt like an eternity, but through the dark, churning sea, the flicker of the lantern had been a beacon of hope, a single thread of light in an ocean of despair. The distance between him and the lantern had shrunk with every stroke, and now, with a final surge of determination, he could feel it, the hard, familiar shape of something solid beneath his fingertips. His heart raced, the beat thundering in his chest as he reached out with everything he had left. His body screamed in protest, his arms heavy as lead, but his focus remained unbroken. The light was so close now, within his reach, and he couldn't afford to fail. His hand brushed against the smooth surface of the lantern, but his fingers slipped off, the water slick and unforgiving. A wave of panic rose, the fear of losing this last chance surging through him. But Seb's resolve was unshakable. His fingers clenched, digging deep into the metal, ignoring the sharp sting of the cold as he pulled himself closer. It was a struggle, a fight between his faltering body and the unforgiving sea, but Seb's willpower burned brighter than the storm's fury. His grip tightened around the base of the lantern, and with one final, desperate pull, he managed to anchor himself to it. The sensation of solid ground beneath his hand, even though it was just the lantern, gave him a spark of strength he didn't know he had left. His breath came in ragged gasps, but the fear that had gripped him just moments before began to fade. He had the lantern. He had it, and that was all that mattered. As soon as his fingers closed around the base of the lantern, the world around him seemed to shift. The swirling mist that had clouded his vision began to recede, the oppressive weight of the storm lifting just slightly. It was as if the sea itself acknowledged the shift, pulling back, allowing him a moment of reprieve. The waves, which had been a constant threat, now seemed to slow, their violent energy becoming less insistent. The roar of the storm grew quieter, replaced by a strange, eerie stillness that seemed to settle over the water. Seb couldn't explain it, but the sensation was unmistakable. Something had changed. His mind, still foggy from exhaustion and pain, raced to make sense of the shift. Was it the lantern? Could it really be that simple? He didn't know, but in that moment, with the lantern securely in his grasp, a strange warmth began to spread through his chest, spreading out from the point of contact. The chill of the water, which had been numbing him both physically and mentally, seemed to recede as the warmth spread. It wasn't the heat of the lantern itself. No, it was something else. It was like the light held an energy of its own, a power that he could feel vibrating through his fingertips, reaching deep into his bones. Seb's thoughts swirled, but for once, they didn't feel clouded by fear or panic. His body, which had been on the verge of collapse, now felt lighter, as though the weight of the ocean had been lifted just a fraction. He held the lantern closer to him, as though it might guide him through whatever this new reality was. The fog around him seemed to grow thinner with every passing second, the outline of the horizon starting to take shape again, the storm retreating into the distance. The sea, once a cruel and unforgiving force, now felt more like a companion, a vast, shifting body beneath him, but one that was no longer intent on drowning him. He looked down at the lantern in his hand, still unsure of what was happening, but the steady glow of the light offered him no answers, only a strange sense of peace. It wasn't a peace of surrender. It wasn't a moment of relief. It was something deeper, something primal. He had fought for this moment. He had fought for survival. And somehow, the lantern, the light it carried, had become a symbol of that fight, an embodiment of his refusal to let go, of his refusal to be consumed by the sea. With every breath, Seb could feel the weight of his actions catching up to him, the exhaustion threatening to overtake him once again. But the light, the lantern, had become more than a source of physical illumination. It was a reminder of everything he had endured. A reminder that, despite the odds, he had chosen to survive. His body was battered, his spirit bruised, but with the lantern now in his possession, he felt something stirring within him. A sense of hope, fragile yet unyielding, began to grow. This light, whatever it was, had found him when he thought he was lost. And now it was his guide, leading him away from the darkness, from the depths. Seb's gaze remained fixed on the lantern, the last tether to the world of the living. As the storm continued to recede, the horizon finally revealed itself, dim at first, but growing brighter with each passing moment. The sea, once a tumultuous enemy, seemed calmer now, as though the very ocean had accepted his victory, as if it recognized his defiance. Seb knew that he wasn't out of danger yet. The journey ahead would be long, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, he didn't feel like he was fighting alone. The cold, biting water still clung to Seb's skin, the weight of the ocean's relentless grip pulling at him even as the rope was thrown down beside him. His fingers, slick with seawater, fumbled for a moment before they latched onto the thick cord. His strength was waning, every muscle in his body screaming in protest, but the sight of the rope, the lifeline, stirred something deep within him. He pulled it tighter, locking his hand around it, refusing to let go, his mind focused on nothing but the promise of safety. The sea, which had been his enemy for so long, finally loosened its hold, and for a fleeting moment, Seb allowed himself to believe that he might actually make it out of this alive. Above him, a voice broke through the fog, rough and strained, but clear in its intent. "Hold on! We've got you!" It was a lifeline in itself, a confirmation that he wasn't alone, that someone else was there, ready to pull him from the jaws of the sea. The words, so simple yet so powerful, reignited the last vestiges of Seb's fading hope. His chest heaved with effort, each breath a struggle against the pressure that still gripped his body. His arms burned, his leg throbbed with pain, but he didn't let go. The rope was his only chance. and he would cling to it with everything he had left. The waves surged around him, trying to pull him back into the depths, but Seb fought against them, his movements slow and deliberate as he concentrated on the pull of the rope. Every inch felt like a battle, each desperate gasp for air more laborious than the last. His mind swam with exhaustion, but through the haze of pain and fatigue, the sound of the voice above kept him grounded. It was a reminder that, despite everything, someone was out there, someone who cared enough to save him. That thought alone gave him the strength to push against the water one more time, to give that last burst of effort to make it out alive. His body felt like it was made of lead, each movement more agonizing than the last, but the rope kept him tethered to hope. With a final, desperate gasp, Seb let himself be pulled upward, the strain of the sea releasing its hold as he was hoisted out of the water. For a moment, time seemed to slow. The violent crashing of the waves dulled, and all he could hear was the rush of his own heartbeat, the sound of blood pumping in his ears. His arms trembled from the effort, his chest heaving with each ragged breath. But the pull of the rope continued, inexorable, dragging him towards safety. The sensation of being lifted, of rising above the water's frenzied grasp, was surreal. For so long, it had felt as though the sea would never release him, that it would drag him down into its depths, leaving him to sink with the midnight star. But now, with each tug of the rope, the crushing weight of the ocean lifted, and Seb felt a spark of something unfamiliar, relief. His fingers tightened around the rope, but it wasn't out of desperation anymore. It was out of sheer will, an acknowledgement that he was being pulled towards something better, something more than just survival. As the world above him grew clearer, Seb's body was finally hauled onto solid ground, the hard surface of the ship's deck greeting him like a long-lost friend. His legs gave out beneath him as he was pulled aboard, and the last remnants of his strength seemed to drain away in an instant. He was unceremoniously dropped onto the deck, his exhausted body crumpling against the wood. His hands shook violently as they scraped against the surface, but all he could do was gasp for air. His chest heaved with each unsteady breath, the pain of his injuries and the overwhelming exhaustion flooding his senses. But the familiar sound of the wind in the rigging and the creak of the ships would reminded him that he was still alive. For a moment Seb could do nothing but lie there, his body unresponsive as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. The water, the storm, the wreckage, it all felt like a distant memory, a nightmare he couldn't quite shake. His limbs were heavy, as though they no longer belonged to him, and every breath felt like a battle. But the solid surface beneath him was real. The rope, still coiled in his hand, had done its job. It had pulled him from the abyss, from the brink of death, and now, with the sounds of the ship around him, he allowed himself the luxury of being still, just for a moment. It took everything he had to lift his head, to look around. The ship's deck was a blur of movement, figures rushing about, shouting orders, the crew working with purpose, their voices a distant hum in his ears. But the only thing that mattered to Seb in that moment was that he had made it. He wasn't in the water anymore. The ship was still afloat. He was alive. The realization hit him slowly, a gradual understanding that he had narrowly escaped the jaws of death. The light of the lantern, still in his hand, seemed to pulse softly as if acknowledging the truth of his survival. Seb's fingers tightened on the lantern, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold, bitter reality of the sea. The crew was still working to recover, to stabilize the ship, but all Seb could do was lie there, his chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven breaths. The pain in his body was unbearable, his leg throbbing with every pulse of his heart, but the knowledge that he had been saved, that he had fought his way through the storm, kept him from sinking back into the darkness. There was no time to rest, no time to mourn, but for now, for just a few precious moments, he allowed himself to simply exist in the quiet aftermath of the storm. The sound of footsteps approached, but Seb couldn't move, couldn't look up. His body was too broken, his mind too foggy from the toll of the sea. Yet the presence beside him was undeniable. Someone was there, someone who had helped pull him from the water. He didn't know who it was, but he felt a strange sense of gratitude stir within him, a flicker of warmth in the cold pit of his exhaustion. He wanted to speak, to thank them, but his voice wouldn't cooperate, his throat too raw, his breath too shallow. All he could do was lie there, letting the comfort of solid ground and the quiet hum of the ship soothe his battered soul. "Easy, Captain. Easy." The voice was steady and calm, though its familiarity eluded Seb. His foggy mind struggled to place it, the words drifting like a distant echo through his exhaustion. He barely registered the presence beside him, the gentle hand that settled on his shoulder, urging him to lie still. The storm raged on around them, howling like a beast that refused to be tamed, but Seb no longer felt the suffocating weight of the sea. His body, once bound to the waves, was now cradled on solid ground. The terror of the storm, the relentless pull of the water, seemed far away as he fought to gather the strength to focus. With immense effort, Seb rolled onto his back, the motion slow and deliberate as his body protested every movement. His chest heaved, the air feeling thick in his lungs, as though the storm had left an imprint on him that he couldn't shake. Each breath was a ragged rasp, but it was air nonetheless, and for that Seb clung to it. He couldn't afford to slip back into unconsciousness, not when he had no idea what was happening, what had become of his ship, or what remained of his crew. His mind was a disorienting haze, and all he could do was lie there, breathing, focusing on the rhythm of his own pulse as it echoed in his ears. The world around him swam in a dizzying blur, shadows and light merging into indistinguishable shapes. His vision swayed like the deck of the Midnight Star had during the storm, and Seb clenched his eyes shut for a moment, trying to steady himself. The steady sound of the wind, the crash of waves against the hull, was a constant backdrop to his thoughts. But in the space between his breaths, Seb could feel something else, a quiet assurance in the air, a presence close to him that anchored him in a way the sea never had. He couldn't explain it, but for the first time since the storm had begun, Seb didn't feel alone. A gentle warmth brushed against his cheek, a contrast to the cold, biting chill of the sea still clinging to his skin. He tried to move his hand to wipe it away, but his limbs felt like lead. The weight of his body, his injuries, and the sea's relentless assault had drained him completely. He struggled to open his eyes again, squinting against the harsh light that filtered through the mist, but all he saw was a shape leaning over him, a figure, blurry but unmistakably there. The words he wanted to say, to ask what had happened, refused to come out. His throat was too raw, his body too tired to do anything but breathe. "Don't push yourself," the voice repeated, softer this time. "You've been through hell." There was a strange kindness in the tone, an understanding that Seb couldn't quite grasp. It was almost as if the voice had been waiting for him, anticipating the moment when he would finally surface from the sea's grip. The warmth of the hand on his shoulder, steady and firm, reassured him in a way he couldn't describe. It was a lifeline, a tether back to the world he knew. Slowly, the edges of his vision began to sharpen, the shapes around him becoming more defined. Seb blinked against the fading dizziness, trying to focus. The ship, the Midnight Star, was still there beneath him, its timbers groaning under the strain of the storm. He could hear the crew, shouting, calling to one another, working with a purpose despite the chaos. The ship hadn't sunk. It hadn't been torn apart completely. He was still alive, and that realization hit him with the force of a thunderclap. But as the fog of exhaustion began to lift, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him. What had happened to the others? His crew, had they made it? Where was his first mate? Where was anyone? The figure hovering over him shifted slightly, the light falling on their face. Seb's vision cleared enough to make out a few details, the outline of a familiar face emerging from the shadows. The face was grim, eyes wide with a mix of concern and something else, something Seb couldn't quite decipher through his haze. "You're safe now," the voice said again, this time with more finality. "But we need to get you below deck. You're in no condition to be out here." Seb wanted to argue, wanted to sit up and demand to know what had happened, to search for his men, but his body refused to cooperate. His limbs were stiff, his chest still aching from the brutal grip of the sea. The pain in his leg, the bruises, the cuts, all of it was a dull roar in the back of his mind, urging him to stay still, to not push against the waves anymore. His body had been through hell, but his mind was still trapped in the storm's aftermath, struggling to catch up. He nodded weakly, his fingers twitching as they brushed against the deck, and finally, with some effort, he lifted his arm toward the figure above him. His hand found something solid, the familiar feel of rope or wood. He wasn't sure which. But it didn't matter. He wasn't alone anymore. The voice had been right. He wasn't dead yet. And somehow, in this mess of destruction, he still had a chance. He had to survive. He had to find the others. He had to make sure they weren't lost to the storm like the Midnight Star herself. "W-Who?" Seb rasped, his voice barely rising above the ferocious roar of the storm that still battered the ship. The words felt like they were stuck in his throat, each syllable a struggle, and he fought to keep his eyes open against the overwhelming pull of exhaustion. His mind was clouded, a fog of confusion and pain making it hard to focus on anything but the ache in his chest and the coldness of the sea that still clung to him. His body screamed for rest, every muscle protesting the strain of the storm and the struggle to stay awake. Through the haze, a figure appeared above him, drenched from the storm but standing firm, unwavering despite the chaos around them. Seb's blurred gaze tried to focus, to bring some semblance of clarity to the image before him. The figure, a man with shaggy dark hair plastered to his face, crouched low, his face lined with exhaustion, yet there was a certain steadiness to his demeanor that Seb instinctively trusted. The man offered a ragged smile, one that seemed to carry a mixture of relief and cautious optimism. "Name's Callum," the figure said, his voice cutting through the storm with surprising calmness. "You're safe now." Safe. Seb could barely comprehend the word. It didn't seem to belong in this moment, in this endless sea of chaos. His mind was still tethered to the crash, to the wreckage of the Midnight Star, and to the broken pieces of his crew that were scattered in his memory like shards of glass. Safe? He blinked, the word floating around him, but the weight of everything that had happened hung heavy on his chest. How could he be safe when the storm still raged, when the sea still roared in its fury, and when the last fragments of his ship were sinking into the abyss? The storm was relentless, its fury unyielding as it whipped at his soaked body, and Seb could barely hold on to the fleeting sense of security that Callum's presence offered. His body trembled, his teeth chattering from the cold that had seeped deep into his bones. Despite his attempts to focus, Seb's vision continued to blur, the edges of the world growing dim as his body seemed to give up. The pain in his leg, the bruises and cuts, the exhaustion, it all piled on top of him, and his eyelids grew heavier with each passing second. Before he could respond, to ask any questions, to speak the thoughts swirling in his mind, Seb felt the darkness creeping in. It was like a heavy fog, pulling him away from the world around him, from the sound of the storm and the man who was trying so desperately to keep him awake. He tried to fight it, to stay conscious, but his body had endured too much. His limbs felt like they were made of lead, and each breath came slower, more labored. His head swam with exhaustion, and all he could do was close his eyes for a moment, just to rest. As his eyelids fluttered closed, Seb's last conscious thought was one of hope. He couldn't remember if he had seen any of his crew after the crash. The faces, the names, they were slipping through his fingers like water. Had anyone else survived? Or had he truly been the last to make it? He didn't know, but in the quiet darkness that was taking him, the fear of being alone was almost too much to bear. He had fought so hard to save them, to protect his crew. And now, as his body succumbed to its limits, he could only pray that his efforts hadn't been in vain. The weight of the storm seemed to lift, and in that moment of darkness, Seb felt himself drifting, his mind floating in the quiet void. He could hear the distant crash of waves, the howling wind, but they felt far away now, as though they belonged to another world. It was peaceful in this fleeting darkness, a strange sense of relief washing over him as the pain began to ebb. He wasn't sure if it was a dream or a final release, but it felt like the battle was over, the fight done. His body, so tired and broken, could finally rest. A sharp pain jolted through him suddenly, pain that had been hidden beneath the overwhelming exhaustion. But before he could even grasp the sensation, the darkness returned with an almost welcoming embrace, pulling him deeper into its quiet depths. Seb's last thought was a fleeting one of surrender, as if the fight had been lost long ago, but that didn't make him any less grateful for the brief respite that the darkness offered. And as Seb slipped further into unconsciousness, all he could do was hope. Hope that when he awoke, he wouldn't be alone. That the fight hadn't been in vain. That he wasn't the last of his crew to survive the horrors of the sea. He clung to that hope as the storm howled around him, the memories of his crew and his ship fading like the last whispers of a forgotten dream. Chapter 3: The Siren's Rescue. The storm had subsided, its furious roar now a distant memory, but the sea was far from calm. It still churned beneath Seb, its violent waves tossing him like a rag doll, each crash against the surface a reminder of the ordeal he had just survived. His body was battered and broken, each movement sending fresh waves of agony through his muscles, his head a pounding drum of pain. Every breath was shallow, his chest tight and unwilling to cooperate. The struggle to keep himself afloat felt like an eternity, as though time itself had been distorted by the relentless chaos of the ocean. His mind swirled in a haze, a fog of confusion and desperation, unable to fully grasp the weight of his survival, the wreckage of his ship, and the loss of his crew. The past clung to him like a heavy cloak, dragging him down into the depths of despair. In the midst of the turmoil, Seb could feel his strength slipping away. His fingers, weak and trembling, gripped the piece of wreckage that had kept him afloat, but he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold on. His thoughts were fragmented, slipping through his fingers like sand. His crew, his men, the Midnight Star, they were all gone. He had failed them, and the crushing weight of that failure seemed to anchor him, pulling him under the surface with each passing wave. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, each pulse a reminder that his body could only endure so much before it gave in. And then, just as he thought he might drown in his own misery, something shifted. A ripple in the water, faint but undeniable, broke through the fog of his mind. At first, Seb thought it was a trick of his fevered state, a mirage brought on by exhaustion and the salt water that still stung his eyes. He blinked, trying to clear the haze that clouded his vision, but the movement persisted. His body, heavy and sluggish, refused to respond as quickly as he wished. It was as though the sea had claimed him entirely, anchoring him to its depths, leaving him no strength to fight back. But then, slowly, a figure emerged from the water, moving with an elegance that defied logic. It was as though the sea itself had birthed this being, a creature of the ocean, impossibly graceful, its movements fluid and effortless. Seb's heart skipped a beat, a surge of something between awe and fear pulsing through him. For a moment, Seb's mind struggled to make sense of the vision before him. The figure, so radiant and otherworldly, seemed like something from a dream, too beautiful to be real. The shape that rose from the waves was tall, towering above him, its form radiant in the pale, dim light that filtered through the clouded sky. Silver skin shimmered as though it was made from moonlight itself, glistening with the water droplets that clung to it like stars scattered across its surface. The air around the figure seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, a presence that demanded attention, as though it were both a part of the ocean and something beyond it. Seb's breath caught in his chest, his mind reeling, unable to fully comprehend the impossibility of what he was seeing. The figure's hair flowed around it in long, dark strands that seemed to move with the water, caught in the rhythm of the ocean's current. The face was striking, its features sharp and otherworldly, a perfect blend of beauty and something more unsettling. The eyes, dark, abyssal eyes, held a depth that seemed to pull at Seb, as if they could see straight into his soul. There was something familiar about them, a sense of recognition that Seb couldn't place, as though he had seen this figure before, or perhaps dreamed of it. The eyes seemed to shimmer with ancient knowledge, with the weight of the sea itself, as though they had witnessed countless storms, and would endure countless more. The creature's upper body was human, sculpted and powerful, but what truly set it apart was the tail that emerged from its lower half. The sinuous, fish-like tail flicked gracefully in the water, propelling the figure towards Seb with an effortless power. The tail was long and fluid, shimmering with scales that caught the dim light and reflected it back in a kaleidoscope of colors. The movement was mesmerizing, the grace of it almost hypnotic, and for a moment Seb felt as though he had forgotten how to breathe, his gaze locked on the figure that now hovered just above him, moving through the water as though it was born from it. Seb's heart thudded in his chest, the world around him falling away as his focus narrowed entirely on the creature before him. He could no longer discern whether he was still clinging to the wreckage or if he had slipped into some kind of fevered dream. The sea, once an enemy that threatened to drown him, now seemed like a distant thing, distant and empty compared to the powerful presence before him. The figure, though it was both impossibly beautiful and alien, exuded a sense of calm, of control, that Seb desperately needed. It was as though this creature was the embodiment of the sea itself, both the fury of the storm and the tranquility that followed, a paradox that left him speechless. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The world seemed to pause, as if waiting for something, for the right moment, for the answers that Seb could not find in his own mind. He searched the figure's eyes for any hint of understanding, for any indication of what was happening, but all he saw was an ocean of mystery, depths that reached far beyond his comprehension. He felt as though he was teetering on the edge of something vast and unknown, a precipice that, if he fell, would lead him into a world far removed from his own. But even in that moment of awe and terror, he couldn't bring himself to look away. The figure held him there, caught in its gaze, and Seb felt an unsettling peace wash over him, as if, for the first time since the crash, he was no longer completely alone. Then, as if sensing his struggle, the figure moved closer, its voice a soft whisper carried on the waves, reaching Seb's ears like a song from a forgotten time. The words were not entirely clear, but there was an unmistakable pull to them, a beckoning that made his heart race. The voice seemed to hum with the rhythm of the sea itself, as though it was calling him to something he didn't yet understand. Seb could only stare, mesmerized, caught between fear and wonder, as the figure, this strange, otherworldly being, extended a hand toward him, a gesture of both comfort and invitation, as though it was offering him a choice: to stay and drown in the sorrow of the sea, or to rise with it, to embrace whatever lay beyond the horizon. A siren. Seb's breath hitched, a sharp intake of air that felt like it might tear his lungs apart. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, an insistent drumbeat that was at odds with the heaviness of his body. Weary, so tired from the storm and the battle with the sea, he felt as though his limbs had turned to stone, weighed down by the water that clung to him. The panic that gripped him threatened to overcome his mind, but his body was too spent to react. Instead, he stood there, frozen in the water, watching as the siren's eyes locked onto his, unblinking, unwavering. In those eyes there was a flicker of something that Seb couldn't name, a flash of emotion that passed too quickly for him to fully grasp, but it left a lasting impression nonetheless. His pulse quickened again, though his limbs refused to obey, unable to tear himself away from the creature before him. For a long, breathless moment, the world around Seb seemed to hold its breath. The sea, the storm, the wind, all of it paused, as if awaiting some invisible command. The tension in the air was thick, a tangible force that pressed in around him. Seb did the same, his breath shallow and erratic, struggling to understand what was happening, to make sense of the impossible vision before him. The siren's gaze, deep and consuming, locked onto him with an intensity that seemed to pull at his very soul. It was mesmerizing, hypnotic, like the ocean itself, vast and unknowable, capable of swallowing him whole without a second thought. The creature's eyes held the power of the sea, ancient, dangerous, and untouchable, and Seb's mind tried, desperately, to process the magnitude of the moment. But his thoughts were scattered, broken, unable to form any coherent understanding. All that remained were flashes of confusion, each one trying to piece together the reality of what was happening. The siren, who Seb now realized was far more than just a creature of the sea, hovered beneath the surface of the water, his form shifting with the waves in a graceful, fluid dance. The creature's movements were slow, deliberate, almost as if he were giving Seb time to comprehend the situation, though Seb wasn't sure he was capable of that kind of understanding. The siren didn't seem in a hurry, as though he had all the time in the world to decide Seb's fate. His eyes remained fixed on the pirate captain, his gaze impassive, giving nothing away. There was no visible emotion on the siren's face, no hint of what was going on beneath the calm surface. But Seb could feel the weight of something heavy in the air, the tension of a decision yet to be made, a moment hanging in the balance. The siren's chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, each breath measured, controlled, in stark contrast to the ragged, desperate gasps Seb struggled to take. Seb's thoughts churned with frantic energy, but the siren remained a mystery, a creature whose true intentions were impossible to discern. This being, this entity of the sea, had no reason to help him. Seb knew that. The siren's world was far removed from his own, his actions governed by an entirely different set of rules, driven by forces beyond Seb's comprehension. Why should he care about a pirate captain, a man who had caused destruction, who had lived a life of violence and theft? The question echoed in Seb's mind, but it was unanswered, swallowed by the endless, tumultuous sea that surrounded them. The siren owed him nothing. Seb had nothing to offer in return. And yet there he was, locked in this strange moment, this impossible confrontation. The siren's eyes did not waver, and Seb could feel the weight of the silence pressing in on him. Alaric, the name that would later come to Seb in the quiet moments of reflection, did not move. He simply watched, his gaze never leaving Seb's face, as if measuring him, as if weighing his very soul. The siren's body shifted in the water, his tail flicking in slow, languid motions, but his expression remained unreadable. Every motion, every gesture, was calculated, deliberate. There was no hurry, no urgency in Alaric's movements. It was as though he had all the time in the world to make up his mind. Seb felt a sinking sensation, a deep and heavy realization that his fate rested in the hands of this being, this creature who seemed so impossibly far removed from him, and yet so close, so present, in that moment. He could feel the weight of the siren's gaze on him, like the ocean itself was scrutinizing him, pulling at his every thought, every breath, every action. Seb's own breath hitched again, and he struggled to keep his mind focused, but the truth was undeniable. The siren had no reason to help him. There was no bond between them, no shared understanding, no reason for the creature to care about his survival. Alaric was a being of the sea, ancient and vast, and Seb was nothing more than a man, a pirate, a survivor who had lost everything. Their worlds were separate, distant, and Seb knew that he was at the mercy of something far greater than himself. The siren's gaze flickered for a moment, as if something stirred behind those dark eyes, but it was gone too quickly for Seb to identify. It could have been a trick of the light, a fleeting emotion, or perhaps it was something else entirely. He couldn't say. What he knew for certain was that Alaric did not have to spare him. And yet, the stillness of the water, the quietness of the moment, suggested something else, a tension that wasn't entirely hostile, but uncertain, and that left Seb with the nagging feeling that he wasn't quite as alone as he had thought. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity, as Seb waited for the siren to make his move. The world around him felt distant, as though the sea had pulled him into some other realm entirely. He could hear the steady lapping of the waves against the wreckage, the distant crash of the storm, but it all felt muted, as though he was caught between two worlds. The siren's eyes were fixed on him, unwavering, as if they could see into him, could understand something about him that he could not even begin to understand about himself. There was power in those eyes, a depth that went beyond mere observation, beyond any kind of human comprehension. Seb felt small beneath that gaze, insignificant in the face of something so ancient, so incomprehensible. But there was something else there too, something not quite as distant as the siren's power. A flicker of recognition, perhaps, or a whisper of understanding that Seb couldn't quite grasp. The water shifted around them again, a swirl of movement as Alaric's tail flicked in the current, drawing Seb's attention. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Seb felt a strange stillness within himself, a calmness that was foreign but welcome. He was not yet dead. And that, for all its terrifying uncertainty, was enough. Seb had been the one to nearly destroy the ship, the one who had defied the siren's song with a stubborn persistence that had only served to anger him. The pirates had come far too close, too many times, disturbing the delicate balance of Alaric's waters. He had watched them, these humans who believed they could conquer the sea, disturb the peace that had reigned in the deep for centuries. His instincts had told him to drive them away, to protect what was his. But now, as he hovered above the wreckage of the Midnight Star, staring down at the broken body of the pirate captain, Alaric found himself confronted with something unexpected, something that was almost pity. The pirate was no longer a threat, no longer a danger to the waters Alaric had sworn to protect. But something about the broken form of Seb, drifting helplessly in the aftermath of the storm, stirred something within him. The siren's instincts screamed at him to leave, to let the human perish in the unforgiving sea, to let him drown in the cold, bitter depths where no one would mourn him, where no one would remember him. It was the fate that all trespassers to his domain met, those who dared challenge the sea and its ancient, unyielding power. It had been the fate of countless others, their ships swallowed by the waters, their names lost to the depths. The cold, cruel part of Alaric whispered that this was Seb's rightful fate, that he should simply let the pirates succumb to the ocean's call. There was no need to intervene. The sea had already claimed enough of his kind. But still, Alaric hesitated. Something in the pirate's struggle, in his defiance of the ocean, kept him rooted in place, unwilling to turn away. As Alaric watched Seb fight to stay afloat, he saw more than just a man drowning. He saw a tenacious soul, one that refused to surrender. one that fought against everything, against the very thing that sought to consume him. The ocean, for all its might and power, had failed to break him, not yet. Seb's body was battered, his movements slow and labored, but his will was unyielding. It was reckless, yes, a foolish kind of defiance, but there was something in it that struck Alaric deep within. The pirate had not given up, not even now, in the face of certain death. And that fire, the stubborn, relentless fire in Seb's eyes, was not something the siren could easily dismiss. There was something in that fire that resonated within Alaric. It was not the first time he had seen such determination, but it was the first time it had affected him this way. Beneath his cold, ancient exterior, there was a part of him that was still human, a part that had been buried beneath centuries of living as a creature of the sea. For so long, Alaric had been disconnected from the land, from the human world, consumed by his duty to the waters he guarded. But Seb's struggle, his refusal to be consumed by the sea, stirred something within him that had long been dormant. It was an old feeling, one that Alaric had not known he was capable of anymore. A recognition, a connection. A pull toward this pirate, this mortal man who seemed so small against the vastness of the ocean, yet whose spirit burned brightly in the face of certain doom. The more Alaric watched Seb, the more his initial instincts, to leave, to let him die, seemed foreign, unnatural. It was a part of him that had long since become numb to the struggles of mortals, to their fleeting lives and their inevitable deaths. But Seb was different. The pirate had fought against the ocean with everything he had resisted the sea's call in a way that no human had ever done before. And now, as Alaric hovered above him, watching the pirate's body weaken with each passing wave, he found himself reluctant to let him go. To let him die in such a lonely, brutal way, cast adrift in the storm-tossed sea, without anyone to bear witness to his struggle, to his fight. It wasn't pity that Alaric felt, not entirely. It was something deeper, something more complex, a recognition of the pirate's humanity. Alaric had long since shed his own connection to human emotions, had become something far removed from the mortal realm. Yet here, before him, was a man who defied the sea itself, who fought not for treasure, not for glory, but simply to survive. And that simple, raw determination spoke to something in Alaric, something that longed for more than just the isolation of the deep, more than the silence of the ocean's expanse. Seb, with his fire and his defiance, was a reminder of the world Alaric had once known, a world of connection, of feeling, of shared struggles. And as he watched Seb fight for life, Alaric could not help but feel that this pirate did not deserve to die like this, alone in the cold embrace of the ocean. In that moment, something inside Alaric shifted. The siren had always been a creature of the sea, bound by its rules, its harsh, unforgiving nature. But Seb had broken those rules, defied the ocean itself, and in doing so, had shown Alaric something he had not seen in centuries, a reason to care, a reason to help. The pirate had shown him a glimmer of what it meant to live, to fight for something greater than oneself. And though Alaric had no reason to intervene, no obligation to this human, he couldn't bring himself to turn away. Seb was not a threat anymore, not a foe to be defeated, but a survivor, a soul who had fought against impossible odds. And that, to Alaric, was worth something. There was a bond between them, one that neither of them could fully comprehend, but it was there. The sea had always been a part of Alaric, had always defined him, but in that moment, he realized that it was not the ocean alone that held sway over his fate. It was the choices he made, the connections he formed, even with those who were not of his kind. Seb, a pirate captain whose ship had been torn apart by the very waters Alaric had sworn to protect, now stood before him as something more than an enemy. He was a man who had fought, who had refused to succumb to the call of the deep. And for the first time in Alaric's long existence, He wondered what it would be like to act on that connection, to reach out, to pull Seb from the depths, to see if there was something more to their encounter than mere chance. Seb didn't deserve to die like this. Not when there was still so much left to be discovered. Not when their fates were intertwined in ways neither could fully understand. Not when there was a chance, however small, that something more could be forged between them. Alaric's gaze softened, his instincts now at odds with the cold, ancient nature of the sea. He had been taught to protect it, to enforce its rules. But Seb had defied it, had fought for his life in a way that no one ever had before. And that defiance, that spirit, had somehow reached across the divide between their worlds, drawing Alaric closer than he ever expected. The pirate did not deserve to die. Not here, not now. And so, with a movement as fluid and graceful as the sea itself, Alaric reached out to him, offering him the one thing he had never offered a mortal before: salvation. Against his better judgment, Alaric found himself moving closer to the pirate, drawn by an inexplicable pull. His instincts screamed at him to leave, to let the human face the consequences of his defiance. But his heart, something he had long since buried beneath the weight of his existence as a creature of the sea, compelled him to act. The pirate's struggle, his fight against the ocean, had stirred something in Alaric that he had not felt in centuries. And now, as he hovered above Seb, he could not bring himself to turn away. The depths of the sea had always been his domain, his sanctuary, but Seb had brought with him a presence that disrupted the rhythm of the water, a presence that Alaric could not ignore. With a single, graceful movement of his tail, Alaric closed the distance between them, his form cutting through the water with ease. His body was a seamless extension of the sea, fluid and powerful, but there was a tension in his movements now, a hesitance that had never been there before. His hand, pale and gleaming in the dim light, hovered just within reach of the pirate's. The warmth of Alaric's skin, even beneath the cold, relentless surface of the water, was a stark contrast to the freezing chill that clung to Seb's battered body. It was as though the ocean itself had swallowed the pirate, stripping him of his strength, of his will to fight. And yet, despite his weakened state, Seb's fingers twitched, instinctively reaching for the siren's hand. Alaric's heart thudded in his chest as he took hold of Seb's wrist, the grip firm but gentle, the touch carrying an unexpected sense of care. The siren could feel the pirate's pulse beneath his fingers, weak and erratic, but still there, still fighting. Seb's body flinched at the touch, his instinctual revulsion to the siren's grasp clear. But he was too weak to pull away. The fight had drained him, the battle with the sea and the wreck of his ship leaving him broken and vulnerable. Alaric felt the weight of that vulnerability, and it tugged at something inside him, something he had long since forgotten, the need to protect, to care for a life that was fragile and fleeting, like a flicker of light in the vast, endless ocean. With a careful motion, Alaric pulled the pirate closer, his arms encircling Seb's limp form. The weight of the human's body sagged in his grasp, his head lolling to the side as his chest heaved with shallow, uneven breaths. There was a faint trace of life in him still, but it was fading fast. Seb's lips were pale, his skin clammy and slick from the salt water that clung to him. His breaths were labored, each one coming slower than the last, as though the ocean itself was trying to claim him, to drag him back into the depths. And yet, despite the pirate's weakness, Alaric could feel the flicker of something, some will to live, some spark of defiance, still clinging to him. For a moment, Alaric hesitated, his gaze falling on the pirate's battered face. The siren had always been a creature of the sea, unyielding and distant, watching from the shadows as humans came and went, their lives fleeting and insignificant in the grand scheme of the ocean's eternal rhythms. But now, as he held Seb in his arms, something inside him stirred, something deep and primal, something that made him question the cold, calculated distance he had maintained for so long. He had seen mortals die, seen their ships sink into the depths, seen their struggles end in an instant. But Seb was different. Seb had fought, had defied the sea itself, and in that fight, Alaric had seen something he could not ignore. The siren's mind raced as he considered his next move. He could let the pirate go, let the sea claim him as it had claimed so many others. But that instinct, that drive to protect, surged within him, stronger than the pull of the ocean. Alaric tugged Seb closer, pulling him just enough out of the water to prevent him from sinking back into the depths. His grip on the pirate's wrist tightened as he shifted, lifting Seb's body gently, the water lapping around them as though it too was reluctant to let him go. Alaric could feel the fragile weight of the human, the warmth of life still pulsing through him, and it ignited something within him, a flicker of a long-forgotten need, a desire to keep this fleeting flame alive. Seb's body was so fragile in Alaric's arms, and yet there was a force within him that would not be extinguished. The siren could feel it in the beat of his pulse, in the way his fingers twitched toward him, reaching out for something, someone, who might save him. The ocean, with all its power and might, could not quench the fire that still burned within the pirate. It was a fire Alaric understood, a fire he had once known, a fire that defied the darkness of the sea. And as he pulled Seb closer, as he felt the pirate's life flicker and surge in his arms, Alaric realized that he could not let him go. He could not let the sea take him, not like this, not without a fight. The siren could feel the life in Seb's veins, fragile and fleeting, and yet there was something in that pulse, something in the way Seb's body responded to his touch, that stirred something deep within Alaric. It was a strange feeling, alien and unfamiliar, but it was undeniable. This human, this pirate, had defied the very forces of nature, and in doing so, had awakened something in Alaric that he had thought lost forever. The ocean was vast, unyielding, and infinite, but in this moment, Alaric felt something more than just the pull of the water. He felt the weight of Seb's struggle, of his fight for survival, and it ignited a spark within him, a spark that refused to be extinguished. With each passing moment, Seb's life seemed to grow more fragile, his breath shallower, his body growing colder in Alaric's arms. But the siren could not, would not, let him go. Not yet. Something had shifted within him, something ancient and primal, something that called to him to protect this pirate, to save him from the depths. The ocean could have claimed him, could have swallowed him whole, but Alaric was not ready to let that happen. Not when there was something still burning in Seb's eyes, not when there was something still left to be discovered between them. Alaric's gaze softened, his grip tightening ever so slightly as he pulled Seb closer, determined to keep him alive, to protect him for as long as he could. The pirate's survival was no longer a question of duty, or even of what was right. Something had shifted between them, something that neither of them could have anticipated. It was no longer about the sea's laws or the siren's inherent nature as a predator. It had become something else entirely, something deeper and more primal. A bond had formed, though neither Alaric nor Seb fully understood it. It was as though the siren had crossed an invisible line, one that separated him from the cold detachment of his existence as a creature of the ocean. In rescuing the pirate, Alaric had unknowingly bound himself to him, a bond he could neither ignore nor sever. And Seb, for his part, could feel the pull of it, felt it in the way the siren held him, the way the sea itself seemed to shift around them, as if it too had recognized the new connection between them. Seb's body felt heavy, his chest tight as if the very air was too thick for him to breathe. He fought for each breath, but the effort was wearing him thin. Every inch of him ached, his muscles sore from the battle with the sea, from the wreck of the ship, from the crash that had brought him to this point. Yet, even amidst the pain and exhaustion, something stirred inside him, a strange, undeniable pull toward the figure that hovered above him. The siren's presence was powerful, a force that seemed to fill the air, a strange mix of warmth and cold, like the sea itself. Seb's eyes fluttered open again, though the world around him was blurred, his vision clouded by the salt water in his eyes and the haze of his fevered state. The endless expanse of the ocean stretched before him, and yet, at the center of it all, there was the siren, Alaric. Alaric's face was haunting, his features sharp and otherworldly. The siren's eyes were pools of inky blackness, absorbing the light, and yet there was something magnetic about them, something that held Seb captive, even as his own mind struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. Seb had been to sea countless times, had faced pirates, storms, and enemies of all kinds, but nothing had ever prepared him for this moment. There was a rawness to Alaric, a depth to his gaze that Seb couldn't quite place, couldn't comprehend. The siren was a creature of legend, a being of the sea, yet here he was, looking down at Seb with an intensity that made the pirate's pulse quicken. Seb could feel it, the weight of Alaric's gaze, the force of it pulling him in even as his body screamed for relief. "W.Y.?" Seb rasped, his voice barely a whisper. The words felt foreign on his tongue, as though they weren't meant to be spoken aloud, not in this moment, not to this creature. The fog of exhaustion was heavy, clouding his thoughts and making it harder to focus on anything beyond the thundering beat of his heart and the overwhelming presence of the siren. But still, the question escaped his lips, the only one that mattered in that moment. "Why, save me?" He couldn't fathom it, couldn't understand why this creature, this being who was, by all accounts, his enemy, had chosen to save him. Was it mercy? Or some deeper, more inexplicable force that bound them together now? Seb's mind was too fogged to fully grasp the situation, but the question lingered, hanging between them like a bridge that neither of them could cross. Alaric didn't answer immediately, and in that silence, Seb felt the weight of his gaze even more. The siren studied him with an intensity that felt like it could pierce through the very fabric of his being. Seb could feel it, the pressure of Alaric's stare, like the ocean pressing against his chest. It was as though the siren was searching for something, some answer, some truth, hidden beneath Seb's battered exterior. There was a flicker of something in Alaric's eyes, a momentary lapse in the otherwise impenetrable facade he wore. It was subtle, a mere flicker, but Seb caught it, a flash of uncertainty, maybe guilt, or even confusion. It was gone as quickly as it had come, hidden behind the stone-like mask that Alaric wore, the one that had shielded him from the world for centuries. Yet, despite the stone coldness that followed, Seb couldn't help but wonder what had caused that brief crack in the siren's exterior. Seb's thoughts were a jumble, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this situation than he could understand. Alaric was no mere sea creature. There was something ancient in him, something that spoke of forgotten times, of deep, unfathomable waters. And yet, there was a conflict in him now, something that made him pause before answering, something that made him linger in the space between them. Seb's body ached, his strength fading by the second, but even in his weakened state, he couldn't ignore the pull of the siren, the force that seemed to be drawing them closer. Alaric hadn't just saved him out of pity, or out of some sense of obligation. No, there was more to it than that. The pirate could feel it in the way the siren held him, in the way the world itself seemed to bend around them. Alaric's silence stretched on, but Seb didn't mind it. He didn't expect answers, not yet, not from a creature like this. But still, the question lingered. Why save him? Why not let the ocean have its due, let him be consumed by the very waves that had claimed his crew? Why had Alaric acted when no one else would? Seb's breath hitched as his mind raced, his heart pounding in his chest. There was something unspoken between them, something more than just this moment, more than just this strange encounter in the middle of a storm. The bond that had formed between them was undeniable, though either of them could name it. It was the pull of the sea itself, the rhythm of the tides, the understanding that something ancient was stirring within them both. As Seb fought to stay conscious, his mind flickered between the present and the past. The wreckage of the Midnight Star, his fallen crew, and the endless expanse of the ocean, all of it blurred together, fading into the haze of his exhaustion. But through it all, there was Alaric. The siren's presence was a constant, a weight and a pull that Seb could not escape, even if he wanted to. The ocean itself had changed, had shifted around them, as though recognizing the bond that had formed between the two of them. Seb's body was weak, his breath shallow, but his thoughts were clear. This was no ordinary encounter. This was something far more significant, something that would change both their fates in ways they couldn't yet comprehend. Alaric's gaze remained fixed on him, his silence deepening, but Seb could feel the shift, the unspoken understanding that passed between them. The bond that had formed was no longer just an accident of circumstance. It was something more, something powerful and undeniable. And as the siren continued to watch him, Seb felt something stir within him as well. A deep, unexpected trust, a recognition that he was no longer alone in this vast, unforgiving sea. Whether he understood it fully or not, the bond between them had been forged, and neither of them would be able to walk away from it. "I don't know," Alaric murmured, his voice soft but resonant, a low, melodic hum that seemed to vibrate deep within Seb's bones. The sound was almost hypnotic, pulling Seb deeper into the fog that clouded his mind, even as he fought to stay conscious. "I should let you die. But something in you makes me want to keep you alive." The words echoed in the silence between them, each syllable lingering in the air like an enigma, a mystery that Seb couldn't begin to unravel. His breath caught in his chest, the words sinking into him with an odd weight. He should have been afraid, but instead there was a strange pull, a warmth that emanated from the siren's touch, as if those words had some deeper meaning that only the ocean, and perhaps Seb himself, could truly understand. Seb's lips parted in an attempt to respond, but the words never came. His body was too drained, his senses overwhelmed by the cold of the ocean and the raw exhaustion that tugged relentlessly at him. His mind, though struggling to make sense of everything that had just happened, couldn't piece together coherent thoughts. And yet, in that moment, Seb knew. He understood, on some fundamental level, what Alaric was saying. The siren, this creature he had once feared, this otherworldly being from the depths of the sea, had chosen to save him, for reasons unknown. A bond had formed, one neither of them could have foreseen, and it was pulling them both in directions neither was prepared for. The realization sent a strange tremor through Seb's chest, a mix of disbelief and something else, a flicker of hope. Why him? Why had the siren chosen to intervene, to risk the wrath of the ocean itself for a mere pirate captain? But Seb could not answer that question, nor did he have the strength to. He could only feel the weight of the siren's presence, the gravity of the situation settling over him like the ocean's endless depths. The sea, which had once seemed vast and indifferent, now felt more intimate, as though the very water around him was aware of the shift that had occurred. Seb had once been at the mercy of the ocean, but now, the ocean itself had become a silent participant in whatever strange bond had formed between him and Alaric. Alaric's grip on Seb tightened slightly, his touch firm but not unkind. There was no cruelty in the siren's movements, no malice. Instead, there was something almost protective in the way Alaric held him, as though offering a promise, though Seb wasn't sure what that promise meant yet. It was as if the siren had made a decision, a silent vow, to keep him alive, to pull him from the jaws of death and give him a chance. Though what that chance would look like, Seb could not yet imagine. The siren's touch was warm, the contrast between it and the cold sea water stark, and it grounded Seb, giving him a sense of something solid, something real in the midst of the chaos. In the next moment, without another word, Alaric began to move. His tail sliced through the water with powerful, fluid strokes, propelling them forward through the dark expanse of the sea. Seb, too weak to do anything but float, was carried effortlessly by the siren's strength. The waves, once tumultuous and violent, now seemed to part before them, as if the ocean itself had made room for their passage. The deep blue of the water surrounded them, the surface of the sea barely visible above, as though they had entered a world beneath the world, a world where the rules of nature were bent, where a pirate and a siren, two beings from opposite worlds, could find themselves intertwined in a way that defied explanation. The moonlight above was muted, hidden behind a blanket of clouds, casting the sea in shades of midnight blue. The world felt vast and empty, the only sounds the rhythmic swish of Alaric's tail, and the faint lapping of water against Seb's skin. His mind wandered in and out of clarity, each pulse of his heart a reminder of how fragile he was, how close he had come to losing everything. And yet, despite the overwhelming exhaustion that clung to him like a second skin, Seb couldn't deny the strange sense of comfort that washed over him in the presence of the siren. There was a certain peace in the way Alaric moved, in the way he guided them through the water, as though he had always belonged there, always been part of this world. As they drifted further from the wreckage of the Midnight Star, Seb found himself unable to shake the feeling that something had changed, something irrevocable. The world around them seemed to shift, subtly but undeniably, as if the sea itself had recognized the bond between them. Seb had never believed in fate, had never thought of the ocean as anything more than a merciless force to be reckoned with. But now he felt differently. The waters beneath him, the siren beside him, they were no longer just elements of his world. They had become a part of him, just as he had become a part of them. The siren's decision to save him had altered the course of his life in a way he couldn't yet comprehend, but he knew, deep down, that he was no longer just a survivor. He was something more. Seb's breath came in shallow gasps as the ocean continued to enfold them, pulling them deeper into the night. The sounds of the world above, of the storm, the wreck, were fading, replaced by the soft, constant hum of the sea. It was a strange, comforting sound, one that seemed to promise that things could be different now. The pirate captain's mind, though still clouded by exhaustion, grasped at that thought. Things could be different. He had been saved, not just from the sea, but from the darkness that had threatened to swallow him whole. Whether he was ready for it or not, this encounter with Alaric had opened a door to something new, something uncertain. Despite the overwhelming weariness that tugged at him, despite the unrelenting ache in his body, Seb couldn't bring himself to fully let go. There was too much at stake now, too much that had yet to be understood. The siren, Alaric, was a mystery, one that Seb would need to solve, one that he wasn't sure he was ready to face. But as they moved further into the depths of the ocean, as the distance between them and the wreckage grew, Seb realized that whatever happened next, whatever came of this strange bond, he was no longer alone. Alaric's presence was undeniable, as much a part of the sea as the waves themselves, and Seb would have to find a way to navigate this new world that had opened up before him. Seb's body was heavy, his limbs aching as the weight of the sea clung to him, dragging him deeper into unconsciousness. Each shallow breath felt like a battle, a fight against the exhaustion that threatened to pull him under. He fought it, though, as if some instinct deep within him refused to surrender. His vision blurred, and the world around him seemed to fade in and out, like the ebb and flow of the tides. Yet, despite the overwhelming darkness that pressed in on him, there was a nagging awareness in the back of his mind, something he couldn't quite place, but something that felt like a warning. His eyes fluttered shut once more, but this time, he didn't open them again. The storm, he knew, was far from over. The sea around him was calm for the moment, the storm having subsided, but the eerie stillness only seemed to deepen the sense of foreboding that hung over him. He could feel the water against his skin, its cold fingers brushing against him with a chilling reminder of how close he had come to drowning. But even in the relative calm of the aftermath, he could sense the tension in the air, the storm having merely paused before it returned with renewed fury. It was as though the sea was holding its breath, waiting for something that Seb couldn't name. And in that moment, it was as if the storm wasn't just the physical tempest that had raged around him. It was something more, something bound to his fate. In the darkness of his fading consciousness, Seb couldn't escape the feeling that the storm was a metaphor for the chaos that had overtaken his life. His mind drifted, slipping between memories of the wreckage, of his crew, of the moments before the storm had claimed their ship. He had fought against it, fought against everything that had come before him. His life, his choices, the very call of the ocean itself. But now, as the remnants of the storm settled around him, Seb realized that the true storm wasn't just one of nature. It was a storm of fate, an invisible force that had swept through his life and had brought him to this point, to the edge of the ocean and the edge of his existence. In the quiet, Seb could feel it, the pull of something larger than himself. The storm that raged within him, the conflict between his past and his future, was as powerful and relentless as the ocean itself. It was a storm that could not be outrun, a force that could not be bargained with. No matter how much he fought it, Seb had always known, deep down, that he would face this reckoning eventually. He had lived a life on the edge, on the constant brink of disaster, but the events of the past days, his ship lost, his crew gone, had brought him to a precipice. He could no longer deny it. The storm of fate had found him, and it was not something he could escape. With a weak, unsteady breath, Seb tried to grasp onto something, anything, to ground himself. But the sensation of the ocean's vastness only deepened the sense of helplessness that he couldn't shake. He was adrift, no longer in control. The very thing he had once believed to be his greatest strength now turned against him. The sea, which had always been his domain, was now something foreign, something he could no longer command. The idea of being powerless was a bitter pill to swallow, but as his body floated listlessly in the water, he understood that the storm he faced wasn't just a force of nature. It was a force of destiny, a current that was carrying him forward whether he was ready or not. As Seb's body drifted with the current, his mind began to slip further into a haze, but the thought lingered. There was no escaping fate. He had tried, over and over, to wrestle with the world, to shape his life with his own hands. But no matter how many battles he fought or how many storms he weathered, the threads of destiny had always woven themselves into his life in ways he couldn't understand. The wreck of the Midnight Star, the loss of his crew, and now the appearance of the Siren, these were all pieces of a puzzle that he could not yet complete, and he was beginning to realize that he wasn't meant to. Fate had its own plans, and he was a mere player in its grand design. In his weakened state, Seb began to feel a strange sense of resignation wash over him, as though his struggle was futile, as though the storm inside him was already won. The realization was bittersweet, but there was also a strange peace in it. The more he thought about it, the more he understood that this storm, this invisible force that had shaped his life, was not something he could control or avoid. It was a part of him, as much as the sea had been a part of him for all those years. And as much as he had fought against it, as much as he had tried to outrun it, he knew now that he was meant to face it, to let it unfold as it would. The Siren's presence beside him seemed to anchor him, even in his weakest state. Though Seb's mind was clouded, he felt the pull of something greater than himself, the connection between him and the creature of the sea, the bond that had formed between them without either of them fully understanding it. It was as if the siren, too, was caught in this storm of fate that neither could control. But Seb couldn't help but wonder if, in some strange way, they were meant to weather it together, if the sea, in all its unforgiving might, had brought them together for a reason. As darkness overtook him once more, Seb surrendered to it, not in defeat, but in quiet acceptance. The storm had not yet passed, and neither had his journey. He could feel the weight of that truth settling in his chest, a truth that was as heavy and inevitable as the ocean itself. Fate had its own course, and Seb could only follow it, wherever it might lead. Chapter 4: A Strange Awakening. Seb's eyes flickered open, but the world was a blur of shadows and swirling outlines. His heart raced, thudding painfully against his ribs as if it, too, had been deprived of air. He inhaled sharply, but the air felt thick, like he was breathing through a veil. His chest constricted with each shallow breath, and the sharp pain that shot through him made it feel as though his lungs were still struggling to take in enough oxygen. The sensation of cold clung to his skin, seeping deep into his bones, and the rhythmic sound of water lapping nearby sent a cold shiver up his spine. The eerie quiet of his surroundings made it all the more unsettling. Where was he? And how had he ended up here? His body refused to cooperate with his commands, each movement sluggish and uncoordinated. Seb tried to sit up, his arms shaking with the effort, but the weight of exhaustion was too much. His limbs felt like they belonged to someone else, as though they were made of lead, heavy and unresponsive. With a groan of frustration, he forced his eyes open wider, focusing on the vague shapes around him, trying to make sense of his environment. The air was damp, thick with the briny scent of the sea mixed with the earthy odor of stone. His head spun as if the very atmosphere was pressing in on him, making it hard to hold on to any sense of clarity. As his vision slowly sharpened, the world around him began to take form. He was lying on a cold, hard surface, stone, he realized, though he couldn't tell where it came from or why he was on it. The rhythmic sound of the water was clearer now, the gentle lapping against stone like the ocean's lullaby, yet it did nothing to soothe the panic rising within him. He couldn't remember how he had gotten here, couldn't recall the last moments before the fog had swallowed him. There were no clear memories, only fractured images, moments that danced out of reach. His mind was a blur, and the longer he tried to hold on to anything, the more it slipped away, just beyond his grasp. When he finally managed to push himself upright, his body protested violently. A wave of dizziness crashed over him, and for a moment, everything spun, the ground shifting beneath him like the deck of a ship in rough seas. His hands gripped the stone beneath him, trying to anchor himself, but the sensation of the world tipping sideways didn't subside. Seb closed his eyes for a heartbeat, willing the dizziness to pass, and when he opened them again, the spinning had slowed, though the pounding in his head remained. Each breath was a labor, and his chest still felt tight, a painful reminder of whatever ordeal had left him in this state. The air was thick with salt, but it wasn't just the sea that seemed to weigh on him. It was the silence, too. There was something oppressive about it, the absence of sound apart from the occasional splash of water. Seb's mind struggled to recall what had happened, to make sense of the broken fragments that he could feel but not fully see. His fingers twitched, and with great effort he reached out to steady himself, pressing his palms against the cold stone. His skin burned where it touched, but it wasn't a welcome heat. It was the heat of something still unfamiliar, something still out of reach. The dampness in the air seemed to cling to him, pulling at his senses, adding to the fog that clouded his mind. The stones beneath him were rough, and Seb tried to focus on their texture, hoping that something tangible could help him steady his thoughts. His legs were uncooperative, trembling beneath him as if they had forgotten their purpose. When he glanced down, He noticed the wetness clinging to his clothing, his shirt clinging to his skin, soaked through with sea water. He had no memory of how he had ended up in such a state, but he could feel the weight of it, the salt, the dampness, the overwhelming exhaustion that dragged him deeper into confusion. Despite the aching exhaustion and the sense of being trapped in a fog of forgetfulness, something inside Seb began to stir, a primal instinct, something that told him he needed to act. He wasn't alone. He couldn't explain it, but he sensed the presence of something nearby, something that wasn't quite right. The air, heavy with salt and damp, felt charged with an energy he couldn't name. He wasn't sure if it was the remnants of the storm or something else entirely, but his mind was beginning to latch onto the idea that he wasn't just in a place. He was somewhere important, somewhere he had no memory of arriving. A thought formed, albeit slowly, through the haze of his confusion. He had been on the ship, the Midnight Star, when the storm had hit. The memories were fragmented, but he knew that much. And now, he was here, wherever here was. The question of how or why plagued him, but his mind could barely focus enough to formulate the right questions. Still, the sense of disquiet in his chest didn't go away. There was something about this place, something about the stillness and the water, that gnawed at him, like a warning he couldn't fully understand. Trying again, Seb forced himself to breathe deeply, despite the pain in his chest. He needed to focus. He needed to understand where he was and why he was here, but every thought seemed to slip away the moment he reached for it. The water lapped at the stone beneath him, and though the rhythm was calming, it did nothing to ease the tightness in his chest. Instead, it only served to remind him of how far he had fallen, how broken the pieces of his past were now. And as the sea whispered in the distance, Seb realized that the true struggle had only just begun. Whatever had brought him here, it wasn't by chance, and he could feel it in the air, in the damp stone beneath him, and in the heavy silence that seemed to hold him captive. Seb's mind raced as he tried to piece together the fragmented memories that seemed to slip through his fingers the more he reached for them. His ship, the Midnight Star, his crew, the storm. All of it felt distant now, like a dream fading upon waking. The last vivid memory that haunted him was the crash, the ship sinking beneath the rage of the storm. He could hear the relentless howling wind, the screams of his crew, but most of all, the haunting siren's song that had seemed to pull at their very souls, dragging them closer to the depths. The cold, suffocating water had consumed him, pulling him under with the weight of the ocean, and then, nothing. Blankness. Silence. Had he drowned? Was this some twisted form of the afterlife? The thought clawed at him, but it didn't feel right. The air around him was too real, too tangible, and the stone beneath his hands was far too solid for this to be some ethereal realm. His mind still ached, too foggy to form coherent thoughts, but as Seb lay still, he could feel the world around him grounding him back to reality. His body was heavy, weighted down by exhaustion and pain, but the confusion that had seized him in the moments after his awakening began to dissipate. He focused, drawing in a deep breath, allowing the cool, damp air to fill his lungs. It felt different, cleaner somehow, like the very atmosphere here had a life of its own. The scent of salt and earth mixed together, creating an oddly comforting aroma, though it did little to ease the unease gnawing at his insides. His gaze moved slowly, taking in the strange new world around him. The question of where he was, and why, lingered in the back of his mind, but his attention was soon captured by his surroundings. The cave he found himself in was like nothing he had ever seen, an unexpected sanctuary hidden beneath the sea's surface. The water's edge was close, lapping gently at the jagged stone walls that surrounded him. It was clear that this was no ordinary cave. It was a place forgotten by time, a secret tucked away from the world above. The walls were rough, uneven, but the stones that covered them gleamed with a wet, almost otherworldly sheen. They seemed to absorb the water, reflecting it in an eerie, dark glow that filled the space with an unsettling light. The ceiling above was low and heavy, dripping with moisture, the droplets echoing softly in the silence. Each drop that fell into the water below seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 years, and Seb shuddered at the thought of the time this place had endured, hidden from all but the ocean itself. The vastness of the cave stretched out before him, beyond the reach of his blurred vision. He could sense its depth, the way the stone walls seemed to curve away into an unseen distance, as if the cave's interior was infinite. The soft murmur of water was a constant companion, the only sound in the otherwise oppressive quiet. Seb's gaze moved across the space, trying to focus on anything that might offer a hint of what was happening to him. His mind was still racing, questioning the impossibility of his situation. How could he have ended up here? The water was all around him, and yet it didn't feel like the sea he had known. The storm had been fierce, but this place felt different. There was something almost sacred about it, as though the very air was steeped in ancient secrets. Faint rays of light filtered through the water, casting eerie, shimmering patterns on the stone around him. The light wasn't natural. There were no windows, no breaks in the cave's ceiling, but it was real, like a reflection of something far beyond his understanding. The shadows on the walls shifted and danced in the dimness, moving in sync with the pulse of the water, creating strange, fluid patterns that made the cave feel alive. Seb blinked, trying to adjust his vision, but the light remained as puzzling as the rest of his surroundings. It was as if the cave itself had a heartbeat, a rhythm that pulsed through the water and stone, drawing him into its depths. As Seb sat there, his mind slowly started to connect the pieces, though they still felt distant, like fragments of a broken puzzle. The overwhelming pain in his chest, the tightness of his lungs, was a constant reminder that he hadn't escaped the storm unscathed. His body was heavy, sore, and battered, but the real question remained unanswered. How had he survived? How had he ended up in this strange, hidden place beneath the sea? The answer seemed just out of reach, like a story he had only just begun to hear, but it was unclear whether he was the hero or the victim of it. There was no clear direction, no sign of his crew, no clue about his ship. He was alone, stranded in a place that defied explanation. He reached down to touch the stone beneath him again, as if trying to ground himself further in this surreal reality. The texture was rough, but it didn't feel cold, not like the stone of an abandoned fortress or a forgotten tomb. This was something else. He could feel the warmth in the walls, a subtle pulse that seemed to respond to his touch, as if it were alive. For a brief moment, Seb considered the possibility that he hadn't just been brought to any cave, but to a place where time and the ocean had merged, where the sea's secrets were kept, hidden from the world above. It was both fascinating and terrifying. There was a certain magic to the place, something ancient and powerful that felt far beyond Seb's comprehension. Despite his confusion, a strange sense of calm settled over him. It was as though the cave, the water, even the very air around him was offering something, offering him a chance to make sense of the chaos. But how could he trust it? He had been pulled under by the storm, nearly dragged to the depths by the siren's song. Now, in this strange place, he had no idea who or what had saved him. The question of his survival was no longer enough to keep his mind focused. It was the unknown, the answers just out of his reach, that gnawed at him. Why had he been brought here? Why had the ocean spared him? And then, amid the silence, a soft sound, a ripple in the water, caught his attention. It was faint, but unmistakable. Seb's pulse quickened as he looked toward the source of the disturbance. The water near the far edge of the cave seemed to shift, the ripples expanding outward. He held his breath, waiting, every instinct in him screaming that something was coming. His body tensed, and though his mind was clouded with exhaustion, a deep, primal fear began to creep into his chest. Someone, was approaching, and he wasn't sure whether it was a savior or a threat. Seb's senses were on high alert, but his body remained oddly weightless, suspended in a space that should have been suffocating. The water pressed against him from all sides, but he didn't feel the crushing weight of the ocean bearing down. It wasn't as if he was floating, but rather, the water seemed to part around him, as if acknowledging his presence in this strange place. There was a strange peace to it, an unsettling serenity that contrasted sharply with the chaos of the storm that had nearly consumed him. He could feel the ocean in a way he never had before, as though it was no longer a vast, unknowable force, but something living, something conscious, almost as if it had recognized him as part of its rhythm. His mind, however, was anything but calm. Thoughts collided in his head, chaotic and incoherent, like fragments of a broken memory. His chest tightened with the effort to piece them together, but the images kept slipping through his grasp, too fleeting to hold on to. The Midnight Star, his ship, had been lost to the storm. The crew, his brothers in arms, had been dragged beneath the waves, swallowed by the very sea they had sailed for years. And the siren, Alaric. The name echoed in his mind, familiar yet foreign, and with it came flashes of images, sharp, vivid moments that didn't quite connect. Alaric's haunting gaze, the way the siren had reached for him, pulled him from the depths. But why? Why had he saved him? Seb's fingers skimmed through the water again, and he felt a ripple, a subtle pulse that vibrated against his skin. It was as though the water responded to his touch, moving with a strange rhythm that resonated deep within him. The coolness of the water against his skin was soothing, but there was something else, something far more significant than the simple sensation of being wet. The vibrations were faint but constant, like a heartbeat. The water wasn't just water. It was alive. It was as if the very essence of the ocean had taken on a form, a presence that was aware of him, aware of everything that had happened. It was older than the waves, older than the storm. It was the pulse of the world itself. A shiver ran down his spine as he tried to process what he was feeling. This was no ordinary place. No, this was something far beyond his understanding, something far deeper than he had ever imagined. The ocean had always been a force to be reckoned with, but this was different. The water around him seemed to hum with life, with an ancient power that surged through him in a way he couldn't explain. The thought that he might be caught in something far beyond his control, that he might not even be the one in charge of his fate, unsettled him. He wasn't sure whether to be terrified or awed by the vast, unknowable force that surrounded him, but he couldn't deny the strange connection he felt to it. As the water moved around him, almost as if it had a mind of its own, Seb's body tensed. He was still alive, he realized. Somehow, against all odds, he was still breathing. The storm, the wreckage, the freezing depths, none of it had claimed him. But how? How was he still here? The panic that had begun to subside within him flared up again. The questions were endless. Was he dead? Was this the afterlife? Or had something far more complicated happened to him? Every answer seemed to elude him, just out of reach. And yet, as much as his mind raced, he couldn't deny the strange calm that settled in his chest, a quiet knowing that he wasn't alone in this place. Before Seb could let his mind race any further, a voice cut through the fog of his thoughts, sharp and clear, like a bell ringing in the silence. It was like nothing he had ever heard before, deep, resonant, and filled with an eerie calm. The voice seemed to wrap itself around him, filling the space in ways he couldn't explain, as if it was part of the water itself, part of the very air that he breathed. Seb's body froze, instinctively aware that the voice didn't belong to any human, but to something far more ancient. His heart stuttered in his chest, but it wasn't fear, at least, not the fear of something unknown. It was more a recognition, a sudden clarity that pierced through the fog of his confusion. Why? Seb's voice was weak, hoarse, barely more than a whisper, but the words seemed to carry through the stillness. Why am I here? What is this place? His throat burned with the effort, but he had to know. The world around him still felt like a dream, like something he couldn't fully understand. The cave, the water, the strange energy that pulsed around him, it all felt too surreal to grasp, yet here he was. He needed answers. Needed to know what had brought him here, and why he was still alive, why the ocean had spared him when it had claimed everything else. The voice didn't respond immediately, and for a moment Seb wondered if he had imagined it. But then, as though it had been waiting for him to speak, the presence in the water seemed to shift. It was subtle at first, just a small ripple in the water near his feet. Then came the voice again, closer this time, the sound swirling around him, making his very skin hum with its presence. "You are not here by chance, pirate," it said, its tone both gentle and inexorable. "The storm did not bring you here. You were brought by something greater." The words hung in the air, reverberating through the water, and Seb's mind raced to process their meaning. Greater? Brought by something greater? What was the voice talking about? He wasn't sure if he was relieved or terrified by the thought, but the feeling that something beyond his comprehension was at play here grew stronger with every passing moment. Seb's gaze darted around the cave once more, his eyes searching for any sign, any clue that might make sense of the situation. But all he saw was the dark, smooth stone and the faint, flickering light in the distance. "Who are you?" Seb finally asked, his voice stronger now, driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity. "What are you? And why did you bring me here?" The questions felt like they tumbled out of him without his control, his need for answers overriding his uncertainty. As the voice paused again, the water around him seemed to grow still, and for a moment, Seb felt a sharp twinge of dread. He wasn't sure what was coming, but deep down, he knew he was about to learn something that would change everything he thought he knew about the sea, and about himself. Seb's heart pounded against his chest, an erratic drumbeat that mirrored the swirling chaos inside his mind. He could feel his pulse in his fingertips, the beat quickening at the sound of that voice, the same voice that had whispered to him from the depths of the storm, the voice that had promised him something, though he had yet to fully understand what it was. And now, standing before him, was the source of that voice, Alaric, the siren, the creature of the sea who had pulled him from the brink of death. A strange feeling swept over Seb, something between fear and awe, as he looked at the figure before him. The cave around them seemed to hold its breath as Seb's gaze locked onto Alaric. The siren stood at the cave's entrance, the shadows casting an eerie frame around him, making him seem like a figure out of myth. His dark eyes held Seb's with an intensity that was almost unnerving, like they could see past the surface, past the fog of confusion clouding Seb's mind. The way the siren's eyes seemed to penetrate him, to read him as if he were a book, sent a shiver down Seb's spine. His skin glistened in the dim light of the cave, shimmering like the surface of the ocean on a moonlit night. The faint glow of the water around them reflected off his features, highlighting the sharpness of his jawline and the curve of his lips, giving him an almost otherworldly beauty. Alaric's presence was like the ocean itself, vast, powerful, and all-encompassing. The rhythm of the water around him seemed to match his every movement, as though he were a part of the sea, not merely a creature bound to it. His long, dark hair flowed in the current, catching the light and swirling with a life of its own. Seb's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight of him. The siren looked as if he had stepped out of a dream, out of a legend. Everything about him exuded the same mysterious power that had drawn Seb into the depths of the storm. Seb's thoughts scattered, his mind unable to focus as he tried to process everything that had happened. The storm, the sinking ship, the terrifying pull of the ocean, and then nothing. It had all been a blur, an endless descent into darkness. Now, somehow, he was here, in this cave, facing the very creature he had once feared. And yet, as he looked at Alaric, there was no fear, only a strange mix of gratitude and confusion. What had brought him here? What had happened after the storm? His body still ached with exhaustion, his limbs heavy as if the weight of the water still clung to him, even though he was no longer submerged. What happened? Seb's voice was raw, weak, barely a whisper as the question tumbled from his lips before he could stop it. His throat felt like it was made of sandpaper, and each word seemed to scrape against his insides. He had so many questions, so many things he needed to understand. How had he survived? How had Alaric saved him? How did I? Seb trailed off, unable to finish the sentence, as though the words themselves were too much to bear. The effort of speaking alone left him drained, but the need to know the truth, to understand what had happened to him, outweighed his fatigue. Alaric's gaze softened slightly at the question, his eyes dark pools that seemed to reflect the depths of the ocean itself. He took a step forward, his movements smooth and fluid, like the current. Seb's breath itched at the proximity, and he instinctively tried to sit up, though his body protested with each movement. The siren's presence was overwhelming, but not in a way that felt threatening. It was a presence that commanded attention, that drew Seb in with an intensity that was hard to resist. "You were lost," Alaric said, his voice low and resonant, like a melody that echoed in Seb's bones. "The sea claimed your ship, your crew, but it did not claim you." His words were not harsh, but there was an undeniable weight to them. "You were pulled beneath the waves, drowning. But I could not allow that. I brought you here, where the storm cannot reach us, where the depths cannot take you." Alaric's voice was matter-of-fact, as though what he was saying was simple truth, and Seb found himself grasping at it, desperate to understand. Seb's mind raced as he processed the words, trying to make sense of them. The storm, his ship, the crew, all gone. But he had been spared, saved by Alaric. The realization hit him like a wave, overwhelming and profound. The siren had saved him, had brought him here to this place. But why? What was it that had compelled Alaric to act? To choose him, of all people, to pull from the depths? Seb felt a strange stirring in his chest, a sense of connection that he couldn't explain. It was as if the sea itself had chosen him, as if something far beyond his understanding had decided that his fate was not yet sealed. Alaric's gaze never wavered, and Seb could feel the weight of it pressing into him. There was something about the siren's presence that was both comforting and unsettling, like standing at the edge of the ocean, where the waves pulled at your feet, threatening to drag you under but also offering the possibility of something greater. Seb couldn't quite place it, but there was something ancient in the way Alaric watched him, something that felt both familiar and foreign. It was as if he were a part of the sea itself, a creature that had lived for centuries, bound by forces beyond the reach of mortal men. "What happens now?" Seb asked, his voice a little stronger now, though the uncertainty still lingered in his words. "Where do we go from here?" He wasn't sure what answer he was expecting, but he knew that the world as he had known it was gone. His ship was lost, his crew was gone, and here he was, in the care of a creature of the sea. But what was next? What would become of him, now that fate had brought him here? Alaric's expression softened, the faintest curve of his lips betraying a trace of something that might have been sympathy, or perhaps understanding. His gaze lingered on Seb, those dark eyes filled with an intensity that seemed to reach into Seb's very soul. "You're in a safe place," he murmured, his voice smooth and calming, as if each word was meant to ease Seb's turmoil. "You were drowning. I found you." There was an almost melodic quality to his tone, a resonance that seemed to vibrate with the pulse of the ocean itself, and for a moment, Seb felt a strange sense of peace settle over him, though it didn't erase the confusion gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. Seb's brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of the situation. His body still ached, heavy with exhaustion, and his mind was sluggish, foggy from the remnants of whatever had happened. He could recall the sound of the storm, the crash of his ship, and the overwhelming pull of the siren's song that had dragged him down into the depths. But after that, everything had been black, an endless void with no sense of time or space. He remembered being lifted from the wreckage of the Midnight Star, Alaric's strong, unyielding grip pulling him away from certain death. But how had he ended up here, in this strange cave, surrounded by the sea yet untouched by its suffocating depths? "You saved me?" Seb's voice was hoarse, as though the very act of speaking was a challenge. The words felt foreign on his tongue, like they didn't belong to him. "Why?" Alaric's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing through his expression. For a moment, Seb wondered if he had asked the wrong question, if it was something Alaric didn't want to answer. The siren didn't speak right away, his gaze fixed on Seb with an intensity that made the air between them feel thick and charged. Then, with a faint sigh that seemed to echo in the silence of the cave, Alaric stepped closer. The water around him seemed to shift with his movements, as if the ocean itself obeyed his every command. There was something graceful about him, something otherworldly, like he was born from the depths of the sea rather than a mere creature of it. His voice, when it came, was quiet but firm. "I didn't want you to die. I don't know why. But I could have let you drown." The words hit Seb like a wave crashing against the shore, overwhelming and sudden. A strange, hollow sensation settled in his chest as the weight of Alaric's admission sunk in. The siren had saved him, but for reasons he couldn't yet understand. The simplicity of Alaric's response made Seb's thoughts swirl in 1,000 directions. Why had he acted to save Seb when they were clearly enemies, when their worlds were so different? Why risk so much for a pirate like him? But Seb couldn't voice the questions, couldn't find the strength to demand the answers he so desperately needed. His body was still too weak, too drained from the ordeal, and his mind was too muddled, too fogged with confusion. It felt like trying to catch hold of something fleeting, something intangible that slipped through his grasp every time he reached for it. Seb's chest tightened as he struggled to sit up, his limbs still heavy and uncooperative. The cave felt both familiar and alien, a place where time seemed to slow, where the world outside was distant and unreachable. He could still hear the faint sound of water lapping against the stone walls, a soothing rhythm that almost lulled him into a sense of tranquility. But his thoughts remained in turmoil. Alaric had saved him, pulled him from the clutches of death, and now here he was, standing before him, offering no answers, only more questions. Seb's heart pounded in his chest, and his breath caught as he realized that, despite everything, despite the terror of the storm and the wreckage of his ship, there was something undeniably compelling about the siren. Something that drew him in, something that made him want to know more. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The air in the cave seemed to grow heavier, laden with unspoken words. Seb could feel Alaric's gaze on him, unyielding and intense, but he couldn't bring himself to meet it directly. Instead, he looked at the ground beneath him, at the damp stone that formed the cave floor. He was alive, against all odds, but alive for what? Was it a second chance? Or was it simply fate playing its hand, steering him down a path he couldn't yet understand? He wanted to ask the siren so many things, to demand answers, but the words felt stuck in his throat, as if the very act of speaking would break something fragile and important. Alaric's voice broke the silence once more, smooth and steady, as though he had been waiting for Seb to gather his thoughts. "You were lost, adrift in the water, and I found you," he repeated, his eyes still locked on Seb's. "This sea is not kind to those who don't belong to it. But you are different." Seb's heart skipped a beat at the siren's words, his pulse quickening. What did Alaric mean? Different from what? From the other men who sailed the sea? From the creatures who lived beneath its surface? The ambiguity of the statement only served to deepen Seb's confusion, but at the same time, it stirred something deep inside him, a longing, an unspoken connection that he couldn't quite place. Seb's mind raced as he tried to make sense of Alaric's cryptic words. He had been saved, yes, but at what cost? Was there something more at play here? Was Alaric saving him part of some greater design, or had it simply been an impulse, a decision made in the heat of the moment? His eyes flicked up to meet Alaric's, searching for any hint, any sign that might explain the siren's actions. But all he saw was that same unreadable expression, that same calm mask that Alaric wore, concealing everything beneath the surface. It was clear that the siren wasn't going to provide him with easy answers. If Seb wanted to understand why he had been saved, he would have to figure it out himself. As the silence stretched between them, Seb felt an undeniable pull in his chest, a magnetic force drawing him to the siren, to the depths of the ocean that Alaric represented. There was something in the way Alaric moved, in the way he spoke, that made Seb feel as though he were standing at the edge of a precipice, about to leap into the unknown. He didn't know what lay ahead, whether it was a path that would lead him back to the world he had known, or if it was something far darker, something entwined with the mysteries of the sea. But one thing was certain: his life, and perhaps his fate, was now intertwined with Alaric's in a way that could never be undone. And for better or worse, Seb found himself unable to pull away. Instead, Seb leaned back against the cold, jagged stone, his body feeling as though it had been stretched to its limits. The ache in his limbs was a constant reminder of the ordeal he had just endured. He closed his eyes for a moment, focusing on the rhythmic sound of the water, its gentle lapping against the stone, a soothing lullaby that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the world around him. The coolness of the cave pressed against his skin, and he inhaled deeply, the salty scent of the sea mixing with the earthy, damp smell of the cave's interior. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to simply exist, to shed the weight of his fear and confusion, and to focus on the singular, undeniable fact: he was alive. The world felt distant and unreal, like a dream that was both familiar and foreign. He had been pulled from the depths, saved by the very creature he had once feared. A siren. Alaric. Seb's heart still raced at the thought, but the sharp edge of his panic was dulled now, smoothed by the serene environment of the cave. His muscles still protested against any movement, but the worst of the pain had subsided. The weight in his chest, the crushing sense of helplessness that had consumed him during the storm, had lifted somewhat. Now, all that remained was an unsettling calm, an emptiness that hummed with questions. Alaric seemed to sense the shift in Seb's demeanor, the need for space, and he responded without a word. The siren moved silently, his movements as fluid as the water itself, slipping toward the far edge of the cave. The shadows lengthened as the light from the water caught the smooth, dark surface of his skin, casting eerie shapes on the walls. Alaric's silhouette was framed by the entrance of the cave, a figure of ethereal beauty and mystery, standing as though he were a part of the very landscape. Seb watched him for a moment, his eyes following the siren's every move, but his eyelids grew heavy, and his vision blurred, the weariness of his body and mind overtaking him. As the last vestiges of awareness slipped away, Seb could feel himself drifting, his consciousness ebbing like the tide. His body sank into the stone beneath him, cradled by the earth as though it were the most natural thing in the world. He let go, surrendering to the darkness that beckoned him, his breathing slow and steady, each exhale a release of tension. The last thing he heard before slipping into unconsciousness was the soft, steady pulse of the water around him, a constant reminder that he was no longer adrift on the open sea. He was safe, for now. But even in the depths of sleep, Seb couldn't escape the questions that plagued his mind. They lingered like whispers in the back of his thoughts, persistent and unyielding. What did this strange place mean? The cave, the water, the soft rhythm of life beneath his skin. It was all so foreign, yet it felt almost intimate. As if the world itself were holding him, cradling him in its embrace. And why had Alaric saved him? Why had the siren, a creature from the depths of legend and myth, chosen to pull him from the sea when he could have let him sink to the bottom with the rest of his crew? Seb's mind clung to the fragments of the memories that danced just beyond his reach. The midnight star, the crash, the siren's song, it all felt like a distant, broken dream now. But the one constant in the storm, the one figure who had appeared through the chaos, was Alaric. There was no logical reason for the siren to have spared him, not when their worlds were so different, so opposed. It made no sense. And yet, the more Seb thought about it, the more the pieces seemed to fit together, as if there was something larger at play here, something beyond his understanding, beyond the simple cause and effect of survival. Even as his body rested, his mind worked tirelessly, sifting through the scraps of his fragmented memory. He could feel the weight of Alaric's presence in the back of his mind, a constant pull, a reminder that he was not alone. That he had been saved for some reason, though that reason remained unclear. Seb wanted to know more. He wanted to understand what had happened, why he had been spared when so many others had not. The questions circled endlessly in his mind, but no answers came. Only the steady beat of his heart, and the soft pull of sleep that continued to claim him. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, Seb could feel the strangeness of the situation settling around him like a fog. He was alive, but what did that really mean? He had been saved by a siren, a creature of the deep who should have been his enemy, not his savior. His body was tired, his thoughts clouded, but there was something inside him, a spark that refused to die. It was that spark that kept the questions alive, that kept his mind racing, even as his body rested. Despite the overwhelming exhaustion, Seb could not shake the feeling that there was more to this encounter, more to Alaric's actions than met the eye. He had been pulled from the depths, yes, but it was more than just a simple rescue. There was a connection between them, something unspoken and powerful, a thread that tied them together in ways Seb couldn't yet understand. And as he sank deeper into the dark embrace of sleep, he knew that when he awoke, the answers would still elude him, but the journey to uncover them had already begun. Seb lay motionless, his mind spinning as the questions swirled in the depths of his consciousness. The answers, he knew, were somewhere out there, hidden beneath the vast expanse of the ocean, waiting to be unearthed. He could feel them just beyond his grasp, like fragments of a dream he could never quite reach. The ocean had always been a force of nature he feared and respected in equal measure, but now it felt as though it were somehow a part of him. Its rhythm pulsed in his veins, its vastness stretching out before him like an endless horizon. There was something more at play here, something larger than the wreckage of his ship, the storm that had torn his world apart. And he was certain that the key to it all lay in the depths. Beneath the surface of the water he now found himself tethered to. Alaric, the siren who had saved him. Seb's thoughts circled back to the creature who had pulled him from the ocean's merciless grip. His mind was still reeling from the sight of the siren, his presence so otherworldly and magnetic that it left Seb with a lingering sense of awe. But the questions were there, too. Why had Alaric chosen him? Why had he decided to spare him when they should have been enemies? Seb knew that the siren held the answers to those questions, but he also knew that they would not be easy to find. Alaric was a creature of the sea, ancient and mysterious, and understanding him would require something Seb wasn't sure he was ready for. The bond between them was something Seb hadn't anticipated. It was not the kind of connection he had expected when he first encountered the siren's song, lured into the storm's deadly embrace. But there was something in Alaric's gaze, something in the way he had saved Seb, that suggested there was more to this than simple survival. Was Alaric an ally, or was there something darker at play? Seb couldn't answer that yet, but he knew that whatever came next, he would have to face it with Alaric by his side, whether as a friend, an adversary, or something else entirely. As Seb lay there in the cool embrace of the cave, he could hear the soft rhythm of the water, the steady pulse of the ocean around him. It was like a constant hum beneath his skin, an ever-present reminder of the forces at work in this strange, new world. He could feel the weight of the questions pressing on him, but he also understood that he had no choice but to press on. The storm had passed, but there was still so much left to unravel. He had to understand what had happened to him, what role he played in this vast, unfamiliar ocean, and what connection he shared with the siren who had saved him. In the quiet moments between sleep and wakefulness, Seb felt the pull of the water, the weight of the sea beneath him. It was as though the ocean itself was calling to him, urging him to dive deeper, to seek out the answers that awaited in its depths. He had always known the sea to be a place of danger and mystery, but now it felt like something more, something alive, something that had a purpose. The siren, Alaric, was a part of that world, a creature whose existence was bound to the ocean in ways Seb couldn't begin to understand. But if he was to survive, if he was to find the truth, he would have to find a way to navigate the waters alongside Alaric. The uncertainty weighed heavily on Seb's chest. He had always prided himself on being in control, on charting his own course. But now he found himself adrift in a world he could neither comprehend nor escape. The wreckage of the midnight star, the storm, the siren, they were all pieces of a puzzle that didn't quite fit. And yet in his heart, Seb knew that he couldn't turn back. The answers were somewhere out there, somewhere in the vast, uncharted depths, and he would have to face whatever came next to uncover them. The ocean was no longer just a force to be feared. It was the key to everything. As he closed his eyes, the image of Alaric appeared in his mind once again, the siren's dark eyes staring back at him with a mixture of intensity and something else, something Seb couldn't quite place. Was it pity? Was it empathy? Or was it something darker, more inscrutable? Seb didn't know, but he would find out. There was no turning back now, not with Alaric standing on the edge of the unknown. Seb had never been one to shy away from danger, but this was different. This was a world he had never dreamed of, a place where the rules were unknown and the stakes were higher than he could have imagined. With a deep breath, Seb let go of the fear that clung to him. He didn't have all the answers, and he wasn't sure if he ever would, but he knew one thing for certain: he couldn't face this alone. Whether as an ally, a guide, or something else entirely, Alaric was the only one who understood this world, the world beneath the waves, and if Seb was going to survive it, he would have to trust him. He had no choice. The ocean, vast and mysterious, had swallowed him whole, and it was only through Alaric's intervention that he had been saved. It seemed as though the fates were pushing them together, intertwining their destinies in ways Seb couldn't yet understand. Seb's thoughts drifted, the weight of his uncertainty settling in his chest like a stone. The answers were out there, and whether he liked it or not, he would have to seek them. Alaric had saved him. and that alone meant something. What, exactly, he wasn't sure. But one thing was clear: the ocean had plans for him, and they were only just beginning to unfold. He would have to confront whatever came next, face the depths of the ocean and the depths of his own fears, and find the answers that lay hidden beneath the surface. With Alaric at his side, he wasn't sure where the journey would lead, but he knew one thing for certain: it would be a journey like no other. Chapter 5: An Unlikely Savior. The cave was still, the only movement coming from the gentle lapping of water against the jagged stone, a steady rhythm that seemed to resonate in Seb's bones. It was both comforting and unnerving, soothing yet unsettling, like a lullaby sung by the ocean itself. Seb's eyelids fluttered open, his gaze blurry at first as his mind struggled to shake off the remnants of sleep. His body felt like a battleground, each muscle aching, his chest still sore, though the sharpness of the pain had dulled. Every movement took effort, each shift of his limbs feeling like an immense challenge. But despite the weakness that gripped him, there was a strange sense of awareness that settled over him, and with it, the crushing weight of his situation. His ship had been destroyed, his crew lost to the depths, and the siren's song, haunting and beautiful, still echoed in his memory. And yet, against all odds, he was alive, still breathing, still here, in this hidden cavern, a strange sanctuary at the mercy of a creature he had every reason to fear. The name lingered in Seb's thoughts like a ghost. Alaric. The siren's name was as strange as it was alluring, a name that seemed to pulse with power, the same power that had saved Seb's life. Seb's gaze shifted toward the far end of the cave, where Alaric stood, his dark eyes fixed on Seb with an intensity that felt almost tangible. The siren hadn't moved, hadn't spoken since Seb had stirred from his unconscious state, and the air between them was thick with unspoken words. Alaric's presence was overwhelming, his form lit by the faint, almost ethereal glow of the water, casting shadows across his lean, muscular frame. The way he stood, so still and composed, spoke volumes. He was not just a creature of the sea, he was the sea itself, its mysteries and dangers wrapped in a flesh and bone form. Seb's mind spun, trying to piece together the situation, trying to find some logic in the chaos. He should have feared Alaric, should have hated him. After all, the siren's song had been the instrument of his crew's doom. And yet, here he was, alive because of Alaric, and that fact gnawed at Seb unsettled him. He couldn't reconcile the two sides, the siren who had driven his crew to the depths and the one who had pulled him from the ocean's grasp, keeping him alive. It was an enigma, and Seb felt like he was being drawn into a current, one that was deeper and darker than he could understand. His thoughts were a tangled mess, but the most pressing question remained: why? Why had Alaric saved him? What did he want from Seb? With a groan, Seb shifted his weight, forcing himself to sit up despite the weakness that still clung to his limbs. His movements were slow, sluggish, but he couldn't lie there any longer, not with the burning questions swirling in his mind. He needed answers. He had to understand why he was here, why Alaric had spared him. His voice came out hoarse, raw from disuse, but it carried the weight of his resolve. "You saved me," Seb said, the words feeling strange, foreign in his mouth, as if they didn't belong. He cleared his throat, trying again, his eyes never leaving the siren. "But why?" The question hung in the air, a fragile thread between them, as Seb waited for an answer that might never come. Alaric's eyes never wavered, their depths dark and unreadable, as though the siren were considering the question with care. For a moment, Seb thought the siren might not answer at all, might let the silence stretch out between them. But then Alaric shifted, his gaze softening just the slightest bit, though the intensity remained. The siren's voice, when it came, was low and melodic, like the sound of waves crashing against a distant shore, both beautiful and dangerous. "I didn't want you to die," Alaric said simply, as though the words should have been enough, as though they explained everything. Seb's brow furrowed, and the confusion only deepened. It didn't make sense. They were enemies. Their worlds were so different, their paths so inevitably opposed. Why would Alaric care whether he lived or died? Seb opened his mouth to press further, to demand more, but the words caught in his throat. He could feel the weight of Alaric's gaze, the power that seemed to emanate from him, pulling Seb in, making him question everything. There was something else behind the siren's words, something unspoken that Seb couldn't quite grasp. The uncertainty hung in the air like a storm, heavy and oppressive. Seb had always thought of the sirens as predators, dangerous creatures who thrived on the destruction of others. And yet, Alaric's actions had not followed that pattern. He had saved Seb, not out of some twisted game, but seemingly because he had chosen to. For the first time since waking in the cave, Seb realized he was no longer certain of anything. The world he had known, the life he had lived as a pirate, had been so clear-cut, so black and white. But now, in the face of Alaric, everything had shifted. The lines were no longer defined. The siren's motives remained a mystery, but the fact that Seb was alive and here, breathing, was something that could not be ignored. He had been saved, pulled from the depths by a creature who should have been his enemy. The questions, the uncertainty, were overwhelming, and Seb felt a strange sensation bubbling up from deep within. Was it fear? Or was it something else entirely? For a long time, either of them spoke. The silence stretched, broken only by the sound of the water against the stone, and Seb's mind continued to race, caught between the fragments of memories that refused to come together. He had to know more. He had to understand why he was here, why Alaric had spared him, and why this strange connection seemed to be forming between them. But as he looked at the siren, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inevitability, as though whatever had brought him here was part of something much larger, something he could not yet comprehend. Alaric's gaze remained steady, unwavering, as if he knew something Seb did not. And for a moment Seb wondered if that was the truth, that there was more to this than either of them understood. Alaric's silence stretched between them, as though the weight of Seb's words had settled into the cave itself. For a long moment, Alaric didn't move. He stood there, his eyes locked on Seb, his dark gaze unwavering, as if searching for something hidden beneath Seb's words, beneath his hardened exterior. Seb could feel the tension building in the air, the unspoken understanding that something far more complicated was at play than he could comprehend. Alaric was not reacting with anger, as Seb had expected, but with a strange patience, a calmness that only deepened Seb's confusion. The siren's presence was like an undertow, pulling Seb in despite himself, making him question everything he thought he knew. It was as though they were dancing around something, an invisible force neither could fully grasp. Alaric took a slow step forward, his movements fluid and effortless, as though he was part of the cave itself, as much a creature of the stone and water as he was of flesh. Seb felt his heart rate quicken, his breath hitching involuntarily as the siren's proximity grew. There was something magnetic about him, something that drew Seb's attention with an intensity that he couldn't shake. Alaric's presence filled the space, overwhelming Seb's senses. His every movement seemed deliberate, every step calculated. Seb couldn't look away. It wasn't just the physical attraction that pulled him in, though that too was undeniable. It was the strange sense of power that radiated from Alaric, a power that wasn't just physical but elemental, as if he was in tune with the very forces of nature. When Alaric spoke again, his voice was deep and calm, but there was something under the surface, a subtle edge that hinted at something more, a conflict, a struggle within him that he was not ready to reveal. "I didn't want you to die," Alaric said, his words slow, deliberate, and heavy with meaning. His eyes flickered downward, momentarily glancing at the place where Seb still lay, leaning against the cold stone. There was something vulnerable in the way Alaric's expression shifted, something that spoke of inner turmoil. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully, as if he, too, was trying to make sense of his actions. "I couldn't let you drown, even though..." His voice trailed off, the unspoken part of his sentence hanging in the air between them like an unanswered question. Seb could feel the weight of the silence pressing down on them both, but the words that slipped from his lips were sharp, cutting through the tension. "Even though I'm a pirate?" he asked, his tone dry but not unkind. His eyes never left Alaric's, studying him with a careful, probing intensity. Seb knew that his question was more than just a simple inquiry. It was a challenge, an attempt to get to the heart of the matter, to unravel the mystery of why Alaric had spared him when everything about their history, their worlds, suggested that the sirens should have let him die. Seb's gaze was steady, though beneath it, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of something he didn't quite understand, a recognition, perhaps, or a dawning realization that there was more at play here than he had anticipated. Alaric's expression hardened at Seb's words, his features shifting slightly as if the mention of Seb's pirate status had struck a nerve. But despite the brief flicker of something darker in his gaze, Alaric didn't flinch. He didn't react with the anger or resentment Seb had expected. Instead, he stood there, his posture rigid, his dark eyes searching Seb's face with an intensity that felt almost like a test. For a long moment, there was only silence, thick and heavy, as the two of them locked eyes, either one willing to look away. It was a battle of wills, a silent confrontation that neither seemed willing to lose. Seb could feel the weight of Alaric's gaze, but he didn't flinch either. If anything, it only made him more determined to get to the truth. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Alaric spoke again. His voice was steady, but there was something deeper in it now, something almost resigned. "I know who you are, Seb Kane," he said, his words carrying the weight of knowledge, as if he had been watching Seb for a long time, knowing more than Seb realized. "I know what you've done. I know what your kind has done to the sea." The siren's tone was calm, but there was an undercurrent of something darker in it, an acknowledgement of the damage, the destruction that Seb and his kind had caused. But then, as if he were wrestling with his own thoughts, Alaric's words softened, and his expression shifted ever so slightly. "But it's not so simple, is it?" he asked, his voice almost pensive, as if the answer to his own question was something he wasn't ready to confront. Seb was taken aback by the shift in Alaric's tone. There was no anger, no accusation, just a quiet acceptance of something that Seb wasn't sure he understood. It wasn't so simple. The words echoed in Seb's mind as he tried to make sense of what Alaric was saying. What did the siren mean? Was he acknowledging the complexity of their relationship? Was he saying that Seb's actions weren't as black and white as he had thought? Seb had always viewed his role as a pirate in terms of survival, taking what he needed from the sea, from the world, without much thought for the consequences. But hearing Alaric speak, there was a sense of guilt that tugged at the edges of Seb's conscience, a reminder that his actions had far-reaching effects beyond his own survival. The air between them seemed to thicken, the silence stretching out again as Seb processed Alaric's words. His mind raced, trying to keep up, trying to understand why Alaric was speaking in such cryptic terms. Was this some sort of game? Or was it something else entirely? Seb had never been one for philosophy or deep introspection, but there was something about Alaric, something in the way the siren spoke, that made Seb feel like he was being drawn into a deeper current, a current he couldn't control, no matter how hard he tried to fight it. Alaric's gaze never wavered, his eyes dark and unreadable, as though he were waiting for Seb to make sense of what he had said. Seb's heart pounded in his chest, his thoughts swirling. There was so much more to this than he could have imagined, more than he had ever bargained for. The siren had saved him, yes, but why? What was it that made Alaric take the risk? What did he want from Seb? And more importantly, what did this strange, shared moment between them mean? Seb didn't know the answers, but he could feel the weight of Alaric's gaze pulling him deeper into the mystery, into a world that seemed more complicated than any pirate's life he had known. Seb's brow furrowed deeper, the confusion inside him growing. His mind was still reeling from the weight of Alaric's previous words. The siren's gaze was intense, almost too intense, as if he were trying to pierce through Seb's understanding, make him grasp something far beyond what Seb was capable of at that moment. "What do you mean?" Seb asked, his voice low, the question more out of instinct than real comprehension. It was a plea for clarity, for some kind of explanation to make sense of the riddle Alaric had thrown at him. His heart pounded in his chest, his body still weak from the earlier ordeal, but his mind was sharp, desperately clinging to whatever knowledge he could grasp. Alaric didn't immediately respond, instead stepping closer. His movements were silent, almost fluid, his body moving through the water with such ease that it seemed as if he were born of it, part of its very nature. Seb could barely hear the ripple of the water beneath Alaric's steps, but the space between them seemed to shrink, the air thickening with an unspoken tension. Alaric's dark eyes never left Seb's, their depths pulling Seb in with a force that made his breath catch in his throat. When Alaric spoke again, his voice was calm, but there was a weight to it that sent a shiver through Seb's spine. "It's never been just about the pirates, or the wreckage you leave behind," Alaric said, each word measured and deliberate. His tone carried the faintest trace of something ancient, something deep that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the cave. "It's about the balance. The sea is old, older than your ships, older than your crew." The words hung in the air, the weight of them pressing down on Seb's chest. The sea, older than anything Seb had ever known. He had always thought of the ocean as a vast expanse to be conquered, something to be navigated and plundered, an endless resource to be exploited. But hearing Alaric speak of it like this, as something ancient, as something that had a life of its own, something that could be disrupted, it was a concept that hit Seb like a blow to the gut. His thoughts swirled, trying to make sense of the idea. The balance of the sea. His world, the world of pirates, felt so small in comparison to the enormity of what Alaric was describing. It was a truth Seb wasn't sure he was ready to face, a truth that made the weight of his existence feel heavier than he ever imagined. Seb swallowed, the weight of Alaric's words settling deeper within him, and his jaw tightened in response. He wasn't unfamiliar with the legends, the stories of sirens and the dangers they posed, the warnings about the sea and the consequences of disrupting it. But hearing it from Alaric, feeling the sincerity in his voice, seeing the truth of it reflected in his eyes, it was a different experience altogether. Alaric wasn't some myth or fairy tale. He was standing before Seb, his presence undeniable, and his words carried a weight that Seb couldn't ignore. "And you're the keeper of that balance?" Seb asked, the words slipping out before he could stop them. His voice was hoarse, but there was a challenging edge to it. He couldn't help but feel the need to confront the siren, to understand just who this creature was, what role he played in this world Seb was so used to dominating. Alaric's expression shifted at Seb's question. His eyes seemed to darken, a flicker of something ancient and sorrowful crossing his features. There was a pause, a long moment of silence between them, where Alaric seemed to gather his thoughts, choosing his words carefully. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer than before, but there was an undeniable bitterness in it now, a layer of history and pain that was impossible to ignore. "I was," Alaric said quietly, his gaze flickering to the water as if he were searching for something in its depths. The words, simple as they were, carried a weight that resonated through the cave. Seb could hear the finality in them, the quiet sorrow that clung to the edges of the siren's voice. I was meant to be the keeper, the guardian of the balance. The sadness in Alaric's words made something stir within Seb. It was a vulnerability, a glimpse of something far beyond the fierce siren standing before him. Seb had expected defiance, perhaps anger, but instead he found something else, something long buried, something that had been left to rot in the depths of Alaric's soul. Seb could feel the tension in the air, the sharpness of the moment as the siren stood there, exposed in a way Seb hadn't expected. This wasn't just about their worlds colliding. It was about a loss, a fracture in something older than either of them, something Seb couldn't fully comprehend. Alaric had been something once, someone who had a purpose, a duty, and now that purpose seemed to have been lost, twisted by forces that Seb couldn't yet understand. I was meant to be, Alaric continued, his voice lowering even further, as if the words themselves pained him to speak. His gaze drifted away from Seb for a moment, and for a brief, fleeting second, Seb could almost see the weight of history pressing down on the siren's shoulders. Alaric seemed to be grappling with something deep within him that he hadn't yet allowed himself to confront. Seb watched him, unsure whether to press further or to let the siren speak at his own pace. The silence between them grew, heavy and thick, laden with the unsaid. Seb's heart pounded in his chest as he waited for Alaric to continue, to reveal whatever part of the truth he was willing to share. The air felt charged, thick with the power of the moment, as Alaric finally spoke again, his voice tinged with regret. But that's not all of it, he said, his words trailing off as though he were reluctant to continue. There was an unfinished quality to the sentence, as if there was more, much more, that he wasn't ready to share. Seb's mind raced, trying to piece together what Alaric was saying. The siren had once had a duty, a role to play in the balance of the sea, but now that role seemed to have been fractured, broken in some way. Seb wanted to know what had happened, what had caused Alaric to lose that connection, but he could sense the resistance in the air. This wasn't something Alaric was prepared to explain just yet. The weight of unspoken truths pressed between them, the silent gulf growing wider with each passing moment. Seb could feel his frustration growing, the need to understand burning within him. But there was something about Alaric's presence, something about the way the siren held himself, that made Seb pause. It was as though there was more to this than just the surface tension of their conversation. There was history here, something far deeper than either of them could articulate. Seb's gaze never wavered from Alaric, his heart racing with the realization that he had only begun to scratch the surface of what lay between them. What did it mean, this balance Alaric spoke of? What had happened to make the siren doubt his place in it? Seb didn't know the answers, but one thing was certain, the path ahead was more uncertain than ever. Seb's gaze remained fixed on Alaric, his mind racing to process the weight of the siren's words. Every word Alaric spoke felt like a layer of mystery being peeled away, but the more he learned, the more questions seemed to rise in its place. Seb couldn't quite shake the sense of urgency in Alaric's voice, the way his presence seemed to fill the space around them, heavy with unspoken histories. Seb leaned forward slightly, ignoring the ache in his body, his curiosity overpowering the instinctual caution that had kept him on edge since he had first regained consciousness in the cave. "What happened?" he asked again, his voice carrying a quieter edge. It was a question that demanded an answer, one that Seb couldn't ignore even if he wanted to. Alaric's gaze flicked down to the water, his eyes distant as if something far beyond Seb's reach had caught his attention. The silence stretched between them, thick and taut, as Alaric seemed lost in thought, perhaps recalling something painful, something buried deep within him. The ripples of the water seemed to mirror the turbulence in Alaric's mind, a subtle ebb and flow that made the air around them feel heavier. Seb waited, sensing the siren's reluctance, but he didn't push. He couldn't, not yet. Instead, he allowed the silence to stretch, hoping that whatever Alaric was wrestling with would eventually find its way to the surface. When Alaric spoke again, his voice was softer, quieter, in a way Seb hadn't expected. It was a vulnerability that didn't seem to belong to the powerful figure Seb had first encountered. The siren's usual confidence, the unshakable poise he carried, seemed to slip away, replaced by something raw, something human. "I broke a rule," Alaric said, his words hanging in the air, weighted with an unspoken regret. There was a long pause, and Seb found himself leaning in, caught between the desire to understand and the realization that this moment was not one to rush. It was as if Alaric had just cracked open a door into a world Seb hadn't known existed, one that was governed by rules and ancient traditions far beyond the scope of Seb's own understanding. Seb's brow furrowed as he tried to make sense of the vague confession. "What kind of rule?" he asked, his tone sharp with the need for clarity. He wasn't sure what kind of rule a creature like Alaric might be bound by, but the weight of the siren's words made it clear that whatever it wasn't something easily ignored. Seb's mind raced with possibilities. Could it be something as simple as saving a life? Or was it more complicated, something deeply entwined with the nature of the sea itself? The questions swirled around him like the water that flowed quietly in the cave, and Seb found himself more desperate for answers than he cared to admit. Alaric didn't immediately answer, his gaze still averted, his expression unreadable. The silence stretched longer this time, as though the siren were carefully considering how much to reveal, how much to entrust to Seb. When Alaric finally met Seb's eyes again, it was like a switch had been flipped. The intensity in his gaze was undeniable, something fierce and unyielding that spoke of years of struggles and sacrifices. Seb's breath caught in his throat, and for a brief moment, he wondered if he had made a mistake in asking. The rawness in Alaric's eyes made him feel exposed, as if he were standing on the edge of something vast and uncharted, a place he might not be prepared to enter. And then Alaric spoke, his voice steady but heavy with truth. "I saved you," he said, the words simple yet impossibly heavy. The weight of the admission pressed down on Seb's chest, leaving him momentarily breathless. Saved him? Seb wasn't sure how to process it. He had thought that Alaric's decision to rescue him was an impulse, an act of mercy, or perhaps something more complex, tied to the mysterious nature of the siren. But to hear it laid out so plainly, to have it spoken aloud, it was as if everything Seb had known about his situation was suddenly called into question. The room seemed to close in around Seb as he processed the implications of Alaric's words. He had saved him, yes, but why? What kind of sacrifice had that act cost the siren? What kind of consequences would it bring? Seb's mind raced with the possibilities, the weight of the siren's past actions pressing down on him. There was something far deeper at play here, something Seb couldn't yet fully understand. He opened his mouth to respond, but the words stuck in his throat. What could he say to that? How could he respond to such a profound revelation without unraveling even more questions? For a long moment, Seb simply stared at Alaric, trying to grasp the enormity of what the siren had just said. There was a quiet tension between them now, a delicate balance of truth and unanswered questions. Seb could see the flicker of something in Alaric's eyes, a kind of resignation, as if the weight of his actions had been carried for far too long, a burden that had been slowly wearing him down. Seb could feel the unspoken weight in the air, and though the words were simple, they carried a history that Seb could only begin to fathom. Finally, Seb broke the silence, though his voice was quieter now, tinged with the gravity of the moment. "Why?" he asked simply. He wasn't sure if he could process the full extent of Alaric's decision to save him, but the question had to be asked. Why had the siren broken such a sacred rule, and what did it mean for Seb now? What would he have to face because of it? The question felt like it hung in the air, unanswered, but Seb knew that there was no easy way to understand this situation. The answer, whatever it might be, would change everything. The words between them lingered, dense and suffocating, as if they had become an unspoken truth neither was ready to face. The tension in the air was palpable, an invisible weight pressing down on both of them. Seb found himself struggling to find his voice, unsure of what to say or how to process the revelation that Alaric had saved him. The siren's actions, though seemingly merciful, were a mystery, and the more Seb thought about it, the more it troubled him. The simple act of rescuing a pirate, a human who had no place in this world of water and myth, had consequences that neither of them seemed to fully understand. There was something deeper at play here, something dangerous and unknown. Alaric had broken something, perhaps even something sacred, by saving him, and Seb wondered if that was a wound that could ever be healed. Seb swallowed, his throat tight with questions that seemed impossible to voice. His chest ached, but it was a different kind of pain now, one that wasn't just physical. His gaze remained fixed on Alaric, trying to read the siren's expression, to find some clue, some hint that could unravel the tangled mess of his thoughts. Finally, he spoke again, his words softer this time, though still laced with uncertainty and suspicion. "Why save me?" he asked. The question felt like it had been on the tip of his tongue since the moment he had awoken in the cave, and now, finally, he voiced it. "I've seen what your kind does to those who trespass, to those who defile your waters. What makes me different?" He was afraid of the answer, but he needed it. He had to understand. Alaric's response was immediate, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "I'm not like the others," he said, the sharpness of his tone unexpected. The defensiveness in his words was unmistakable, as though Seb's questioning had pried open a wound, forcing Alaric to confront something within himself. But even as the words left his lips, there was a flicker of something softer, more vulnerable, in his eyes. It was fleeting, but Seb caught it, and it made him pause. Alaric wasn't just a creature of the sea, an untouchable being who existed in opposition to everything Seb knew. There was more to him, something deeper, something that Seb couldn't yet understand. "And neither are you," Alaric continued, his gaze intensifying. He took a small step forward, and for a brief moment Seb felt the pull of the siren's presence, like the ocean itself was drawing him in. "You're not just any pirate," Alaric said, his voice low but intense. "You've done things. You've seen things. You've fought against the very thing that calls you." The words were cryptic, but there was an unmistakable weight to them. Alaric was implying that Seb was somehow different from the others, different from the pirates that had raided and destroyed, from the men who had scoured the ocean and left nothing but wreckage behind. But what did that mean? What had Seb done to make him stand out? Seb frowned, confusion knotting in his chest. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together, and the more Alaric spoke, the more questions Seb had. "I've fought for my life," Seb said, his voice tinged with frustration. "For my ship. For my crew. That's all." He wasn't sure what Alaric meant, but there was a strange weight to the siren's words, a suggestion that Seb's motivations, his very existence, were somehow more complicated than he had ever considered. To Alaric, it seemed, Seb wasn't just another pirate. He was something more, something harder to define. But Seb wasn't sure he was ready to accept that. He had always seen himself as a man of the sea, someone who had fought for survival in a world that was unforgiving and harsh. His crew, his ship, they were all he had left, and he would protect them at all costs. That was his purpose, his drive. There was nothing more to it. The idea that he was somehow special, that his actions had a deeper significance, felt foreign to him. It was as if Alaric were trying to impose meaning on something that had simply been about survival. Seb didn't know how to reconcile the two, and it made him uncomfortable, unsettled in ways he couldn't quite put into words. Alaric, sensing the shift in Seb's expression, didn't back down. His gaze remained fixed on Seb, unwavering and intense. There was no sign of anger, but there was an undeniable force behind his words, an insistence that Seb could feel deep in his bones. "It's not just about fighting for survival," Alaric said, his voice quiet but firm. "It's about what you're willing to do to change the world you live in. Your actions ripple outward, whether you realize it or not. The choices you make, the paths you choose, they all have consequences. Just as mine did." The weight of Alaric's words sank into Seb's chest like a stone. He wanted to reject them, to deny the implication that his actions could somehow be meaningful on a larger scale. But there was a part of him, deep down, buried beneath the walls he had built, that knew Alaric was right. The world they lived in, the world of pirates and sirens, was a world of constant conflict, of destruction and creation, of life and death. Every choice made had an impact, even if it wasn't always immediately clear. Seb's choices, his decisions, were no exception. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized that perhaps he had been making those choices, consciously or not, for far longer than he had known. For a long moment, either of them spoke. The silence that hung between them was heavy, thick with unspoken understanding. Seb's mind whirled with the implications of what Alaric had said, and 1,000 questions crowded his thoughts. What kind of ripple had he caused? What kind of change had he unknowingly set in motion? And most importantly, what did Alaric mean by the thing that calls him? There was a part of Seb that wanted to push further, to demand answers to these new questions, but something inside him held back. Perhaps he wasn't ready to confront the answers, or perhaps Alaric wasn't ready to give them. Instead, Seb looked down at his hands, his fingers still raw from the ordeal he had endured, and for a moment, he allowed himself to think about the simple truth that he was still alive. He had been saved by a creature of the sea, a creature whose reasons for doing so remained unclear, but the fact remained. Seb was here, in this moment, with the siren who had chosen to save him. And whether or not he understood why, he couldn't deny the weight of that choice. Alaric shook his head slowly, his gaze softening as if pitying Seb's confusion. The movement was almost imperceptible, but there was a quiet sadness in it that spoke of something deeper. "It's more than that," he said, his voice steady but heavy with meaning. "You've fought against the call of the ocean, against what's in you, what's in all of us." His words hung in the air, as if they carried a weight far greater than Seb could understand. The siren's voice was laced with a quiet certainty, a conviction that seemed to transcend the realm of simple explanation. And as Seb absorbed the words, an unfamiliar unease began to settle in his chest, curling like a cold hand around his heart. There was something about the way Alaric spoke that made Seb feel as though he was standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, something that might swallow him whole if he wasn't careful. Seb's breath caught in his throat as he tried to process the siren's words. The sensation of unease only deepened, gnawing at him with a persistent insistence. "What's in me?" he asked, his voice rough, almost demanding. The words felt foreign on his tongue, but there was no denying the truth in them. Alaric's words had opened a door, and Seb felt an almost primal urge to know what lay beyond it, even if he wasn't sure he wanted to face what he might find. Something about this conversation was pushing him to the edge, and Seb couldn't quite understand why his instincts screamed for him to back away. Yet he couldn't look away. His gaze was fixed on Alaric, drawn in by the mysterious gravity of the siren's presence. Alaric didn't immediately answer, and for a moment, the cave was silent except for the soft, rhythmic sound of the water lapping against the stone. The siren seemed to be weighing his words carefully, as though contemplating how much to reveal. Finally, he took a step closer to Seb, his movements fluid and measured. He knelt down beside him, lowering his voice so that it barely reached Seb's ears. The shift in Alaric's demeanor was subtle, but it was enough to make Seb's heart beat faster. The siren's voice, now almost a whisper, carried a weight that pressed against Seb's chest. "A part of you is bound to the sea, Seb Kane," Alaric said softly. "Whether you know it or not, you've always been a part of this world. That's why you survived." Seb recoiled slightly at the words, instinctively pulling back from the intensity of Alaric's gaze. His mind struggled to make sense of what was being said, but all that came to him was a sharp flash of disbelief. "No," he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. "That can't be right. I'm not." His voice faltered as if the denial itself were a fragile barrier that couldn't hold up against the weight of Alaric's words. The very idea that he was somehow connected to the sea, bound to it in some unfathomable way, felt impossible. He was a pirate, a man of the surface, a creature of land and wood and iron. The ocean had always been something to sail on, to fight against, never something to belong to. And yet, the more he listened to Alaric, the more the words gnawed at him, refusing to let him push them away. Alaric's eyes never left him, dark and intense, studying Seb as though he could see straight into his soul. There was a quiet power in the siren's gaze, an understanding that Seb couldn't quite reach, but it felt all too real. "You survived because the sea chose to spare you," Alaric said, his voice low but firm. "It's in your blood, Seb. You've always had a part of the ocean inside you, even if you didn't know it." The words hit Seb like a blow, each one sinking deeper into his chest, leaving him breathless. The idea that he had always been connected to the ocean, that it had somehow chosen him, it was too much to comprehend. He had always thought of the sea as something external, something to be conquered, not something that lived within him. Seb's heart pounded in his chest, and his thoughts raced as he tried to make sense of everything Alaric had just told him. He had spent his entire life on the surface, fighting, surviving, carving out a space for himself in a world that had never been kind. How could this be true? How could he have a connection to the very thing he had spent years evading, to the creatures he had once hunted? The ocean was vast, ancient, and unfathomable. It didn't care about him, did it? The thought felt like a betrayal, as if the foundation of everything he had ever known was being pulled out from under him. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white with tension, as he tried to push away the growing sense of confusion and fear. Alaric seemed to sense the conflict roiling inside him. He didn't press Seb further, but his gaze softened ever so slightly, as if giving Seb space to process what he had just revealed. There was no judgment in his eyes, no malice, only a quiet understanding. "You don't have to accept it right now," he said gently, "but it's the truth. It's why you survived when others didn't." Seb could hear the unspoken implication in Alaric's words, that the siren had chosen him, that the ocean had spared him for a reason. The thought made Seb's chest tighten even more, and he fought to push it away, to focus on something, anything else. But the more Seb thought about it, the more it made sense. He had always been drawn to the sea, always felt its pull, its rhythm in his blood. It was in the way the waves whispered to him in the quiet moments, in the way he could feel the wind in his sails as if it were guiding him. And when he had fought against the storm that had wrecked his ship, there had been something almost unnatural about his determination, a desperation to survive that hadn't come from his own strength alone. He couldn't deny the pull of the ocean now, the way it had always been there, just beneath the surface, waiting to surface when he needed it most. Alaric's voice broke through his thoughts once more, pulling Seb back to the present. "It's not just about surviving," the siren said softly, his words almost a warning. "It's about understanding your place in this world, Seb. You've been fighting against the very thing that sustains you. But you can't keep fighting forever." There was an undeniable weight in the siren's tone, an urgency that Seb couldn't ignore. And as much as he wanted to resist, as much as he wanted to reject everything Alaric was telling him, there was a quiet part of him that knew the truth was inescapable. The sea had always been a part of him, and no matter how hard he tried to fight it, he couldn't outrun the call. "You are," Alaric interrupted, his voice insistent, cutting through the heavy silence that had settled between them. His words hung in the air like a thunderclap, loud and undeniable. "The sea has always called to you. Even when you didn't understand it, you've been bound to it." The certainty in his tone was like a stone dropped into the stillness of the cave, sending ripples through Seb's thoughts. His chest tightened at the implications of Alaric's words, and his mind, already overwhelmed by the revelations, struggled to keep pace. For all his bravado, for all his resistance, the idea that he had always been tied to the sea was too much to ignore, and the realization hit him harder than any storm. The weight of Alaric's words seemed to crush down on Seb, pressing in on his ribs until he could barely breathe. His heart began to pound as the truth, or what he thought might be the truth, settled in his mind like an anchor dragging him deeper into an unknown abyss. Seb opened his mouth to speak, to reject it, but no words came. He wanted to deny everything, the pull of the sea, the feeling of something ancient and untamed calling to him. But there was something in Alaric's eyes, something ancient and certain, that stopped him. They weren't just the eyes of a creature of the sea, they were the eyes of someone who had seen centuries pass, who had lived through countless storms and calm seas, and who knew more about Seb than he was willing to admit. That certainty in those dark eyes made Seb question everything he had ever believed about himself, about the world, and about the sea. The silence between them stretched on, unbroken and heavy. Either of them spoke, each lost in the weight of what had been revealed, either willing to acknowledge the strange truth that hung between them. Seb couldn't shake the feeling that the sea was alive, that it had always been watching him, pulling at him with an unseen thread. His mind raced, searching for a way to explain it, to rationalize it, but nothing made sense. Alaric's words had shattered the foundation of Seb's world, and now all that remained was an uncertain, terrifying unknown. The siren's gaze remained locked on him, unwavering, and in the silence, Seb could feel the tension between them, an unspoken understanding that neither was prepared to confront. It was Alaric who finally broke the stillness, his voice softer now, almost reluctant. "We can't go back," he said, the words falling like a weight into the silence. His tone was different from before, less insistent, more resigned, as if he too were grappling with the magnitude of what had been set in motion. "The sea has already claimed you, whether you like it or not." Seb felt a chill run down his spine at the words. The sea had claimed him? It was a phrase that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, a phrase that carried with it the full force of a prophecy. No matter how much Seb resisted, no matter how much he fought against it, he could no longer deny the truth in Alaric's words. Seb stared at Alaric, trying to make sense of it all, but the more he thought, the less he understood. How had he been claimed by the sea? What did that even mean? The idea that his fate had been sealed, that there was no escaping the pull of the ocean, left him feeling both trapped and exposed. His chest tightened with the weight of it, and his fingers curled into fists at his sides. This was no longer just a matter of survival. It was a matter of something far greater, something he could no longer control. The sea had chosen him, and in doing so, had placed him on a path he couldn't turn away from. The realization left him feeling small, helpless, as if he were nothing more than a leaf caught in a current far stronger than his will. For a long moment, Seb remained silent, processing the gravity of Alaric's words. The siren seemed to be waiting for something, perhaps for Seb to acknowledge the truth of the situation, but Seb didn't know what to say. How could he possibly accept the idea that he was bound to the very thing he had spent his life running from? The sea was no friend to pirates like him. It had taken his crew, had taken everything he had ever known, and now it was reaching out to claim him in ways he couldn't understand. Every part of him screamed to reject it, to fight against the current that was pulling him deeper into something he couldn't escape. But there was no denying the truth in Alaric's words. The sea had already claimed him, and there was no going back. Alaric, sensing Seb's inner turmoil, didn't press him further. Instead, he took a step back, his posture softening as if giving Seb the space he needed to absorb what had been said. It was as if Alaric understood the weight of it all, the fear, the confusion, the resistance, and gave Seb room to come to terms with it. But together, Alaric continued, his voice a low murmur that seemed to echo in the cavernous space. We can find a way forward. An uneasy alliance. A balance, if you will. The words were tentative, almost hopeful, as if he too were searching for a way through the darkness that had descended upon them both. An uneasy alliance. A balance. It was a fragile concept, one that didn't promise safety or peace, but it was something. It was a way forward, even if it was uncertain. Seb felt a strange stirring inside him at the words. It wasn't hope, not exactly, but something close to it, a flicker of possibility amidst the chaos. The idea of balance, of finding some way to exist between the world he had known and the world Alaric represented, seemed almost impossible. But there was a pull in Alaric's words, a sense of something that might offer him a way out of the confusion that was threatening to drown him. It wasn't an easy path, and it wouldn't be without its cost, but for the first time since waking in the cave, Seb felt a sense of purpose stirring within him. Maybe he couldn't fight the ocean, but perhaps he didn't have to. Maybe there was a way to live within it, to find his place in its currents. For a moment, Seb was silent, considering Alaric's words carefully. His gaze drifted back to the water, its surface dark and still, as if the sea itself were watching him, waiting for his next move. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable now. It was something else, something like an unspoken agreement. Seb knew, in that moment, that his life had changed forever. He couldn't go back to the way things were. The sea had already claimed him, and now he had to find a way to navigate it, to understand the power that pulled at him with a force he couldn't escape. And perhaps, with Alaric's help, he could find that balance, a way to exist in both worlds, the one of the land and the one of the sea. As Seb finally lifted his gaze back to Alaric, something shifted within him, an understanding that hadn't been there before. The siren was offering him something, an uneasy alliance, yes, but it was an offering nonetheless. It wasn't just a chance to survive. It was a chance to understand the forces that had shaped his life, to confront the call of the sea, and to find a way to make peace with it. Seb wasn't sure if he was ready for that, if he even wanted it, but the weight of the offer, the truth in Alaric's eyes, made it impossible to turn away. The sea had claimed him, and now, it was time to see what came next. Seb swallowed hard, his throat tight as he tried to process the weight of Alaric's words. An alliance. With a siren. The idea felt as foreign as it did impossible, like something pulled from the pages of a myth or a dream. His mind rebelled against the notion. Pirates didn't ally with creatures of the sea. They fought against them. And yet, there was something undeniable in the air, something that resonated deep within him, as though the very notion of this alliance was already woven into the fabric of his existence. A part of him felt the pull of it, even if he couldn't fully understand why. His bones seemed to hum with the truth of it, a truth that was impossible to ignore. An alliance? Seb's voice came out more skeptical than he intended, but he couldn't help it. The idea was ridiculous, wasn't it? The sea had never been kind to him, and the sirens, especially, were the stuff of nightmares. He had fought against the ocean for as long as he could remember. But even as the words left his mouth, there was a flicker of something beneath the surface, something that could almost be called hope, though he was hesitant to name it. Maybe it wasn't hope, but the beginnings of something else, something that might force him to reconsider everything he thought he knew about the world. "And what exactly does that mean?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "It means we work together," Alaric replied, his voice steady, unwavering. His eyes locked onto Seb's with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. There was no hesitation in the siren's gaze now, no trace of doubt. It was as though he had already made his decision, and all Seb had to do was follow. "You've seen the dangers of the sea," Alaric continued, his words deliberate, each one weighing heavily in the stillness of the cave. "The same dangers that threaten both of us." The way Alaric spoke made it clear that these dangers weren't just the storms or the pirates. There was something deeper, something more primal that existed beneath the surface, waiting to tear them both apart. Seb's heart pounded in his chest, each beat a reminder of how far he had drifted from the world he once knew. The idea of forging a bond with Alaric, a creature of the sea, was more than unsettling. It felt like a betrayal of everything he had ever believed. The sea had always been an enemy, something to be fought against. And now he was being asked to accept it, to accept the truth of what he was, a part of it, bound to it, whether he liked it or not. His mind spun with confusion, with doubts and fears that he couldn't shake. He had fought against the sea for so long. Could he really turn around now and join forces with the very thing he had always considered an enemy? But even as Seb struggled with his resistance, something deeper inside him was stirring. A shift he couldn't explain. It was like the sea itself was calling to him, pulling at him with an invisible force, one that he could no longer deny. There was a connection between him and the ocean, something that went beyond the physical or the logical. The pull was subtle but undeniable, like a current that ran through his veins, one he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. He could fight it all he wanted, but the truth was clear. The sea had claimed him, and Alaric's offer, this alliance, was the only way forward. The thought settled uneasily in Seb's chest, like a stone sinking to the bottom of a deep ocean. How could he accept something so impossible? To ally with Alaric, to accept the truth of his connection to the sea, was to turn his back on everything he had known. His life as a pirate had always been defined by his struggle against the ocean, against the creatures that ruled its depths. To accept this bond, to work alongside a siren, meant leaving all that behind. It was a choice that seemed both impossible and inevitable, as though the universe had already made it for him. No matter how much he resisted, no matter how many times he told himself it wasn't possible, he couldn't escape the pull of it. Seb's mind raced, searching for a way to reject Alaric's offer, but the more he thought about it, the more the weight of the situation pressed down on him. He couldn't outrun the sea forever. It had already claimed him, already altered his path. The idea of fighting alongside Alaric wasn't just about survival. It was about something deeper, something that went beyond their immediate struggle. They were both part of the same world, both touched by the ocean's power, and perhaps, in some strange way, it was the only thing that could keep them both alive. In the silence that followed, Seb could feel the tension between them, thick and palpable. He didn't want to admit it, but Alaric was right. There was no going back. The sea had already woven its thread through his life, and now he had to choose whether to fight it or embrace it. To refuse this alliance, to turn away from the siren and everything he represented, would be to turn away from his own truth. It would be to deny the connection that had always been there, even when he had refused to see it. And for reasons he couldn't fully understand, Seb knew that he couldn't do that. "So, what now?" Seb finally asked, his voice low and uncertain. The question felt like the first step towards something irreversible, something that could change the course of his entire life. There was no turning back from this. No going back to the pirate he had been, no return to the world he had once known. Alaric's eyes flickered with something that could almost be called compassion, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by that steady, unwavering gaze. The siren had made his choice. Now it was Seb's turn. Alaric didn't hesitate. "No," he said, his voice calm and resolute. "We begin. We learn to navigate the waters together, to survive, to fight. And maybe, along the way, we find a way to make peace with what we are. But first, you have to accept the truth. You are bound to the sea, Seb Kane. And that's something you can't change." The words were final, as though there were no argument left to be had, no room for doubt. Seb had already made his choice, whether he realized it or not. For the first time since waking in this strange, hidden world, Seb nodded, the weight of his decision settling heavily on his chest. There was no dramatic moment, no flash of clarity or sudden understanding. It was more like the slow, inevitable realization that had been building within him, a quiet strength that rose from somewhere deep inside. Despite the confusion and the swirling storm of thoughts in his mind, Seb felt a strange sense of peace. It wasn't the kind of peace he had known before, when everything was clear and simple, when he could trust his instincts without question. No, this was something new, something uncertain, but it was a peace nonetheless. The world he had known was gone, and in its place was something far more complex, far more dangerous, but also far more alive. He didn't know what to expect, didn't know where this path would lead, but for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, he felt the stirrings of something else, something like purpose. "All right," Seb said, his voice surprisingly steady despite the storm that still raged inside him. The words came out more confidently than he felt, but he held his gaze steady on Alaric, refusing to show any hesitation. "We'll try it. But I'm not promising anything." His chest tightened as the words left his lips, as if the mere act of voicing them had made the choice real. He didn't know what he was agreeing to, didn't know how much of himself he was giving away with those simple words. But in that moment, Seb realized something deep within him had already decided. The sea had already claimed him, whether he liked it or not, and if he was going to survive in this new world, he would have to trust Alaric, at least for now. Alaric didn't immediately respond. The siren's expression remained unreadable for a moment, his dark eyes focused on Seb with an intensity that made it difficult to look away. The air between them was thick with unspoken tension, yet it felt different now. It wasn't the tension of two enemies, not anymore. It was the kind of tension that arises when two people, two very different people, realize they're on the same path, whether they're ready to admit it or not. Seb's heart beat a little faster, and the muscles in his chest still ached, but now, it was like they were moving in time with the strange rhythm of the sea around them. There was a connection here, something far beyond just this moment, and Seb could feel it in his bones. Alaric's lips finally curved into the faintest of smiles. It wasn't a smile of triumph or amusement, it was something more guarded, something uncertain. His eyes gleamed, But there was something deeper beneath that gleam, something that spoke of shared uncertainty and the unspoken understanding that neither of them knew where this alliance would lead. Alaric's gaze softened just a fraction, and for a fleeting moment, Seb saw a glimpse of the complexity that lay beneath the siren's seemingly unshakable exterior. It was like seeing a storm cloud breaking apart, revealing a moment of calm before the next wave came crashing in. It was raw, unguarded, and it made Seb feel as though they were on the precipice of something far bigger than either of them understood. "Neither am I," Alaric replied softly, his voice carrying a weight that only made Seb more aware of the gravity of their situation. There was a finality in the way Alaric spoke, as though there were no turning back now. The words hung between them, lingering like the last echo of a thunderclap before the storm settled into silence. Seb's chest tightened, but he didn't look away. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about something deeper, something unspoken, but something he knew would change everything. Whatever this uneasy alliance meant, whatever it would cost him, he had already stepped into the unknown. There was no going back now. The silence that followed was heavy, almost oppressive, but there was a strange comfort in it too. Seb didn't know how to feel about what was happening, how to make sense of the strange twist his life had taken. He had always thought of himself as a man of action, someone who could face any challenge head-on, but this was different. This wasn't just about facing danger or surviving a fight. It was about navigating an entirely new world, one that was filled with things he could never have imagined. The sea was no longer just the backdrop of his life, a place he sailed over and fought against. It was now a force that had claimed him, a force he had to learn to understand if he wanted to survive. "I'm not the same man I was when I first set sail," Seb muttered under his breath, more to himself than to Alaric. His hands trembled slightly as he spoke, but he clenched them into fists, forcing the uncertainty away. The words were a quiet admission, something he hadn't allowed himself to think about before. But now, with the weight of Alaric's gaze on him, with the weight of everything that had happened, he couldn't deny it any longer. He had changed, in ways that weren't easy to articulate. The sea had changed him, and it would continue to change him, whether he liked it or not. The question now was whether he could adapt to this new world or be swallowed by it. Alaric's gaze softened again, almost imperceptibly, but Seb noticed. It was a fleeting thing, a subtle shift, but it spoke volumes. The siren understood. He knew what it was like to be pulled into something you couldn't control, something you didn't understand. They were both standing at the edge of something new, something uncertain. They were both trying to find their footing in a world that had shifted beneath their feet. And in that moment, Seb realized that perhaps Alaric wasn't just a creature of the sea, someone to be feared and fought. Maybe, just maybe, he was the key to navigating this new world. Seb's thoughts raced, but he steadied himself, focusing on the present. He didn't know what the future held, didn't know how this alliance would play out, but he had made his choice. He would try, just as Alaric had said. They would find out together. The bond they were about to forge might not be easy, and it might not be permanent, but it was the only choice they had. The alternative was to remain lost, adrift in a world where everything he had known no longer existed. Seb's resolve hardened, and for the first time since the storm had taken his ship, he felt a sense of purpose, uncertain, but real. Alaric's expression softened, and for the first time since they had met, Seb saw something in his eyes that could almost be called trust. It was a fleeting thing, gone as quickly as it appeared, but it was there. Seb nodded once, acknowledging the unspoken agreement between them. Neither of them knew what would come next, but for the first time, they were both willing to find out. And so, in the shadow of the cave, amidst the whispers of the ocean, an unlikely alliance was forged. The stillness of the moment hung in the air like a fragile thread, one that could snap at the slightest misstep. In the dim light, Seb and Alaric stood facing one another, two beings from worlds that had never meant to intersect, now brought together by forces neither could control. The pirate, hardened by years of ruthless survival on the seas, and the siren, a creature of the deep, bound to the very waters that had claimed Seb's fate. They were two souls, each struggling with their place in a world that had shifted around them, uncertain of what this new bond would bring. Neither could have foreseen this turn of events, and yet here they were, bound together by the sea, in a moment of fragile understanding. The ocean's whispers seemed to surround them, as if the very waters were aware of the gravity of what had just transpired. The distant crash of waves against the shore echoed through the cave, a reminder of the ever-present force that governed their lives. Seb could feel the pulse of the sea beneath his feet, a constant reminder of the power it held over them both. The cold, salty air clung to his skin as if the ocean itself was marking him, claiming him as one of its own. Alaric, too, seemed to be attuned to the rhythm of the waves, his presence a part of the sea's eternal song. The silence between them was thick with the weight of unspoken words, with the understanding that this alliance, however tenuous, was their only hope. Seb could not help but feel a strange sense of inevitability as he looked at Alaric, the siren whose eyes seemed to hold the mysteries of the ocean itself. There was something about the way the light shifted in his gaze, something ancient and knowing, that made Seb question everything he thought he knew about the world. He had always seen the sea as a vast, unfeeling expanse, something to conquer, something to outlast. But now, with Alaric standing before him, that certainty was crumbling. The siren was not some myth to be feared, nor was he a simple enemy to be defeated. He was something more, something far more complex. Seb didn't know what that meant yet, but he could feel it in the depths of his soul. Alaric, for his part, seemed to be equally uncertain of the path ahead. His usual confidence had been tempered by something deeper, an awareness of the gravity of their situation, and perhaps, of his own vulnerability. The siren had always lived in the shadows of the sea, a creature bound to its depths, but now, in this moment, he too was stepping into unknown territory. The alliance they had just forged was not one born of friendship or mutual understanding, but out of necessity. And yet, beneath that necessity, there was something else, a flicker of something that could grow into something more, something that neither of them could yet name. The air between them crackled with unspoken tension, a tension born from the strange, fragile balance that now existed between the two of them. They were both creatures of the sea, bound to its currents, but their paths had always been different. Seb had fought the sea, struggled against its pull, and had come to view it as something to conquer. Alaric, on the other hand, had been born from the sea, a part of its ancient rhythms. Their lives had always been on opposite sides of the same divide, but now, for reasons neither fully understood, they were on the same side. The thought was unsettling, yet oddly comforting in its own way. In a world that had always seemed black and white, they were now caught in the gray in between, forced to find a way forward together. The weight of their shared bond, however new, was undeniable. Seb couldn't help but think of the many years he had spent as a pirate, the countless battles fought, the lives taken, and the chaos he had left in his wake. His reputation, his life, everything he had built up until now seemed so distant in the face of what had just happened. And yet, here he was, standing before a creature of legend, bound to the very sea he had spent his life resisting. The irony was not lost on him, but neither was the truth of it. The sea had claimed him, in ways he couldn't yet understand, and now, he had no choice but to face that truth. Alaric, too, was facing his own reality. He had broken the rules, stepped outside the boundaries of his kind, and now there was no turning back. The siren had always been bound to the ocean, tasked with maintaining its balance, but now, in helping Seb, In forming this alliance, he had made a choice that would come with consequences. The ancient laws of the sea were not easily ignored, and Alaric knew that he would have to live with the consequences of his actions. But there was something in Seb's eyes, something that spoke of an understanding, of a willingness to try. Perhaps, in this strange new world they found themselves in, there was a way to find balance once more. The two of them, standing side by side in the cave, seemed like an impossible pair. One a pirate, a man of the surface, with the calloused hands and hard edges of a life spent fighting for survival. The other a siren, a creature of the deep, bound to the sea's whims and currents. Together, they were an anomaly, an alliance forged out of necessity and circumstance. The idea of it was absurd, almost laughable, yet neither of them could deny the truth of what had just happened. The sea had brought them together, had woven their fates into a single thread, and now they had to figure out what to do with it. And so, in the shadow of the cave, amidst the whispers of the ocean, the alliance between the pirate and the siren was forged. It was fragile, tentative, and born of forces neither fully understood, but it was real. There was no going back now. They were bound by the sea, whether they liked it or not, and the path ahead would be one of discovery, of challenges, and perhaps of growth. But for now, as the waves continued their eternal dance against the shore, they stood together, two souls uncertain of their place in the world, but willing to try. And in that willingness, there was a kind of strength, a strength that could carry them through whatever storm lay ahead. Chapter 6. A World Beneath the Waves. The cave felt smaller now that Seb's eyes had adjusted to the dim light, a subtle transformation that made the space seem more intimate, more enclosed. At first, the cavern had felt vast and cavernous, but now it was as if the walls had gently inched closer, the air heavier with each breath. The glow emanating from the water around them shimmered in a soft, ever-present light, its pale luminescence reflecting off the smooth stone walls and making the entire space feel alive. The ripples in the water cast shadows that danced across the cave, creating a surreal, dreamlike atmosphere. Seb could feel the pulse of the ocean in the quiet hum that seemed to resonate through the very stones, as if the cave itself were breathing in time with the ocean's tides. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced, and for a moment, he almost forgot where he was, lost in the beauty of it all. Alaric stood at the mouth of the cavern, his silhouette framed by the faint, glowing light, his tall figure outlined against the vast darkness of the waters behind him. The dim light reflected off the smooth surfaces of the cave, highlighting the sharpness of his features, his dark hair tousled by the water, and his eyes, those deep, oceanic eyes, fixed firmly on Seb. His gaze was steady, almost unsettling in its intensity, as though he were studying Seb for a long time without saying a word. Seb could feel the weight of that stare, the way it seemed to see through him, as if Alaric could peer into the very depths of his thoughts. The silence stretched between them, thick and heavy, either of them speaking, yet the air was charged with something unspoken, a tension that hovered just out of reach, but never dissipated. In the quiet of the moment, Seb felt a stirring in his chest, a restless energy that made his heart beat faster. There was something monumental about this step he was about to take, something that went beyond mere curiosity or the promise of discovery. The weight of the moment pressed against him, as if the cave itself recognized the significance of what was about to unfold. The unfamiliar sense of awe that filled Seb's chest was not just from the beauty of the cavern, but from the realization that he was standing on the threshold of something far greater than he had ever imagined. A part of him, an instinctive part, knew that once he crossed this line, there would be no turning back. He was about to step into a world he had never known, and the consequences of that decision, though unknown, would change everything. "I've seen the surface world, but..." Seb's voice trailed off as he struggled to put into words the strange awe that filled him. his thoughts scattered, trying to make sense of the overwhelming beauty and mystery around him. "I've never seen anything like this." His words were soft, almost reverent, as if speaking too loudly would break the fragile spell the cave had cast over him. His gaze shifted around the cavern, taking in the way the water glowed with its eerie light, how the stone walls seemed to pulse with life, as if they, too, were part of something much larger, something ancient and unfathomable. He had thought he understood the sea in his years as a pirate, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. It was a different world entirely, one that he had never been a part of, and yet now found himself connected to in ways he didn't yet understand. Alaric regarded Seb quietly, his expression unreadable, the lines of his face softened by the dim glow of the water. There was a flicker of something in his eyes, but it was impossible to tell what it was. Perhaps something like amusement, or perhaps something deeper. He seemed to be contemplating Seb's words, as if deciding whether to respond, or simply allow the silence to linger. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm and measured, yet there was an underlying current of something older, something more ancient in his tone. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, his movements graceful and sure, as if he were at home in this world, this strange and unfamiliar place. He looked at Seb for a long moment before he spoke again, his words simple, but carrying a weight that Seb couldn't quite place. "Come," Alaric said, his voice soft but firm, yet with an unmistakable invitation woven into the cool distance of his tone. There was something about the way he spoke, something that made Seb feel both welcomed and drawn into the unknown at the same time. Alaric's eyes never left Seb's as he stepped back into the water, the movement fluid, as though he were one with the currents themselves. The water rippled and swirled around him, flowing with a life of its own. "I will show you the world beneath the waves," he added, his words almost like a promise, an unspoken invitation to dive deeper into the mystery of this strange new world. Seb felt the call in those words, a pull he couldn't resist, but it was more than just curiosity now. It was the allure of the unknown, of stepping into something larger than himself. Seb's gaze flickered from Alaric to the water that stretched out before him, its surface still and uninviting, yet alive with the soft shimmer of the glowing light beneath. The idea of following the siren into that world, into the depths of the sea itself, was both terrifying and thrilling. For years Seb had been a pirate, a man of the surface, a man who fought against the pull of the ocean and all it represented. He had always seen the sea as something to conquer, something to master. But now, standing on the edge of the water, with Alaric offering him a glimpse into a world he had never understood, Seb realized that he was standing at the precipice of something far greater than anything he had ever known. The sea had never just been a force to fight against. It was a force to be reckoned with, a force that ran deeper than he could have ever imagined. Seb took a hesitant step forward, his heart pounding as the water lapped at his boots. It was colder than he expected, the chill of it creeping up his legs as he moved closer. The light from the cave above glinted off the ripples in the water, casting fractured reflections across the stone floor. He felt the strange pull again, the tug of something ancient beneath the surface, beckoning him to step deeper. And yet, there was a hesitation in his movements, a resistance that he couldn't shake. The pirate in him, the man who had always trusted his instincts, who had always fought to survive, wanted to pull back, to retreat to the safety of the surface world. But the call of the water, the strange promise of discovery that Alaric had offered, was too strong to ignore. Alaric's gaze never wavered as Seb slowly moved toward the water, his eyes steady, as though he were waiting for Seb to make up his mind. There was no hurry in his movements, no urgency, just the calm certainty of someone who had lived in this world far longer than Seb could imagine. His presence was a reminder of how different they truly were, how Seb was stepping into a world that was not his own, but was perhaps, in some strange way, always meant to be. Alaric's invitation hung in the air like a challenge, but also an opening into a world of mystery, of depth, and of understanding that Seb had never even dreamed of. As Seb took another step, the water lapping at his feet, he felt the weight of the moment settle over him, and for the first time, he wondered what it would truly mean to belong to the sea. The quiet pull of the water, the beckoning voice of the siren, and the growing sense of inevitability washed over Seb. He didn't know what lay beneath the surface, what dangers or wonders awaited him there, but there was no turning back now. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, sinking into the cold embrace of the water. The world beneath the waves was waiting, and as Seb plunged deeper into its depths, he couldn't help but feel that this was the beginning of something far larger than he had ever imagined. The world of pirates and sirens, of the surface and the sea, was no longer a division. It was a journey that they would both embark on together. There was no hesitation this time, no lingering doubt that slowed Seb's movements. His curiosity had taken root, becoming something far stronger than the resistance that had gripped him ever since he had awoken in the cave. The uncertainty and the wariness that had clouded his thoughts earlier had dissipated, replaced by a raw, almost desperate need to understand. Alaric was an enigma, a figure who was both a savior and, at times, an enemy, flipping between these roles with an ease that confused Seb. One moment, Alaric had pulled him from the brink of death, and in the next, he stood as a reminder of everything Seb had spent his life fighting against. Yet, here in this strange, luminous world beneath the surface, Seb understood that answers lay only in pushing forward. He had to trust, if only for this fleeting moment, and allow the sea and the siren to reveal their mysteries. Without another word, Seb slowly pushed himself up from where he had been resting, the muscles in his body protesting the movement with a sharp, aching reminder of his injuries. The damage from his near drowning still lingered in his bones, and his body, though healing, was far from fully recovered. Every movement felt strained, as if he were fighting against his own weakness. Yet there was a quiet, unyielding strength beginning to unfurl within him, a surge of determination and resolve that powered him through the discomfort. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about understanding, about embracing the strange pull of the ocean that seemed to echo through his very soul. And in that moment, Seb knew that whatever lay beyond the cave, whatever Alaric was leading him toward, was a step he had to take. With slow, deliberate movements, Seb followed Alaric toward the water's edge, the cold, salty air kissing his face and filling his lungs with each breath. The air was thick with the scent of brine, the sound of the waves rising and falling like a heartbeat, steady and unrelenting. Seb's feet sank into the damp earth as he approached the water, the shoreline stretching out before him like a vast, unknown territory. The rhythmic crashing of the waves against the shore seemed to draw him in, calling him to something beyond his understanding, beyond the world he had always known. Despite the chill that seemed to seep through his clothing, there was a warmth rising within him, the anticipation of discovering the secrets of this world, the world of the sea that Alaric had alluded to. Alaric, standing at the water's edge, turned towards Seb, the faintest of smiles playing at the corners of his lips. His eyes gleamed in the shifting light, an expression that was part mystery, part invitation. There was something almost knowing in the way he looked at Seb, as if he could see through the layers of doubt and uncertainty that still clung to him. "The ocean is not as you know it, Captain," Alaric said, his voice rich and smooth, yet carrying an edge of gravity. "It is more than a body of water. It is a kingdom, a realm of its own." His words were simple, but they carried a weight that made the air around them thrum with something ancient, something deeply powerful. It was as though Alaric wasn't just speaking of the ocean itself, but of the very essence of the world beneath, of a force that Seb had yet to comprehend. Seb blinked, his brow furrowing as he tried to process Alaric's words. A kingdom? He repeated, the word heavy on his tongue. There was skepticism in his voice, a natural reflex to the unfamiliar, the unexplainable. He had spent his life as a pirate, a man of the surface, a man who had only ever known the ocean as a battleground, a ruthless expanse of water and wind that could either be a boon or a curse. The idea that the ocean was a kingdom, alive, breathing, and pulsing with its own power, felt foreign, almost impossible to accept. His eyes searched Alaric's face, trying to find some trace of jest, some glimmer that would suggest that the siren was merely toying with him. But Alaric's expression remained serious, almost solemn, as if his words were more than mere metaphor. "What do you mean?" Seb asked, his voice quieter now, his skepticism still present but tinged with the faintest hint of intrigue. He couldn't shake the feeling that Alaric was offering him a glimpse into a world far beyond anything he had ever imagined. The pirate in him bristled at the idea of a world so vast, so hidden, that it existed beneath the waves, in the very heart of the sea. The sirens, the legends, the whispered tales of sailors lost to the depths, all of it now seemed to belong to a different realm entirely, a realm that Alaric was offering him access to. And despite his doubts, despite the part of him that screamed to turn back, Seb found himself compelled to learn more. Alaric seemed to sense the shift in Seb's energy, the quiet flicker of curiosity that had replaced his initial wariness. He tilted his head slightly, his lips curving into a small, knowing smile. "The sea is not just a place," Alaric continued, his voice now softer, more intimate. "It is a force, a living, breathing entity that shapes everything it touches. The creatures who dwell within it, the currents that flow, the tides that rise and fall, they are all part of something much larger, something older than any of us. The ocean is a kingdom that is constantly shifting, constantly changing, but it is always alive." His words seemed to flow over Seb like the waves themselves, the rhythm of the siren's voice sinking deep into Seb's thoughts. The idea of the ocean as a living, ever-changing entity was both beautiful and terrifying, and Seb found himself unable to look away from Alaric as he spoke. Seb felt a shiver run down his spine, not from the cold air, but from the weight of Alaric's words. The ocean had always been a place of danger, of battle and survival, but to hear it described as a kingdom, an entity with its own life force, made Seb reconsider everything he thought he knew. He had always fought against the sea, fought for control, fought to conquer it. But Alaric's words suggested something entirely different. The ocean was not a thing to be conquered, but something to be understood, something to be respected. And in that realization, Seb felt a deep stirring within him, a sense of purpose, of destiny, that he couldn't quite explain. As Seb took in Alaric's words, a new sense of clarity began to settle over him. He had always thought of the sea as an enemy, as a vast, uncaring force that swept men away without a second thought. But now, standing on the edge of the water, listening to Alaric's quiet reverence for it, Seb began to see the ocean in a different light. It was not just a battleground, it was a kingdom, a living realm that held secrets and truths beyond his understanding. If he was going to truly survive in this world, he knew that he would need to understand it, to learn its ways. And if Alaric was right, perhaps that understanding was the key to everything, the key to unlocking not just his survival, but his place in this strange new world. Seb opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. There was so much he wanted to ask, so many questions that swirled in his mind, but for once, he found himself silent, simply listening to the rhythm of the waves and to Alaric's steady presence beside him. The water before him was still, yet beneath the surface, Seb could feel the pull, the promise of something far deeper than he had ever imagined. This was no longer just about a pirate and a siren. It was about the sea itself, and Seb knew that, for better or worse, He had just taken his first step into a world that would forever change him. With a fluid motion, Alaric stepped into the water, his body gliding effortlessly beneath the surface, disappearing from view as if he were part of the ocean itself. His movements were seamless, as natural as the ebb and flow of the tides. Seb stood at the water's edge for a moment, his heart pounding in his chest, feeling the pull of something deeper than mere curiosity. The water stretched out before him, dark and inviting, the unknown beckoning. He glanced at the spot where Alaric had vanished, his chest tightening with a mixture of uncertainty and anticipation. The cave had already felt foreign, strange, but this, the water, the expanse below, was a world entirely unlike anything Seb had ever known. For a moment, Seb hesitated, unsure whether to follow. He had been caught in a whirlwind of emotions since waking in this mysterious place: fear, awe, confusion, and now, standing on the edge of the water, that same sense of uncertainty swirled within him. He wasn't a man accustomed to trusting easily, least of all a siren who had led him through this strange new world. And yet, as if sensing Seb's inner turmoil, Alaric's voice rang out from the depths, low and melodic, almost haunting. The sound echoed through the water, reverberating in the stillness, and Seb felt the command in Alaric's tone, a call, an invitation that could not be ignored. "Follow me." Alaric's voice drifted upward, more than just a command. There was something in it, something that stirred deep within Seb, a force that reached beyond the mere words, something primal. "I will show you." There was no mistaking the authority in Alaric's words, the certainty that this was not a request but an unspoken promise. Seb's heart quickened in his chest, the tension in his body melting away, replaced by something different, something far stronger. The decision had been made for him in that moment. There was no turning back. Seb hesitated for only the briefest of heartbeats before he took the plunge. The cold water hit him like a shock, a jolt to his system, and for a moment, the shock of it left him gasping for air. His body reacted instinctively, pulling him forward, his legs kicking beneath him as he fought the immediate sensation of cold that numbed his skin. The water enveloped him, surrounding him on all sides, and for a heartbeat, the world above seemed to vanish completely. His senses heightened as the stillness of the ocean settled around him, the water seeming to hum with an energy he couldn't quite place. His thoughts raced, but the vastness of the ocean seemed to absorb them, swallowing up the chaos in his mind. Seb's body quickly adjusted to the water, the cold fading as his limbs found their rhythm. The ocean here felt different, alive, almost as if it were guiding him, encouraging him to go deeper, to trust the current. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He had never been much of a swimmer, having always preferred the safety of solid ground beneath his feet. But here, the water felt like an extension of his own being, flowing with him instead of against him. His body moved through it with an ease he hadn't thought possible, as though the ocean had claimed him in a way that went beyond mere survival. The further Seb descended, the more the world around him shifted. The surface world above, the sun, the air, the rocks of the cave, seemed so far away now, like distant memories that he could barely hold on to. The colors of the ocean deepened, shifting from the bright blues and greens of the shallows to the darker, richer hues of teal and navy. The water felt thicker here, as if it held secrets that were waiting to be uncovered. His eyes widened as he looked around, taking in the strange beauty of the underwater world. It was as if the ocean itself were a living canvas, each movement, each ripple telling its own story. Schools of fish darted past, their scales catching the faint light filtering through the water, shimmering like streaks of silver in the dark expanse. They moved with such precision, such grace, as though they were part of something greater than themselves, a living, breathing organism. Seb's gaze followed them, captivated by their movement, his heart lifting with the wonder of it. He had seen fish before, on the surface, in the open sea, but never like this. Here, the ocean was alive in a way he had never known. Every flicker of movement, every flash of light, felt like a piece of the vast, infinite puzzle of the deep. In the distance, Seb's eyes caught sight of shadows, huge, elegant creatures gliding slowly through the water. Their forms were almost otherworldly, moving with a grace and power that seemed to command the ocean itself. They were creatures that Seb could barely comprehend, their presence so vast and magnificent that they seemed to blend seamlessly with the very fabric of the sea. They moved like living sculptures, their forms shifting in the water, creating a fluid dance that seemed to be as ancient as the ocean itself. The sight of them left Seb breathless, his awe deepening as he realized how little he truly understood about this world. The vastness of the ocean stretched before him, a never-ending expanse that made everything above, the world he had known, seem so small, so insignificant. The surface world, with its wars and struggles, its fleeting moments of triumph and failure, seemed so distant now, so irrelevant. Below him, the ocean was timeless, eternal, an expanse that held secrets beyond comprehension. Seb could feel the weight of it pressing against him, a realization that the world he had always known was just a tiny fraction of something far greater. The pull of the sea deepened, its call unmistakable, and Seb could feel himself falling under its spell. As he continued to glide deeper into the ocean's embrace, Seb couldn't help but feel that this was just the beginning, that what lay beneath the surface was far more than he had ever imagined. The siren Alaric had spoken of a kingdom, a realm, and Seb was beginning to understand. The ocean was not just a body of water. It was a living entity, a world unto itself, a force that could not be tamed, only understood. And in this moment, Seb realized that he was no longer just a pirate of the surface world. He was something more, something bound to the depths in ways he had yet to fully grasp. Alaric swam effortlessly ahead of Seb, moving through the water with an elegance that seemed almost otherworldly. His body glided through the depths, each movement seamless, a perfect reflection of the ocean's natural flow. His tail flicked through the water with ease, powerful and graceful, sending ripples that spread outward in smooth arcs. The long, dark strands of his hair trailed behind him like a fluid ribbon, blending into the depths of the water, so much a part of the sea that it was impossible to tell where he ended and the ocean began. Seb could only watch, captivated by the siren's grace, feeling as though he were observing something ancient and eternal, a creature born of the sea itself. The deeper they swam, the more Seb felt the pulse of the ocean beneath his skin, its currents tugging at him in ways he had never felt before. Alaric's voice cut through the water, soft and distant, yet unmistakably clear, like a whisper carried on the currents. "We live here," he said, his tone heavy with something Seb couldn't quite place. "Not in the shallow waters you've sailed, where ships crash and men struggle. We live in the heart of the ocean, where the currents carry us far beyond your understanding." Seb's breath caught in his throat as he took in Alaric's words. The ocean was not just a vast, endless expanse. It was a world, a realm of its own, and Alaric was its living embodiment. This was a place Seb had never known, and now, it felt as though he had stumbled upon something so much larger than himself, a world that had been hidden from his understanding for his entire life. Seb nodded slowly, trying to absorb the enormity of Alaric's statement. He had always known the ocean was vast. His experiences as a pirate had shown him the sheer scale of it. But the ocean Alaric spoke of was something else entirely. It wasn't just a body of water. It wasn't a place for men to conquer or fight over. This was the heart of the sea, an ancient kingdom that had existed long before humans set foot on the land, shaping the world in ways Seb could barely comprehend. The sheer beauty of the underwater world around him was staggering. Coral reefs, iridescent fish, and creatures that moved with an effortless grace, their forms shifting and merging with the currents. Seb could feel the pulse of the ocean deep within him, its rhythm sinking into his bones, as though the tides themselves were speaking to him. As they swam deeper into the heart of the ocean, Seb's mind raced to keep up with the torrent of new sensations and revelations. He had always thought of the ocean as a barrier, a force that separated worlds, the world of the pirates above and the world of the sea below. But here, beneath the surface, he saw the ocean as a living, breathing entity. It wasn't a thing to be feared or conquered, but something to be understood, to be revered. The deeper they went, the more Seb felt a strange sense of belonging, as if the ocean had been calling to him long before he had ever set foot on these shores. It was as though his very soul had been shaped by the waves, just as Alaric's had been. Alaric's gaze flicked back to Seb, his eyes meeting his with a knowing look that sent a shiver down Seb's spine. There was wisdom in those eyes, something ancient and untold. "This is not a world for pirates, Seb Kane," Alaric said, his voice steady and certain. "You were never meant to be here. But now that you are, you will understand why it is so precious, so worth protecting." Seb's heart tightened at the weight of those words. He had always considered himself a pirate, a man of the surface world, a conqueror of the seas. But Alaric's words made him question everything he had ever believed about himself and the ocean. This was not a world to be pillaged or fought over. It was a world that needed protection, a world that was far more complex than he had ever understood. Seb's mind raced as he tried to reconcile the world he knew with the one Alaric had just introduced him to. How could he, a pirate, possibly belong here? He had spent his life raiding ships, sailing the surface world, never once considering what lay beneath the waves. But now, submerged in the depths of the ocean, everything was different. The ocean was no longer an enemy or a force to be used. It was a realm of life, of beauty, and of mystery. Seb could feel his perspective shifting, as if the scales were falling from his eyes, and he could see the ocean for what it truly was, a kingdom, a sanctuary, a delicate ecosystem that had to be preserved. The currents seemed to wrap around Seb, guiding him deeper into the heart of the ocean, pulling him into the very fabric of this hidden world. Alaric swam ahead, his movements confident and sure, as though he were born to navigate these depths. Seb, on the other hand, felt like an outsider, a man who had never truly understood the ocean's power. But with each stroke, each breath, Seb felt something stirring within him, a connection to the sea that was both foreign and familiar. It was as if the ocean were calling him home, offering him a place among its creatures, its rhythms, its mysteries. The vastness of the ocean around him began to feel less intimidating and more inviting. The deeper they swam, the more Seb could sense the subtle energy of the underwater world, an energy that pulsed through the water like a living heartbeat. It wasn't just the creatures of the sea that thrived in these depths. The ocean itself was alive, a force of nature that breathed and moved with purpose. Seb could feel its power in every ripple, every current, as if the very water was alive with intention. He could see it now. The ocean was not just a vast expanse of water. It was a kingdom, a realm that held untold power and wisdom. Alaric's voice echoed in the water once again, this time softer, almost reverential. "The ocean will never fully reveal itself to you," he said. "Not unless you learn to listen, to understand its ways. It is patient, but it demands respect. And it is here in the depths where you will begin to see the truth of what lies beneath." Seb nodded again, feeling a deeper understanding begin to settle within him. He had always thought of the sea as something to be conquered, something to be feared, but now, in the heart of it, he realized that the ocean wasn't something to be controlled. It was something to be revered, to be protected. And perhaps, just perhaps, he was being given the chance to learn how to do that. As the two of them continued to swim deeper, Seb felt a growing sense of purpose stirring within him. The ocean, with all its mysteries and wonders, was calling to him. And in the shadow of Alaric's guidance, Seb knew that his journey had only just begun. He wasn't just a pirate anymore. He was part of something greater, something eternal. And if he could learn to protect the ocean, to understand its rhythms and its creatures, maybe, just maybe, he would find a place where he truly belonged. Seb opened his mouth to respond, his mind racing to find the words, but they faltered as soon as he saw Alaric's hand sweep through the water. The motion was graceful, fluid, almost as if it were a dance, and the moment his hand broke the surface, a ripple spread outward, echoing across the water. The very ocean around them seemed to respond, stirring with a life of its own, as though it had been waiting for this moment. The water shimmered and glowed, illuminating the dark depths in hues of blue and green, and Seb felt the air grow thick with magic. It was as though a veil had been lifted, revealing a world Seb could never have imagined in his wildest dreams. "Behold," Alaric said softly, his voice now laced with reverence. He had stopped swimming and hovered in place, his body perfectly still, as if he too were a part of the display unfolding around them. The true beauty of the ocean. Seb's breath caught in his throat as the water rippled and swirled, carrying with it a sense of ancient power. The ocean, once something Seb had viewed as a tool, a backdrop for his life as a pirate, now felt like a living, breathing entity, its mysteries unfolding before his eyes. It was as if Alaric had unlocked something hidden, allowing Seb a glimpse into a realm beyond his comprehension. From the depths below, strange and magnificent creatures began to emerge, their forms breaking through the water's surface like mythical beings from another world. Massive leviathans rose slowly, their translucent skin shimmering with the light that now bathed the cave. Long, graceful tentacles undulated through the water, moving in time with the ancient rhythms of the ocean. Seb watched in awe as they passed, their silent majesty overwhelming. He had heard whispers of such creatures, beasts of the deep, ancient and unfathomable, but seeing them in person, in all their ethereal beauty, was something entirely different. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as if they had all the time in the world, as if they were the true rulers of the waters. In the space between the leviathans, schools of bioluminescent jellyfish pulsed with soft light, their bodies glowing like ethereal lanterns drifting through the deep. Seb couldn't tear his eyes away from them as they weaved through the water, their tendrils trailing like strands of delicate silk. The sight of them was almost otherworldly, their quiet presence casting a serene glow over the entire underwater landscape. Seb could feel the magic of the moment, a perfect harmony between the creatures, the water, and the light. It was a sight beyond anything he could have imagined, a world that existed far beyond the surface of the sea. As Seb continued to stare, lost in the beauty of what was unfolding before him, his eyes were drawn to something even more enormous. In the distance, a colossal sea turtle appeared, its massive form drifting gracefully through the water. Its shell was adorned with vibrant coral and seaweed, creating a living tapestry that seemed to blend seamlessly with the ocean. The turtle moved with slow, deliberate motions, as if it were an ancient monument, its presence both awe-inspiring and peaceful. Seb watched, transfixed, as it passed by, its immense size dwarfing everything around it. This was no ordinary sea creature. It was a living relic, a reminder of the ocean's timeless nature. Alaric's gaze never left Seb as the creatures moved through the water, observing him carefully, almost as if he were waiting for Seb to comprehend the significance of what he was witnessing. Seb could feel the weight of Alaric's stare, but he was too entranced by the beauty around him to look away. The siren's voice broke the silence, carrying with it a quiet but unyielding truth. "These creatures are ancient," he said, his tone soft but filled with a deep respect. "As old as the sea itself. They are the true rulers of these waters, the guardians of its secrets. Seb's mind struggled to grasp the enormity of what Alaric was saying. These creatures, these magnificent beings, were not just part of the sea, they were the sea's living, breathing heart, its protectors. And yet, Alaric continued, his voice growing more somber, they are threatened. Not by nature, but by men like you. The words struck Seb like a blow, and he felt the weight of them settle in his chest. The beauty around him, the creatures he had been so captivated by, were not safe. They were at risk, not from storms or predators, but from the very species Seb had once been a part of. Pirates, Alaric said, his voice sharp with distaste. Men who take what doesn't belong to them, who destroy without understanding. Seb winced, the words cutting through the awe and wonder he had been feeling. The realization hit him like a wave. The life he had known, the world he had fought for, had been directly contributing to the destruction of this ancient, beautiful realm. The truth hung heavy between them, as if the ocean itself were holding its breath. Seb's mind raced, his heart sinking as the reality of Alaric's words sank in. He had always seen himself as a pirate, a man who took what he wanted from the sea, who lived by the law of the waves. But now, in the presence of these creatures, in this underwater kingdom, Seb could no longer ignore the truth. His life had been built on the very destruction of the world he was now witnessing. The ancient creatures of the ocean, the ones Alaric had called the Guardians, were not just creatures. They were protectors of the ocean's fragile balance. And Seb had been one of the men who had threatened that balance. Alaric's eyes softened slightly as he watched Seb grapple with the weight of his words. There was no anger in the siren's gaze, only a quiet understanding, as if Alaric had expected this reaction. You didn't know, Alaric said, his voice gentle now, almost like a reassurance. But now you do. The silence between them stretched, and Seb could feel the tension in the water, the current pulsing with unspoken questions. He wasn't sure what to feel anymore. The pirates he had sailed with, the life he had lived, seemed so distant now, as if it belonged to someone else, a part of a past he could no longer align himself with. The beauty of the ocean around him suddenly felt fragile, something worth protecting, and Seb felt a sense of responsibility growing within him, a responsibility he had never known he was capable of. The creatures of the deep, the ancient guardians, were not just wondrous beings to be admired from afar. They were part of a delicate, living ecosystem, one that was now at risk because of men like him. Seb's heart clenched at the thought, and for the first time in his life, he felt a true sense of guilt. He wasn't just part of the problem anymore. He had a chance to be part of the solution. Whether he was ready for it or not, the ocean was calling to him, and it was time for him to answer. Seb swallowed hard, feeling the weight of Alaric's words settle in his chest like a stone. The guilt was immediate and suffocating, a realization that tore through him with the force of a storm. He had never considered himself a destroyer. He had always seen himself as a man of the sea, one who lived by the law of the waves, a pirate who took what he could, who survived by his wits and his strength. But now, standing here in this living, breathing world beneath the waves, he saw everything differently. The treasure he had stolen, the ships he had sunk, the lives he had disrupted, each one now seemed like a thread that had unraveled something far greater than he could have ever imagined. Alaric's words weren't just accusations. They were a warning, a call to wake up and see the truth of the world he had been a part of. As they swam deeper into the caverns, the water grew colder, and Seb felt the pressure mount around him, a reminder of just how far they were from the surface world he knew. It was as if the ocean itself was warning him, pressing in on him, challenging him to understand the vastness of what he had come to trespass on. Alaric led him effortlessly through the maze of coral reefs, his movements smooth and confident, a creature of the water in a way Seb could never be. The reefs were stunning, an explosion of color that seemed to dance in the filtered light from above. Brilliant reds, vibrant oranges, and electric blues swirled together in patterns so intricate they almost seemed alive. It was a living masterpiece, a world of untold beauty that had remained hidden, untouched by human hands. The deeper they went, the more Seb felt the isolation of this place, as if it were a secret kept for eons, a treasure that was not meant to be found. The walls of the underwater caverns stretched endlessly, covered in layers of ancient sea growth. The algae clung to the rock with a tenacity that spoke of centuries of existence, of time passing in the deep waters, away from the noise and destruction of the surface. Seb felt small here, insignificant in the face of something so timeless. The world above had never seemed so distant, so irrelevant. He had spent his life chasing after fleeting riches, unaware of the grander picture, unaware of the lives that had lived in harmony beneath the surface. The deeper they swam, the more Seb felt as if he were intruding on something sacred, something that had been kept safe from the greed of men like him. "We have kept this place hidden for centuries." Alaric's voice broke the silence, soft but resolute. The words hung in the water between them, carried by the currents that seemed to echo them in a strange, almost mournful way. "From men like you. From those who would plunder and destroy without understanding the cost." Seb's heart tightened at the weight of those words. There was no malice in Alaric's tone, no anger, but there was a deep, unshakable conviction. This was a place of refuge, a kingdom that had been protected from the very kind of men who had once been his allies, pirates, thieves, men who took without thought for the consequences. Seb had always believed that the sea was for the taking, a treasure trove for those bold enough to claim it, but now he saw how deeply flawed that belief was. Seb wanted to argue, to defend himself, but the words caught in his throat. What could he say? How could he justify the life he had lived when faced with the truth of what it had cost? He had taken, yes, but now he understood what he had taken from. This world, the world beneath the waves, was not just a resource to be plundered. It was a delicate, thriving kingdom, a balance of life that had existed long before human greed had touched it. And he, with his piracy and his thirst for treasure, had been a part of the force that threatened that balance. The truth was undeniable, no matter how much he wished to deny it. For the first time in his life, Seb saw himself clearly, not as a man who had lived by his own rules, but as a man who had lived without understanding the true cost of his actions. His entire existence had been one of taking from the sea, from the people, from the world around him. He had never once stopped to consider the broader consequences of his choices. Now, in this hidden world, he saw the weight of it all, the toll it had taken on the delicate equilibrium that had sustained life beneath the waves. The creatures, the ecosystems, the very currents themselves were all intertwined in the ways Seb had never understood. And he, like a blind fool, had been pulling at the threads without realizing the damage he was causing. Alaric's words echoed in his mind as they continued to swim deeper, through caverns that seemed to stretch on forever. The water grew darker, the light from above fading as the vastness of the ocean swallowed them whole. Seb's mind raced, but it was no longer in pursuit of answers to the questions he had always asked. He no longer cared about treasure or glory. What mattered now was the world around him, the one he had never truly seen until now. The ocean wasn't just a place for pirates to plunder. It was a living, breathing entity, a kingdom that demanded respect, that required protection. And Seb realized, with a sinking feeling, that he had been part of the force that sought to destroy it. As they swam through the caverns, Seb could feel the weight of the ocean pressing in on him. It was as if the very water was judging him, holding him accountable for everything he had done. And yet, beneath that weight, there was also a strange sense of peace, a sense that maybe, just maybe, he had the chance to make things right. The world of pirates, of treasure, of endless taking, had no place here. This kingdom beneath the waves was too pure, too ancient to be destroyed by men like him. And for the first time, Seb wondered if there was more to his life than the endless pursuit of wealth. Could he, too, be a protector of this world, a guardian of the ocean's fragile balance? But the question remained, was it too late for him to change? Was it possible to undo the damage he had done, to shift his path and become something other than the pirate he had been? Seb didn't know. But as he swam beside Alaric, surrounded by the ancient beauty of the ocean, he knew one thing for certain. The life he had known was gone, and what lay ahead of him would require more than just survival. It would require understanding. It would require sacrifice. And it would require him to protect the very thing he had once sought to destroy. "I didn't know," Seb said, his voice hoarse with the weight of his own ignorance. The words felt hollow in his throat, as though they could never fully capture the depth of the realization that had gripped him. All his life, he had believed that the ocean was just a vast expanse to be conquered, a treasure trove to be plundered. He had never considered the intricate web of life that existed beneath the surface, the balance that had been carefully maintained for centuries. The guilt settled heavily on his shoulders, pressing down on him with the full force of his mistakes. He had taken without understanding. He had taken without regard for the cost. And now, standing in this strange new world, he saw how blind he had been. Alaric's gaze was sharp, his expression unreadable, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, something that could have been pity or perhaps disappointment. He met Seb's gaze directly, as if searching for something in him. "Now you do," Alaric said, his voice flat but heavy with meaning. The words struck Seb like a slap, a reminder that the past could not be undone, that the damage had been done, and now the only thing left was to move forward, to make sense of it all. Seb swallowed hard, a lump forming in his throat. He didn't know how to respond. There was nothing to say. He had to face the consequences of his actions, whatever they might be. They swam in silence for what felt like hours, the water moving smoothly around them, carrying them deeper into the heart of the ocean. Seb's mind raced, thoughts spinning and colliding with each other in a chaotic storm. The enormity of it all was overwhelming. The ocean was so much more than he had ever imagined, so much more than a collection of ships to be looted and waves to be sailed. The creatures, the ecosystems, the very currents that flowed beneath the surface were all part of a delicate, complex system, one that he had never truly understood. It was as if the very air around him had shifted, and he was seeing the world through new eyes. He was no longer a pirate, a thief, or a conqueror. He was a part of something far larger than himself. As they continued, Seb's mind kept returning to the words Alaric had said. "You were never meant to be here." The words echoed in his mind, and with them came a flood of emotion, shame, guilt, confusion, and something else he couldn't quite identify. There was a strange sense of loss, too, as if the world he had known and the life he had lived were slipping through his fingers like sand. He had been so sure of his place in the world, so certain that the ocean was his to command. But now, it felt as though he had been a mere intruder, a misguided fool who had misunderstood the very thing he had tried to master. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of swimming through the depths, they came to a stop. Seb's gaze lifted, and his breath caught in his chest. They had arrived in a cavern so vast it seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The walls of the cavern rose up like giant, shadowy sentinels, their surfaces covered in layers of algae and coral, ancient and untouched. It was a place that seemed to exist outside of time, a place that had never known human hands. The water here was different, too, so clear, so pure, it almost seemed to shimmer with a light of its own. Seb felt a sense of awe wash over him, the enormity of the space filling him with both wonder and a strange, deep humility. In the center of the cavern stood a massive formation of coral, glowing softly with an ethereal light. It looked like a towering reef, its branches spreading outward like the arms of a great, ancient tree. Around it, schools of shimmering fish darted gracefully, their scales catching the faint light, creating a dazzling display of color that made the water appear alive, as though it were pulsing with energy. Seb watched in awe, unable to tear his eyes away from the sight. It was like nothing he had ever seen before, so beautiful, so delicate, so perfect in its natural state. The coral reef, bathed in the soft glow, was a living monument to the ocean's quiet power. Seb could see that it wasn't just a collection of coral and fish. It was a community, a thriving ecosystem, a testament to the balance that had existed here long before humans had ever set foot on the shores. The fish moved together in perfect harmony, their bodies flowing like a single, unified entity. The coral itself seemed to pulse with life, its branches swaying gently in the current, as if it were breathing, alive. Seb felt a pang of guilt as he looked at it. This place, this world, was a sanctuary, a place that had been protected from the chaos he had so often brought with him. And now, standing here, Seb realized how little he had understood about the true nature of the ocean. The water around him was so still, so serene, that Seb felt as though he had been transported to another world. It was a dreamlike state, one that seemed to exist outside of the harsh realities of the surface. There were no storms here, no ships to sink, no treasures to steal. There was only peace, a peace that Seb had never known. And for a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel it, to immerse himself in the tranquility of this hidden world. It was a fleeting sensation, but it was enough to make him feel as though he had stumbled upon something sacred, something worth protecting. As Seb stood there, his mind still reeling, he couldn't help but feel the weight of the ocean's presence. It was a living force, ancient and powerful, one that had seen empires rise and fall, one that had carried the lives of countless creatures through its depths. And here, in this vast, hidden cavern, Seb understood for the first time how small and fleeting human life was in comparison to the timeless rhythms of the sea. The ocean was not something to be conquered or controlled. It was something to be revered, something to be protected. And Seb realized that he had been part of a destructive force that had sought to harm it. His journey had only just begun, but for the first time, he felt the weight of what it meant to be a part of this world, to truly be a part of something greater than himself. "This is the heart of the ocean," Alaric said, his voice carrying a quiet reverence that seemed to echo in the vast, cavernous space around them. The words hung in the water like a sacred chant, soft yet imbued with a deep power. "The source of all life beneath the waves. It is a place of power, of life and death, of balance." He paused, turning his gaze towards Seb, his eyes reflecting the weight of centuries of deep, ancient knowledge. "And it must be protected." The solemnity of his words settled in Seb's chest, heavy and undeniable. The heart of the ocean, the very essence of this world he had barely begun to understand, was something sacred, something worth preserving. Seb had never imagined such a place existed. It was beyond any treasure he had ever sought, beyond anything he had ever fought for. Seb's gaze remained fixed on the glowing reef in the center of the cavern. The soft light it cast danced in the water, illuminating the intricate patterns of coral and the movements of the creatures around it. It was beautiful, in a way he had never known beauty to be. This wasn't the glint of gold or the gleam of jewels. This was something deeper, something that reached into the core of who he was, stirring emotions he hadn't realized were there. The question escaped him before he could stop it, a reflex born of a need he didn't fully understand. "How can I help protect it?" His voice was hoarse, the words laced with a strange urgency, as if the very act of speaking them had set something in motion. He hadn't meant to offer anything, hadn't planned on aligning himself with this cause. But the words were out there, and in that moment, he felt as though they were the only thing that mattered. Alaric's expression shifted, a subtle change in his features that Seb couldn't quite place. It was as if the siren had momentarily let down some of his guard, allowing a hint of something softer to shine through, something almost like hope. The fleeting shift was gone as quickly as it had appeared, but the look lingered in Seb's mind. "You can start by understanding," Alaric said, his voice steady, yet there was an unmistakable warmth in it now, a gentleness that contrasted with the harshness of his earlier words. "And by helping me make things right." Seb felt the weight of those words, the responsibility that came with them. Helping to make things right. He hadn't been asked to do much in his life except survive. The concept of making something right, of truly contributing to something greater than himself, was foreign. Yet, it was the only thing that felt truly right in this moment. For the first time since everything had begun to unravel, Seb felt a strange, unexpected sense of purpose blooming inside him. It wasn't the purpose of a pirate, driven by greed and the thirst for conquest. It wasn't about the thrill of the chase or the glory of the battle. This was something entirely different, a purpose that transcended everything he had ever known. It was something as vast and as deep as the ocean itself, something that called to him from the very depths of his soul. Seb hadn't realized how much he had longed for a sense of meaning beyond the life he had built for himself, beyond the stolen treasures and the endless pursuit of personal gain. Here, standing in the heart of the ocean, he felt the pull of something ancient, something powerful. He knew in that moment that he couldn't ignore it. The weight of the responsibility hung over him, but there was no fear, no hesitation. It felt as though the ocean itself had chosen him, as though Alaric's words were an invitation into something bigger than anything he had ever dreamed. He glanced at Alaric, meeting the siren's gaze with a new clarity. The siren had seen something in him, perhaps not a pirate, but a man capable of change. Seb didn't know if he could fully live up to that vision, but the possibility of it stirred something within him. The sense of purpose that had begun to grow now anchored itself deep within him, solid and unyielding. He didn't know what it would take to make things right, or what role he could possibly play in protecting such a vast, delicate world. But he knew he couldn't turn away. The ocean, with its mysteries and its creatures, had opened his eyes to a reality he had been blind to for so long. It was no longer a resource to be exploited, but a world to be preserved. Seb's heart beat with an unfamiliar rhythm, one that matched the pulse of the water surrounding him. He had been part of the problem for so long, but now he wanted to be part of the solution. As the glowing reef continued to pulse with its soft, steady light, Seb found himself drawn even further into its embrace. The questions he had once asked, the questions of treasure, of dominance, felt distant now, like echoes of a life that no longer fit. The reef wasn't just a physical structure, it was a symbol, a reminder of the intricate, fragile balance that held this world together. Seb's role in it was still unclear, but in that moment, he understood that it was a role he was willing to fight for, a fight he couldn't walk away from. Alaric watched him carefully, his expression unreadable, but Seb could see the faint glimmer of approval in his eyes. It wasn't much, but it was enough to stir a sense of pride in Seb's chest. The siren had seen something in him, something worth nurturing. Seb didn't know if he was ready for the weight of that responsibility, but he knew he would never find peace if he turned away from it. The ocean had given him a new path, a new purpose, and for the first time in a long while, he felt as though he might be worthy of it. Seb's gaze returned to the glowing reef, the soft pulse of its light filling the cavern with a peaceful glow. The waters around them seemed to hum with life, every movement of the creatures, every ripple in the current, a reminder of the beauty and complexity of this hidden world. It was a world worth protecting, a world worth saving. And for reasons he couldn't fully explain, Seb knew that it was a world he was now bound to. Whether by choice or fate, he didn't know. But he knew one thing for sure: he would never be the same again. And in that moment, Seb felt an overwhelming shift within him. It wasn't just the realization of what lay before him in the depths of the ocean, nor was it merely the gravity of Alaric's words. It was a fundamental change in how he saw the world, how he saw himself. The path that had once seemed so clear to him, the life of a pirate, of taking, of claiming, had begun to dissolve, replaced by something far more complex, far more meaningful. The choices he had made in the past, the greed that had driven him, now felt like shadows in the distance, fading as the light of this new understanding brightened within him. He could feel the weight of it, like a transformation stirring deep inside, reaching into the very core of who he was. The ocean stretched out around him, no longer a vast, empty expanse to be conquered, but a living, breathing entity that pulsed with life and history. He felt connected to it, as though the very currents were now part of him, running through his veins, guiding him towards something greater. Alaric had shown him a world he hadn't known existed, a world that demanded respect, that thrived on balance, and that would not suffer fools. Seb had been a fool, no doubt, but for the first time in his life, he could see a way forward. It wasn't a path that would be easy, nor one that would be without sacrifice. But it was a path that promised something deeper than the fleeting thrill of treasure hunts and plundered riches. The weight of responsibility settled onto his shoulders, but it wasn't a burden, at least, not in the way he had expected. It felt more like an invitation, one that beckoned him to rise to something more, something that would require every ounce of his strength and resolve. He wasn't just a man adrift in the world anymore. He was part of something far greater, something vast and ancient, something worth protecting. He thought of the creatures he had seen, the leviathans, the jellyfish, the ancient turtle. They were not just wonders to be marveled at. They were the guardians of this hidden world, its protectors. And for reasons he didn't yet understand, he was now part of that protection, part of the fight to preserve what was precious. Seb glanced at Alaric, whose presence beside him felt both grounding and empowering. The siren had not just shown him the truth, he had shown him a path forward, one that wasn't about taking, but about giving, about understanding the delicate threads that wove this world together. The siren's quiet strength had become a guide, and Seb realized he was no longer merely following. He was choosing to walk alongside him. This was no longer just about survival. It was about purpose. It was about redemption. Seb's heart beat with the rhythm of the ocean, steady and determined, knowing that this was only the beginning of the journey that lay ahead. He wasn't sure what the future would hold. The world he had once known seemed far away now, like a distant memory. The pirate life, with its chaos and violence, felt out of reach. The glimmer of gold and the rush of battle no longer called to him as they once had. What lay before him was uncertain, and yet there was an undeniable pull toward it, a pull that felt as ancient and constant as the tides. He thought of the reef they had just left behind, the living, breathing pulse of it, and he knew that this was where he was meant to be. It wasn't a place, but a purpose that was calling him. The realization made his chest tighten, the weight of it heavy and yet freeing all at once. Seb's eyes drifted over the water, watching as the creatures of the deep continued to glide effortlessly through the currents. The enormity of the ocean felt less intimidating now, less like an obstacle to be overcome and more like a vast, welcoming expanse. He could sense the stories of the ocean in the movement of the water, in the currents that twisted and turned like living threads weaving the fabric of the world. There was so much more to learn, so much more to understand. And for the first time, Seb felt ready to embrace it, to learn not just how to navigate the seas, but how to protect them, how to honor them. Alaric's voice broke through his thoughts, soft and steady as always. This world is fragile, Seb. More fragile than you can imagine. But with understanding comes power, not the power to conquer, but the power to protect. Seb nodded silently, the meaning of Alaric's words settling within him like a stone dropped into still water. He wasn't here to conquer. He wasn't here to take. He was here to protect, to guard the delicate balance that kept the ocean alive. It wasn't a duty he had ever sought, but it was one he felt unexplainably drawn to. And in that draw, Seb found the resolve to continue. As they swam together through the vast, serene expanse of the ocean, Seb felt the change in him deepen. It was as if the water itself had washed away the remnants of his old self, leaving behind someone new, someone who had a place in this world beyond the edges of the land he had once ruled. He didn't know exactly what was ahead, but he knew he would face it with a new purpose, with the strength to protect rather than destroy. The weight of his previous life felt distant now, like a shadow he had left behind as he moved deeper into the heart of the ocean. Seb took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of the water, and in that moment, he knew without a doubt that his life, his journey, would never be the same again. The ocean had called to him, and he had answered. He wasn't sure where this new path would take him, but it didn't matter. He had found his place, and for the first time in his life, he felt a sense of peace, a quiet certainty that he was exactly where he needed to be. And with that, he dove deeper into the world that had chosen him, ready to face whatever came next, knowing that the journey was just beginning. Chapter 7: The Siren's Conflict. The waves of uncertainty crashed within Alaric, relentless and unforgiving. He had known duty his entire life, lived by it, breathed it, and yet here he stood, pulled in directions he had never imagined. The weight of the ocean itself seemed to press down on him, as if the very water he called home recognized the turmoil swirling inside him. His thoughts were a turbulent sea, a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, and he could not escape them. Everything he had been taught, everything he had believed in, told him that men like Seb Kane did not belong in his world. And yet, here he was, standing beside him, not as an enemy but as something far more complicated. Seb stood a few paces away, his silhouette outlined against the dim light of the underwater cave. The pirate captain had been strangely quiet for the past few hours, his gaze distant and contemplative as he took in the wonders of the ocean. Seb had asked questions, yes, many of them, but there was something deeper at play. Alaric could see it in the way the man's eyes lingered on the creatures of the deep, the way his movements had become more fluid and natural in the water, almost as though the pirate was coming to terms with his new reality. There was no arrogance in his expression, no defiance, only something raw, something that made Alaric uneasy in a way he couldn't quite name. He had been prepared for defiance. He had expected resistance, anger, even threats. But not this. Not the quiet understanding that had settled over Seb, the acceptance of a world he had once sought to exploit. It made Alaric question everything. Could a man like Seb Kane truly change? Could he shed the skin of a pirate and become something else, something better? Or was this simply another deception, another ploy to survive? Alaric didn't know, and that uncertainty burned like salt in an open wound. The cavern around them pulsed with life, the coral formations glowing softly, casting an eerie yet beautiful light on their surroundings. Schools of luminous fish wove intricate patterns through the water, their movements effortless and synchronized. Normally, the sight would bring Alaric a sense of peace, a reminder of why he fought so fiercely to protect this world. But tonight, he found no solace in the glow of the reef. His mind was too restless, too entangled in thoughts of the man standing just a few feet away. Seb had always been an outsider, a danger to the balance of the ocean. But now, watching him, truly watching him, Alaric saw something he hadn't expected. There was no greed in Seb's eyes as he gazed at the reef, no hunger for riches or power. There was only wonder, a quiet reverence that unsettled Alaric more than any threat ever could. It was the look of a man who had found something he never knew he needed. And that terrified Alaric, because it meant that this wasn't simple. It meant that Seb Kane wasn't simple. Alaric turned away, pressing his hand against the coral wall, feeling the familiar pulse of life beneath his fingers. He closed his eyes, trying to center himself, but the storm inside him refused to quiet. The ocean had always been his refuge, his guide, but now it offered no answers. It only mirrored his own uncertainty, its currents shifting unpredictably, as if even the sea itself did not know what to make of this change. Of this man. A voice broke the silence, low and steady. "You don't trust me." It wasn't a question, but a statement, one spoken without accusation. Alaric turned to find Seb watching him, his expression unreadable. The pirate wasn't angry, wasn't defensive. If anything, he looked resigned, as if he had already accepted the truth before Alaric could speak it aloud. Alaric hesitated, the words catching in his throat. He wanted to tell Seb that trust was earned, not given freely. That a lifetime of destruction could not be undone by a handful of good intentions. But when he met Seb's gaze, something in it gave him pause. There was no expectation there, no demand. Just quiet understanding, as if Seb knew exactly what Alaric was struggling with. And for the first time, Alaric didn't know what to say. So instead, he said nothing. Instead, he let the silence stretch between them, filled only by the gentle hum of the ocean. Because for all the uncertainty that raged within him, for all the questions that remained unanswered, there was one truth he could not deny: something had changed. And whether he was ready for it or not, there was no going back. For all that, Seb was still a pirate. Still a man of the surface, a man whose very existence posed a threat to everything Alaric held sacred. It wasn't as if Alaric had forgotten who Seb was, the captain of a notorious crew, a man whose very name struck fear in the hearts of those who sailed the seas. His reputation was built on the ruins of ships and the plundered treasures of the deep, on the spoils of a life lived by no law but his own. And yet, here he was, standing at the edge of the hidden realm, quietly mesmerized by the beauty and complexity of the ocean. It was almost unsettling, the way Seb's sharp, calculating eyes softened in the glow of the reef, the way he moved through the water as if he belonged there, even when Alaric knew he didn't. Alaric watched him in silence, his emotions simmering just beneath the surface. He had spent a lifetime keeping men like Seb at bay, ensuring that the world below remained untouched, unseen. And now, in a matter of days, this pirate, this outsider, had breached the very heart of it. He could not afford this fascination. He could not afford to feel drawn to this man. Yet every time he looked at Seb, something stirred deep inside him, an ache, a pull, a gnawing desire to understand the man beneath the hardened exterior. It was dangerous, this curiosity. Dangerous and foolish. Seb turned slightly, catching Alaric's gaze before he had the chance to look away. There was something unreadable in the pirate's expression, something measured and searching, as if he too was trying to make sense of what lay between them. His mouth quirked, just slightly, less of a smirk, more of an acknowledgement. A silent understanding of the tension that neither of them dared to name. The cave around them pulsed with life, the quiet hum of the ocean filling the space between them. But in that moment, it felt as though the water itself was holding its breath. "I know what you're thinking," Seb said, his voice lower in the dense water, carrying easily in the stillness. That I don't belong here. That I'll never understand. He tilted his head slightly, considering. Maybe you're right. Alaric bristled, his instincts warring with his emotions. He wanted to argue, to tell Seb that it wasn't just about belonging, it was about trust, about what had been stolen, about what had been lost. But the words tangled in his throat, caught on something heavier. Seb wasn't fighting him. He wasn't defending himself or making empty promises. He was simply acknowledging the truth. That alone made Alaric pause. You shouldn't be here, Alaric said finally, though his voice lacked the conviction it should have held. Your kind has done nothing but take from the sea. The words tasted bitter, even as he spoke them. I have no reason to believe you're any different. Seb let out a short, quiet laugh, not mocking, not cruel, but something tired, something that carried the weight of a man who had spent his life fighting battles he never truly won. Then don't believe it, he said simply. But you can't deny what you see. He gestured around them, to the reef, to the life that pulsed and shimmered in the water. You think I came here looking for this? I didn't. But I'm here now. His gaze locked onto Alaric's, steady and unflinching. So tell me, what do I do with that? The question struck deeper than Alaric wanted to admit. Because Seb wasn't just here, he was seeing. He was listening. And Alaric, despite everything, could not deny that the pirate was changing. He had expected resistance, had expected greed and carelessness. But Seb had given him none of that. Instead, he had given him questions, questions Alaric had no easy answers for. For the first time in his life, Alaric found himself in uncharted waters, caught between duty and something far more dangerous. He had spent years protecting the ocean from men like Seb Kane. But what did he do when one of them stood before him, not as a threat, but as something else entirely? That was the problem, wasn't it? It wasn't just Seb's strength, or his willful spirit that intrigued Alaric. It was the depth he sensed beneath the pirate's rough exterior. Something raw and genuine, something unspoken yet undeniable. It wasn't the reckless bravado of a man who had taken what he pleased from the world, nor was it the arrogance Alaric had come to expect from those who ruled the surface. It was something else entirely, something the ocean itself seemed to recognize in its ancient, knowing ways. And yet, Alaric had never dared to acknowledge it, never allowed himself to consider what it meant. Until now. Seb had been silent for a while, his eyes scanning the cavern walls, tracing the glowing veins of coral that pulsed faintly like the heartbeat of the ocean itself. Alaric wasn't sure if the pirate was searching for something or simply trying to take it all in, but there was an undeniable weight to the stillness between them. It wasn't an absence of words, it was a presence of something far greater. A question unasked, an understanding left to linger in the depths between them. Then Seb spoke, his voice low and steady, cutting through the quiet like a current shifting the tide. You think too much, he said, not unkindly, his gaze flicking toward Alaric with something almost amused, almost knowing. For a man who claims to know everything about the ocean, you sure seem lost in your own waters. Alaric's lips parted, but no immediate retort came. The pirate had a way of throwing him off balance, of saying things that burrowed under his skin in ways he couldn't ignore. He wanted to argue, wanted to scoff at the ridiculousness of it, but instead, he found himself watching Seb, the way his expression softened just enough to suggest that, despite the teasing, there was truth in his words. Seb tilted his head, considering him. What is it? He asked, and for once, there was no challenge in his tone. Just quiet curiosity. Alaric didn't answer right away. He wasn't sure he had an answer. He wasn't sure he wanted one. The pull between them was dangerous, like the call of the deep, the kind that lured sailors into unknown waters from which they never returned. It wasn't meant to be acknowledged. It wasn't meant to exist at all. And yet, the ocean keeps its secrets well, Alaric said at last, his voice quieter than before. Even from those who think they understand it. Seb studied him for a long moment, something unreadable flickering across his face. That's the thing about secrets, he murmured. They don't stay buried forever. Alaric wasn't sure if it was a warning or a promise. But as he looked at Seb, at the pirate who stood on the edge of a world he was never meant to know, he realized that, perhaps, some secrets weren't meant to stay hidden at all. Alaric, Seb said, his tone uncertain, but laced with an undercurrent of something else, something that felt like hope. You're quiet. You've been quiet for a while now. Alaric stiffened at the words, his gaze flickering toward Seb. The pirate's eyes held an odd, searching expression, one that made it impossible to turn away. He had been quiet, hadn't he? Too quiet. And yet, what could he say? Seb had asked about his people, about his world, and Alaric had answered in broad strokes, offering glimpses but never the whole truth. He had kept his distance, maintained the careful walls he had spent a lifetime reinforcing. But now Seb was no longer just an outsider. No longer just a man asking questions. Seb's presence weighed on him in ways he couldn't explain, like the shifting tides pulling at the shore, relentless and impossible to ignore. There was something dangerous about it, something that unsettled him far more than the threats of surface dwellers or the damage they could inflict on his world. Because this was personal. This was something he couldn't fight with sharp words or cold distance. I was thinking, Alaric admitted, though the words felt insufficient. He didn't dare elaborate further, didn't dare give voice to the storm raging inside him. Seb huffed a quiet laugh, shaking his head. I figured as much. You've got that look about you. Alaric frowned. What look? Seb smirked, tilting his head as if studying him. Like you're carrying the weight of the whole ocean on your shoulders. Like if you stop thinking for even a second, the tides might shift in some way you can't control. Alaric wanted to argue, to deny it, but the words stuck in his throat. Because Seb wasn't wrong. It had always been his burden to bear, the unspoken duty of a protector, of one who understood the balance that needed to be maintained. But for the first time, it wasn't just the ocean that consumed his thoughts. It wasn't just duty that made his chest feel tight, his mind restless. It was Seb. And that, more than anything, terrified him. I've been thinking, Alaric replied, his voice low, careful. About what I've done. About why I brought you here. Seb frowned, his brow furrowing as he stepped closer, his movements cautious, almost hesitant. You've been thinking about that? Alaric's gaze flickered away, his fingers idly stirring the water as if the motion could bring clarity. The currents whispered around him, but they held no answers. I had my reasons, he said at last, though the words felt thinner now than they had before. Reasons I thought were clear. Seb studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. The ocean's glow cast shifting patterns across his face, illuminating something unspoken in his eyes. And now? He asked, his voice quieter, uncertain. Alaric exhaled slowly, the weight of his thoughts pressing down like the depths of the sea. Now, I don't know, he admitted. It was strange to say it aloud, to give voice to the uncertainty that had been creeping in since the moment he met Seb. Seb tilted his head slightly, his gaze unwavering. That doesn't sound like you. A humorless chuckle escaped Alaric's lips. No, it doesn't. He turned toward Seb fully, the water shifting between them, thick with tension. The lines between them had once been so defined, enemy and protector, surface dweller and siren. But now they blurred, distorted like light refracting through the waves. When I first saw you, I thought I knew what you were. A pirate. A thief. A danger to my world. His voice was steady, but there was something beneath it, something not quite as certain as before. Seb didn't flinch at the words, but his jaw tightened, his lips pressing together, as though bracing for whatever came next. And now? Alaric hesitated. The answer was there, lingering in the space between them, waiting to be spoken. But it felt too large, too complicated. Finally, he said the only thing that felt true. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Seb's jaw tightened, his shoulders squaring as if bracing against an unseen force. He held Alaric's gaze, refusing to look away, even as something flickered in his eyes, something raw, something vulnerable. So that's it? He asked, his voice quieter now, though no less firm. You saved my life, show me all of this, and then decide I don't belong? Alaric's chest rose with a sharp inhale, the weight of Seb's words settling heavily within him. It was never about deciding, he said, his tone clipped, controlled. It's simply the truth. And yet, the truth felt different than it had before. Less certain. Less absolute. Seb let out a short, humorless laugh, shaking his head. Right. The truth. His fingers curled into fists at his sides, but whether in frustration or something else, Alaric couldn't tell. You act like you're the only one who gets to decide what this is, what I am. His voice was quiet, but beneath it lay an unspoken challenge. Alaric felt his resolve waver, the certainty he had clung to slipping through his fingers like water. He had spoken in absolutes his entire life, but Seb had a way of unraveling them, pulling apart the things Alaric had always believed were immovable. It's not just about you, he murmured, forcing himself to look away, as though breaking eye contact would steady him. It's about everything I've sworn to protect. Seb took a step closer, the water shifting with his movement. And you think I don't understand that? He asked. You think I haven't seen what's at stake? His voice was different now, lower, steadier, as if he were laying something bare. I never asked to be saved, Alaric. But I was. And now I'm here, and I can't ignore what I've seen. I don't want to. Alaric swallowed, a muscle in his jaw twitching. He hadn't expected this. He had thought Seb would fight him, argue, rage against the things Alaric had said. But instead, he was offering something else, something dangerous, something impossible. You don't understand what you're asking, Alaric said, softer this time. Seb exhaled sharply, his frustration evident. Then make me understand, he shot back. Or are you just going to push me away because it's easier than admitting that I might not be what you expected? The words struck like a blow, knocking the air from Alaric's lungs. He had spent so much time trying to convince himself that Seb was a mistake, an outsider, a danger to his world. But what if he was wrong? What if Seb was something else entirely? For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The water around them was still, as if waiting. Finally, Alaric let out a slow, measured breath. I don't know if I can. It was the closest he had come to admitting the truth that terrified him more than anything else. Seb studied Alaric, his gaze searching, as if trying to unearth something hidden beneath the siren's carefully controlled expression. That's all? He asked at last, his voice steady but edged with something sharper. That's the only reason? There was no accusation in his tone, no anger, just a quiet persistence that made it impossible for Alaric to simply turn away. Alaric clenched his jaw, his fists tightening at his sides. Why was Seb pushing this? Why couldn't he just accept the answer and let it be? Yes, he said, forcing the word out as if it would cement itself into the space between them. But even as he spoke it, He felt the weight of it settle uneasily in his chest. Seb tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing, considering. I don't believe you. The words weren't thrown like a weapon, but they still struck deep. If it was just duty, just obligation, you wouldn't be here now, trying so hard to keep me at a distance. Alaric inhaled sharply, the water around them shifting as if stirred by the force of his own turbulent emotions. You think you know me so well, pirate? His voice was low, almost dangerous, but Seb didn't flinch. You don't. You don't know what I've had to do to protect this world. You don't know the weight of it. Seb's lips quirked, just barely, as if Alaric's anger didn't unsettle him in the slightest. Maybe not, he admitted. But I know what it looks like when someone's fighting themselves. He took a slow step closer, the space between them narrowing. And you, Alaric, you've been fighting since the moment we met. Alaric exhaled sharply, shaking his head as if he could dispel the thoughts Seb had planted so easily. This isn't about me, he said, though the words felt hollow even as they left his mouth. This is about you. About what you are. What you've done. Seb let out a low chuckle, but there was no real amusement in it. What I've done, he echoed. And what about you? You saved me, Alaric. You pulled me from the sea. You showed me things I never could have imagined. And now you're trying to convince yourself that it didn't mean anything. He shook his head. You're lying to yourself? And worse, you think I can't see it. Alaric felt as though the water around him was closing in, pressing against him from all sides. Seb was supposed to be nothing more than a problem to be solved, an outsider who would leave once he understood that he had no place here. But now he wasn't sure. And that uncertainty terrified him more than anything else. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The tension between them crackled like a storm waiting to break. Finally, Alaric tore his gaze away, his voice quieter now. It doesn't matter what you believe, Seb. It changes nothing. But even as he said it, a part of him wondered, what if it already had? Alaric hesitated, the words tangled in his throat. He had spent his entire life guarding the ocean, dedicating himself to its balance, its survival. But now, standing before Seb, he realized that his fight had become something more. It wasn't just the ocean he was trying to protect, it was everything it held, everything it had come to mean. And that terrified him. Seb watched him closely, waiting, his patience unnerving. The pirate had a way of stripping things down to their barest truth, peeling away Alaric's carefully built walls without even trying. It was infuriating. It was dangerous. It was something Alaric didn't know how to stop. He turned away slightly, his fingers curling at his sides. It doesn't matter, he said finally, though his voice lacked conviction. You wouldn't understand. Seb let out a slow breath, but he didn't back away. Try me, he said, quiet but steady. There was no challenge in his tone this time, no sharp edges, just an openness that made it impossible to ignore. Alaric's chest tightened. He shouldn't be having this conversation. He shouldn't even be entertaining the thought of explaining himself to a pirate. But Seb had a way of unraveling the knots in his mind, dragging things to the surface that Alaric had long since buried. The ocean, Alaric finally said, his voice low, measured. It's not just my home. It's my duty. It's what I was meant to protect. But lately, he trailed off, his jaw tightening as he struggled to find the right words. Lately, I feel like I'm failing it. Seb frowned, his brow furrowing. Why would you think that? Alaric let out a humorless chuckle, shaking his head. Because no matter how hard I fight, no matter what I do, it's never enough. There are always threats, always those who seek to take, to destroy, to claim what isn't theirs. He exhaled sharply, his gaze darkening. And now, I find myself standing here, speaking to a pirate as if any of this should make sense. Seb didn't look offended. If anything, he looked thoughtful. Maybe it does make sense, he said after a moment. You think you're failing, but you're still fighting. And maybe, he hesitated, searching Alaric's face. Maybe you're not fighting alone anymore. Alaric didn't speak right away. The weight of his own emotions pressed against him, a tide rising too fast to contain. He turned his back to Seb, staring into the vast, shifting expanse of the ocean. It had always been his refuge, his sanctuary, a place where he found clarity in the currents and purpose in the endless rhythm of the waves. But now, that certainty was unraveling, pulled apart by the presence of the man standing behind him. He had spent his life knowing exactly who he was, what he was. A guardian. A protector. A force meant to preserve the ocean against those who would exploit it. And yet, here he was, drawn to the very thing he was supposed to fight against. It was infuriating. It was terrifying. And worst of all, it was real. I'm not supposed to care about you, Alaric finally admitted, his voice rough, thick with frustration. You are everything I was taught to fear. You represent the destruction of everything I hold dear. The words felt like stones in his mouth, heavy and immovable. And yet, even as he said them, he knew they weren't entirely true. Seb didn't react with anger or defensiveness. Instead, his voice was steady, almost knowing. And yet you saved me. You're torn, Alaric. Torn between your duty and something more. Alaric clenched his fists at his sides. Seb had no idea how right he was. The conflict inside him was unbearable, a storm raging beneath his skin, dragging him deeper into the unknown. He had always believed that emotions, attachments, were weaknesses, dangerous things that clouded judgment. But if that was true, then why did his instincts keep pulling him towards Seb instead of away? He wanted to argue, to shove the truth away before it could take root, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he could only stand there, breathing hard, caught between the life he had always known and the impossible pull of something new. The silence stretched between them, charged with everything unsaid. The ocean whispered around them, the currents shifting, restless, as if even the water could sense the battle being waged within Alaric's heart. Finally, he exhaled sharply, his shoulders tightening as if bracing himself against an invisible force. This can't happen, he murmured more to himself than to Seb. But when he finally turned back to face him, he wasn't sure if he was trying to convince Seb of that, or himself. Alaric's gaze dropped to the water beneath him, watching the way the currents swirled around his feet, restless and unrelenting. The ocean had always been a part of him, a force that shaped him, that dictated his path. It was constant, unwavering. But now, for the first time, it felt as though that certainty was slipping through his fingers. I can't be weak, he muttered, more to himself than to Seb. I can't afford to be distracted. I have responsibilities. I have a kingdom to protect. The words should have grounded him, should have reminded him of his duty, but they felt hollow in his mouth. Seb didn't respond right away. Instead, he stepped closer, the space between them narrowing with a quiet inevitability. His hand lifted slightly, hesitating just shy of Alaric's arm, as if he wasn't sure whether to complete the gesture. That simple hesitation spoke more than words ever could, offering understanding, offering connection. It was an unspoken acknowledgement of everything that lay between them, of the weight pressing down on Alaric's shoulders. You're not weak, Seb said, his voice low but steady. I don't think you're weak at all. There was no doubt in his tone, no hesitation. He spoke as if it were the simplest truth in the world, as if Alaric's struggle, his burdens, his fears, none of them changed the man he was. Alaric's breath caught, his heart pounding against his ribs in a frantic rhythm. He had faced storms, wars, battles that left scars both seen and unseen. But this quiet, unwavering certainty in Seb's voice, was unlike anything he had ever known. It stripped him bare, left him exposed in a way he wasn't prepared for. He wanted to step back, to put distance between them before the pull grew stronger, before the moment solidified into something irreversible. And yet he couldn't move. He stood rooted in place, the waves of uncertainty crashing over him, relentless and unforgiving. Duty, honor, responsibility. He repeated the words in his mind like a mantra, grasping at them as though they could anchor him. But they weren't enough. Not when Seb was looking at him like that, as if he saw something in Alaric that even he didn't fully understand. He had spent his life knowing exactly where he belonged, exactly what was expected of him. And now, that certainty was unraveling, thread by thread, with every moment he stood here. He was torn, caught between the world he had sworn to protect and the undeniable connection pulling him toward the man before him. The silence stretched between them, thick with everything left unsaid. The ocean pulsed around them, alive and restless, as if it too could feel the shift in the air, the change in the tides. And still, Alaric remained frozen, trapped between what he had always known and the terrifying possibility of something more. Alaric's words hung heavy in the water between them, each syllable laden with a weight he could no longer carry alone. His breath hitched as he forced himself to meet Seb's gaze, the truth of his own confession unraveling something deep within him. He had spent his life abiding by the unyielding laws of the sea, bound by duty, by obligation, by an unspoken understanding that his path had already been decided for him. And yet, standing here now, before the man he had pulled from the brink of death, he felt more lost than he ever had before. Saving Seb had been instinctive, a decision made without hesitation, without thought. But saving himself? That was a battle he wasn't sure he knew how to fight. Seb's expression softened, the sharp edges of his usual defiance tempered by something quieter, something more dangerous in its gentleness. He took a slow step forward, closing the fragile distance between them, his movements careful, deliberate. "Then let me help you," he murmured, his voice steady, unwavering. There was no mockery in his tone, no trace of the rogue pirate who had once been his enemy. Instead, there was only a quiet sincerity, an unspoken promise. It was an offer Alaric had never allowed himself to consider, that someone might stand beside him, not out of duty, not out of expectation, but simply because they chose to. Alaric's throat tightened, the war raging inside him threatening to pull him under. He wanted to believe in the possibility Seb offered, in the notion that he didn't have to shoulder the weight of his world alone. But that was the most dangerous thought of all, wasn't it? To believe in something other than the life he had always known, to consider, for even a moment, that his fate wasn't set in stone. His hands curled into fists at his sides, as if bracing himself against the pull of the current, against the gravity of everything he was feeling. "I don't know how," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. It was the closest he had ever come to surrender, and yet, somehow, it felt nothing like weakness. Seb's lips quirked upward, the faintest hint of a smile flickering across his face. "Then I guess it's a good thing I'm stubborn," he said, his voice warm, familiar, grounding. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Alaric allowed himself to consider that maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to do this alone. Chapter 8. The Captain's Curiosity. The cave was silent, save for the rhythmic sound of water lapping against jagged rocks, the soft echoes filling the vast underwater expanse. Light filtered through the translucent walls of the cavern, casting an ethereal glow across the space, illuminating the mineral-rich stone with hues of deep blue and shimmering silver. The gentle sway of the water created a mesmerizing dance of light and shadow, giving the cave an almost dreamlike quality. It was unlike anything Seb had ever seen, an untouched world hidden beneath the waves, far removed from the chaos of the surface. For the first time since waking in this strange, submerged realm, he allowed himself a moment to appreciate its beauty, to see it not as a prison, but as something wondrous. Seb leaned against one of the massive stone columns that supported the cavern's ceiling, his fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface. His gaze drifted toward the entrance of the cave, where the open sea stretched endlessly beyond, a world teeming with life. Vibrant fish swam lazily past, their iridescent scales catching the dim light, while tendrils of seaweed swayed in the currents like unseen hands beckoning him forward. The sight should have unsettled him, reminded him of just how foreign and unnatural this place was, but instead, it calmed him. There was a strange serenity here, a quiet that he had never known on the surface, as if the ocean itself was breathing in harmony with him. Yet, it wasn't the sea life or the otherworldly glow of the cavern that truly captivated him. It was Alaric, the siren who had saved him, who had pulled him from the brink of death and brought him into this realm where humans did not belong. Seb couldn't shake the image of him, the sharp lines of his face, the way his translucent skin caught the light like polished pearl, the eerie beauty that set him apart from anything Seb had ever known. And then there was his voice, a voice that wasn't just sound, but something deeper, something that resonated in the marrow of his bones. A voice like the very song of the sea itself. Seb had tried to be cautious. From the moment he had first opened his eyes in this cavern, he had told himself that survival was his only concern. He was a pirate, after all. His life had been built on self-preservation, on knowing when to fight and when to cut his losses. But Alaric complicated things. There was something about him that defied logic, that pulled Seb in despite every warning whispering in the back of his mind. Alaric wasn't just a creature of myth, not just the siren sailors spoke of in drunken tales. He was real, undeniably, inescapably real, and Seb found himself aching to understand him. Since the moment of his rescue, Alaric had kept his distance. He spoke little, his words carefully measured, his eyes always watching but never revealing too much. He carried himself with a grace that seemed effortless, yet every movement was deliberate, precise, as if he were always calculating his next step. And yet, despite that careful control, there were moments, fleeting, barely perceptible, when Seb caught something else in his expression. A hesitation. A flicker of emotion that didn't quite fit the image of the unshakable siren. It was gone almost as quickly as it appeared, but Seb had seen it. He knew what it meant. It fascinated him, not just the siren's beauty or his power, but the contradictions that defined him. Alaric was distant, yet somehow impossibly present. He spoke of duty and responsibility, yet there was an undeniable wildness in his eyes, an echo of something uncontained. He was a protector, a guardian of the sea, but there was something in him that felt just as lost as Seb was. And that, more than anything, was what made it impossible for Seb to look away. He shifted his stance, exhaling slowly as he glanced toward the far side of the cavern where Alaric stood. The siren's back was turned to him, his posture rigid, as if he were trying to will himself into indifference. But Seb wasn't fooled. He had spent years reading people, deciphering truths that others tried to bury. And he could see it now. Alaric wasn't as unaffected as he pretended to be. The thought sent an unexpected thrill through him, though he wasn't sure why. Maybe it was the challenge, or maybe it was something else entirely. Either way, Seb knew one thing for certain. He wasn't done trying to unravel the mystery of Alaric. And for all the warnings in his mind telling him to tread carefully, he couldn't bring himself to listen. As much as Seb had tried to dismiss the stirring curiosity, it had taken root, and now it was undeniable. The need to understand this world, this being, and what made him tick gnawed at him, refusing to be ignored. He had spent his life navigating the unpredictable tides of the surface world, learning to read the sea and its tempers, but this place, this hidden realm beneath the waves, was something else entirely. It was a world of wonders and dangers, of beauty and secrets, and at the heart of it stood Alaric, a siren who embodied all of those contradictions. The silence stretched between them once more as Seb absently pushed a stray lock of his wet hair from his face, feeling the chill of the cave air settle into his bones. He could still remember the sensation of being pulled from the wreckage, the rush of water, the weight of the ocean pressing in on him, threatening to claim him. He had always respected the sea, had even thought he understood it. But in that moment, he had been powerless, a mere speck lost in its vast embrace. He had never feared drowning, not until then. Not until he realized that the sea was not just a force of nature, but something greater, something with a will of its own. Alaric had been the one to pull him from that abyss. Seb could still recall the feeling of strong arms around him, the fleeting sound of a voice that had been both commanding and soothing at once. The siren had saved his life, and now, standing in this underwater cavern, Seb couldn't shake the thought that there was more to that act than just duty. He had seen the way Alaric looked at him, as if he, too, was questioning why he had intervened. As if saving Seb had disrupted something carefully kept in balance. "Alaric," Seb began, his voice quiet but steady, breaking the stillness. The siren, who had been examining a piece of coral just beyond the threshold of the cave, turned his head slowly toward Seb, his deep, dark eyes meeting his gaze. There was a moment of hesitation, of unreadable emotion flickering across his sharp features. Then, as if steeling himself, Alaric shifted slightly, his posture guarded but attentive. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Seb simply watched him, studying the way the light played off Alaric's pale skin, how his sharp features softened in the glow of the underwater cavern. There was something about him that defied logic, a presence that seemed to command the very water around him. The siren was more than just a creature of legend. He was something real, something powerful. And yet, beneath the ethereal beauty, Seb sensed something else, something restrained, held back, as though Alaric was at war with himself. Seb took a slow breath, aware of the weight of the moment. He had spent his life facing danger head-on, carving a path through treacherous waters and ruthless men. Yet here, in the quiet of the cave, he felt something entirely new, a pull that had nothing to do with survival or ambition. It was a curiosity, yes, but also something deeper. Something that unsettled him in a way he wasn't ready to name. Alaric's gaze didn't waver, but there was something guarded in his expression, a tension that hadn't been there before. He didn't speak, and for a fleeting second, Seb wondered if he had pushed too far, if the siren would turn away and disappear into the depths. But Alaric stayed, his stillness speaking volumes. He was waiting, watching, perhaps even searching for something in Seb's face that he himself didn't fully understand. Seb swallowed, the weight of unspoken words pressing against him. "Why did you save me?" he finally asked, his voice quieter now, the edge of curiosity tempered with something else, something more vulnerable. It was a question he should have asked long ago, but now that it was out in the open, he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. Because depending on what Alaric said, everything could change. Alaric's expression flickered, the barest hint of conflict flashing through his dark eyes. Then, after a long pause, he exhaled, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I don't know." Seb's question lingered in the air between them, carrying an unexpected weight. He hadn't meant for it to sound so personal, but it did. He shifted his weight, suddenly aware of how intently he was watching Alaric. The siren stood still, his expression unreadable, as if he was deciding whether or not to let Seb in on a secret that had never left the depths of the ocean before. Alaric remained silent for what felt like an eternity, his gaze drifting toward the entrance of the cave where the ocean pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm. His contemplation was almost unnerving. Seb wasn't sure what kind of answer he was expecting. Perhaps something cold, detached, something that reaffirmed the distance between them. But instead, he watched as Alaric's features softened, as if the question had reached into something deeper than either of them had anticipated. It is everything," Alaric finally said, his voice carrying the same melody as the waves outside. "The ocean is not just a place, it's a living, breathing entity. It shapes us, controls us, protects us. It is the heart of everything we do." Seb's breath caught slightly at the reverence in Alaric's tone. He had always known the sea to be unpredictable, dangerous, something to be conquered or respected from a distance. But to Alaric, it was more than that. It was home. It was life itself. He had never heard someone speak of the ocean with such devotion, and something about it unsettled him, made him want to understand. "And you?" Seb asked, leaning forward slightly. "You belong to it?" Alaric turned his gaze back to him, his dark eyes unreadable. The silence stretched again, but this time it felt different, weighted, charged. As if there was something just beneath the surface of Alaric's hesitation, something Seb wasn't sure he was meant to see. "I was born to it," Alaric said finally. "It is a part of me, as much as my own breath. There is no belonging or not belonging. It simply is." Seb swallowed. He wasn't sure why, but the answer sent a shiver through him. He had spent his entire life chasing freedom, believing that he could go anywhere, be anyone, as long as he had his ship and the wind in his sails. But Alaric's words spoke of something different, a bond, an unbreakable tie that was as much a burden as it was a purpose. And for the first time, Seb wondered what it would be like to belong so completely to something. He opened his mouth to ask another question, but the words caught in his throat. Instead, he simply watched Alaric, waiting, hoping that the siren might offer more, that he might let Seb in just a little further. Because the more he learned, the more impossible it became to turn away. Seb had seen many expressions in his life: fear, fury, greed, desperation, but nothing quite like the look in Alaric's eyes now. It wasn't pity, nor was it judgment. It was something deeper, something that sent an uneasy ripple through him, like the shift in the tide before a coming storm. Alaric's words echoed in his mind, unsettling in their certainty. "You are all connected." Seb wanted to reject it, to scoff at the notion that pirates, sailors, and the very ocean itself shared some intrinsic bond. And yet a part of him hesitated. "I belong to it," Alaric had said. There was a conviction in his voice, a quiet, unshakable truth. It wasn't a claim of possession or dominion, it was something else. Something Seb didn't fully understand. He had spent his life battling the sea, carving his way across its waters with blade and cunning, taking from it what he could and giving nothing in return. The ocean had been his hunting ground, his battlefield, his means of survival. Never had he considered that it might be more. Alaric stood as still as the calm before a squall, his gaze unwavering. "But so do you," he had added. Seb could still hear the weight of those words pressing against his ribs. A pirate belonging to the sea? That was nothing new. But the way Alaric had said it, it wasn't about ships or salt-stained maps. It wasn't about the spoils of plunder or the pursuit of wealth. It was something older, something woven into the very fabric of the waves themselves. Seb swallowed, the taste of salt thick on his tongue. "But," His voice wavered before he steadied it. "Why do you help us? Why save a pirate like me?" He didn't know why he asked. Maybe he expected Alaric to laugh at him, to call him a fool for even daring to ask such a question. Or maybe he wanted to hear something, anything, that would help him make sense of the strange unease curling in his gut. The air between them was taut, stretched thin by the weight of the unsaid. Alaric didn't answer right away. Instead, he simply watched Seb, his silver eyes catching the moonlight like the reflection of the sea at dawn. Seb had seen men take the measure of him before, rivals, enemies, even the occasional so-called ally, but never like this. Never with such quiet intensity, as if Alaric wasn't just looking at him, but through him. The silence stretched, the only sound the rhythmic crash of waves against the hull. And then, Alaric spoke, his voice low but firm. "Because the sea does not choose who it claims," he said. "Nor does it choose who it calls." Seb felt something tighten in his chest. It wasn't an answer, not really. And yet, somehow, it was. He had spent his life believing that he took from the ocean, that it would take from him in turn one day. But what if it was more than that? What if the sea had called him, just as it had called Alaric? What if he had never truly been separate from it at all? He exhaled slowly, watching the moonlight ripple across the dark water. There were no easy answers here, no simple truths. But for the first time in a long while, Seb wasn't certain of the man he had always believed himself to be. And that, more than anything, left him feeling unmoored. Alaric held his gaze a moment longer before turning away, his silhouette stark against the horizon. "You may not believe it now," he murmured, "but you will." Then, without another word, he stepped back into the shadows, leaving Seb alone with the restless whisper of the sea. Seb studied Alaric's face, searching for the meaning beneath his words. There was no boast in his tone, no grand declaration. Just a quiet certainty, as if what he had said was an unshakable truth. The ocean demanded it. The phrase lingered in Seb's mind, curling around his thoughts like mist over the water. He had heard men speak of the sea as a ruthless mistress, one who granted fortune and ruin in equal measure. But this was different. This was something deeper, something older, something that made his pulse quicken. "You saved me because the ocean demanded it?" Seb echoed, his voice edged with skepticism. He had never been one to believe in fate. A man made his own path, carved his own way through the tides. And yet, Alaric's words stirred something inside him, something he wasn't ready to name. Alaric didn't argue. He simply nodded, as if that answer should have been enough. But then, after a beat of silence, he added, "And I saved you because you remind me of something I've forgotten." His voice was steady, but there was a softness to it, a thread of something unspoken. Seb frowned, his curiosity piqued. "What's that?" "The fire in you," Alaric answered, his voice quieter now, almost reverent. "The drive to survive, to fight for something more than just your own existence." His silver eyes flickered in the moonlight, a brief reflection of something unreadable. "You are driven by something I once was." For a moment, Seb thought Alaric would stop there, that he would let the words hang between them, unchallenged, unexplained. But then Alaric's gaze drifted, his expression clouding over with something distant, something that made Seb's stomach twist in a way he didn't quite understand. "Before the ocean took it from me," Alaric murmured, so quietly that Seb almost wasn't sure he'd heard him right. Seb didn't reply. He couldn't. There was something deeply personal in those words, something raw. He had spent enough time around men who had lost things, their homes, their ships, their freedom, to recognize the weight of grief when he heard it. Whatever the sea had taken from Alaric, it had left something hollow in its wake. The silence between them stretched, thick as the humid night air. Seb wanted to press, to demand answers, to unravel whatever mystery lay buried in Alaric's past. But something held him back. Maybe it was the way Alaric's jaw had tightened, as if he had already said more than he meant to. Or maybe it was the quiet, lingering ache in his voice, the kind that didn't need words to be understood. Seb narrowed his eyes, watching Alaric carefully. The siren's words were absolute, spoken with a certainty that left no room for argument. And yet something about them felt incomplete, like a half-truth carefully constructed to keep Seb from prying any deeper. He had met plenty of men who claimed to act out of honor or duty, but there was always something, a debt to be repaid, a motive hidden beneath the surface. And Alaric? He was no different. "That's not how the world works," Seb said, stepping closer. His voice was quieter now, but no less insistent. "People don't just do things without expecting something in return." He tilted his head, studying the flicker of emotion in Alaric's silver eyes. "Not even you." Alaric's gaze flickered downward for the briefest moment before he caught himself, his expression hardening. It was subtle, so subtle that most wouldn't have noticed. But Seb did. That moment of hesitation, of uncertainty, it spoke volumes. And for the first time Seb saw it, the crack in Alaric's carefully constructed walls. "I don't want anything from you," Alaric said again, but this time, the words felt different. They were still firm, still unwavering, but there was something else beneath them, something almost defensive. Seb exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "You expect me to believe that?" He let out a humorless chuckle. "You risked yourself for a pirate. A stranger. You could have let me drown, let the sea swallow me whole, but you didn't. And now you're standing here, telling me it meant nothing to you?" Alaric's jaw tightened. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but then, just as quickly, he stopped himself. Seb could almost see the war raging behind those silver eyes, the battle between what he wanted to say and what he refused to admit. Seb didn't press, not yet. Instead, he let the silence stretch between them, heavy and unspoken. He had spent years learning how to read people, how to listen to the things left unsaid. And right now, Alaric was saying more in his silence than he ever could with words. "You saved me," Seb continued, his voice quieter now, almost contemplative. "But you won't even admit why." His gaze searched Alaric's face, looking for answers in the lines of his expression. "What are you so afraid of?" For the first time, Alaric looked away. Not in defiance, not in frustration, but as if, for once, he didn't have an answer. And Seb knew then and there that he was right. Alaric did want something. He just wasn't ready to say it yet. Seb's question hung in the water between them, as weighty and uncertain as the tides themselves. "What will happen to me now?" he asked, his voice tinged not just with curiosity, but with something deeper, an anxious yearning for direction, for clarity in a world that had been upended. The old life he had known, the code he had followed, the freedom he had clung to like a lifeline, all of it now seemed distant, as though it belonged to someone else entirely. Alaric turned to face him, his eyes reflecting the faint shimmer of bioluminescent coral nearby, unreadable and ancient. "That depends on you," he said at last, his voice low but certain. "You have a choice, Seb. You can stay here, in the safety of the ocean, hidden from the world. Or you can leave, and face the consequences of your actions in the world above." The words weren't a threat, nor were they laced with judgment. They were simply the truth, laid bare like the open sea. "Leave?" Seb echoed, blinking as if the very idea shocked him. "I can't. I'm not going back to that life." His brow furrowed, and his voice grew sharper, more certain. "Not after everything that's happened." There's nothing waiting for me up there but a gallows and a legacy I never wanted. Alaric nodded slowly, his expression calm but thoughtful. There was something in his posture, something quiet and knowing, as if he had seen many souls stand at this same crossroads. Then stay, he said gently, and learn. Learn about this world, and what it means to live beneath the waves. The offer wasn't made lightly. It came with gravity, with responsibility, but also, strangely, with hope. Seb glanced around, taking in the shadowed reefs, the sweeping kelp forests that danced in slow, hypnotic motions, and the occasional flicker of silver scales darting through the gloom. It was a world he barely understood, full of dangers and mysteries, but it was also beautiful, untamed, free, in a way the surface never had been. Live here? He asked, almost to himself, as if testing the shape of the words. You would not be the first, Alaric replied, a faint edge of memory in his tone. Others have come before you, runaways, castaways, those with nowhere else to go. The ocean does not turn away the lost, but it does change them. There was no mistaking the truth in his voice. The sea gave, but it also demanded. Seb shifted uncomfortably, a sudden chill brushing against his spine. And what would I become? He asked. If I stayed? There was fear in the question, but also longing. He had lost everything, his ship, his crew, his purpose. And now, here in this strange realm beneath the waves, he had been given a chance at something else. But what was that something? Alaric regarded him quietly for a moment. That is not for me to decide, he said at last. The ocean has a way of revealing the truth to those who seek it. If you stay, you must be willing to listen to it to yourself. His eyes locked onto Seb's, steady and unwavering. The current will take you where you're meant to go, but you have to choose to let it. Seb stood in the stillness that followed, surrounded by the hush of the deep. He thought of the life he'd known, the man he had been, and the strange, haunting pull he felt now, toward this place, toward Alaric, toward a future he could not yet see. And for the first time, he let himself wonder, what if this wasn't an ending at all? What if it was a beginning? Seb took a deep breath, the salt heavy water pressing gently against his skin, the sensation both foreign and familiar. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear this time, but from the weight of the decision before him. The road, or rather, the current, ahead was uncertain, shaped by forces he didn't yet understand. Yet, as he stood there beneath the sea, Alaric's steady presence beside him, something long buried stirred within him, a flicker of curiosity, fierce and alive. The Siren's world loomed vast and unknowable in every direction. Towers of coral shimmered in the distance like sunken cathedrals, and schools of iridescent fish darted past like starlight on the move. It was not the world Seb had been born into, but it was a world that called to something inside him. A deep part of him that had always yearned for more than the drunken nights and blood-stained decks of pirate life. For the first time, he wondered if this, not the surface, not the lawless ports, was where he was meant to be. Every instinct screamed that this was madness. He was a pirate, a captain, a man forged by fire and storm. He had no gills, no scales, no song. He belonged to no kingdom but his own. And yet, the logic of that identity rang hollow now. It had been stripped away with his ship, his crew, his past. What was left was something raw and unshaped, something that might, in time, belong to the sea. He looked over at Alaric, who watched him not with expectation, but with quiet patience. There was no pressure in his gaze, no manipulation. Only the steady certainty of someone who understood what it meant to be lost and found all at once. The ocean had taken something from Alaric once. Perhaps it had given something back, too, just not in the way he expected. Seb wondered if he was standing on the same edge now, about to dive into a life that would change him forever. For the first time since the shipwreck, Seb felt something greater than the instinct to survive. It was a feeling he hadn't allowed himself to hope for in years: purpose. Not the fleeting thrill of a successful raid, or the hollow pride of a captain's command. This was different. It was the slow, rising sense that he could become something new, something that mattered not just to himself, but to the world he now found himself in. He imagined learning the ocean's language, not just its currents and tides, but the deeper things, its stories, its memories, its songs. He imagined fighting for something instead of just against something. Maybe even finding a way to protect the waters that had taken him in. The thought was overwhelming, but not unwelcome. Of course, the fear was still there, lingering like the cold. The fear of losing himself, of being reshaped by a world so different it might forget the man he had once been. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Maybe it was time to let go of that past, the chains, the guilt, the endless running, and let something new anchor him. Seb reached up, fingers brushing his own chest where his heart thundered, steady and resolute. "All right," he said, more to himself than anyone else. The word felt small, but it carried the weight of everything he had been and everything he was about to become. He turned to Alaric, a faint smile curving his lips. "I'll stay. I want to learn." And in that moment, something shifted in the water around them. Not a sound, not a light, but a presence, as if the sea itself had paused to listen. And somewhere in the deep, silent dark, the ocean whispered its approval. "All right," Seb said finally, his voice steady despite the uncertainty curling in his gut. "Teach me. Show me what it means to live down here." He wasn't entirely sure what he was asking for, whether it was knowledge, transformation, or redemption, but he knew it was a path he needed to walk. Something in his chest had shifted, unmoored from the weight of his past and drifting towards something unknown. He couldn't go back. Not to the gallows, not to the bottle, not to the ashes of a shipwrecked life. Alaric's gaze lingered on him, searching, as though looking for cracks in his resolve. Then, slowly, a small, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. It was a fragile thing, fleeting and rare, but meaningful in its quiet presence. Alaric didn't smile easily. Seb could tell that much already. So this was a beginning, however modest. "Very well, Captain Kane," Alaric said, his tone gentle but edged with the cool finality of the tide. "We will begin." The words sounded like a promise, or perhaps a challenge. Seb couldn't be sure which. But there was no turning back now. Not after that. A moment passed in silence, both of them suspended in the water, the ocean vast and watching around them. Then Alaric turned and began to swim, his movements fluid and almost impossibly graceful, like the sea itself parted for him. Seb followed, kicking harder than he needed to, still unaccustomed to the water's resistance, and the way it shifted under his every motion. They moved through a towering kelp forest where golden ribbons twisted lazily toward the surface. Small fish scattered as they passed, glittering in flashes of silver and blue. Alaric led him through the swaying tendrils without a word, letting the silence settle around them like a second skin. It was only then Seb realized how loud the surface world had been, filled with cannon fire, shouting men, crashing waves. Here, the hush was total. Sacred. As they traveled deeper, the light shifted, no longer the pale blue of shallows, but darker, more subdued, like twilight. The water here held a different kind of pressure, not physical, but ancient. It pressed against Seb's thoughts, urging him to let go, to listen, to feel. It was disorienting at first, but slowly, he began to adjust, to move more fluidly, to stop fighting the current and allow it to carry him when it could. Eventually, Alaric stopped before a massive, coral-covered outcrop that looked like a forgotten altar. Strange markings, etched into the stone and glowing faintly with bioluminescence, spiraled outward in intricate patterns. Alaric gestured for Seb to approach, his expression unreadable. "Everything in this world is connected," he said softly. "Before we begin, you must understand that the sea does not grant power freely. It must be earned, with trust, with sacrifice, and with time." Seb stared at the stone, the glowing runes reflecting in his eyes. He didn't understand them, not yet, but something about them made his pulse quicken. They felt old. Older than any map or myth he'd ever chased. "What is this?" he asked, voice low. "It's the beginning," Alaric replied, settling beside him with the quiet reverence of someone returning to a place long abandoned. "This is where the sea begins to speak. Listen well, Captain Kane. The ocean remembers everything." And as the last words drifted through the water like a current of their own, Seb felt the first stirrings of something deep and primal awaken inside him, like a tide, rising. Chapter 9: A Forbidden Bond. The days seemed to melt into one another beneath the waves, where the sun's light barely touched and the rhythm of life moved to the slow, steady pulse of the ocean. In the underwater kingdom, time lost its meaning. There were no dawns, no dusks, only the eternal sway of currents and the echo of distant, ancient songs that whispered through the coral groves. Seb had learned to breathe in silence, to let the stillness of the deep wrap around him like a cloak. The sea pressed in from all sides, not cruelly, but insistently, always reminding him that he was a guest in a world that did not belong to him. And Alaric, ever present, moved through it as though he had been born of its salt and shadow, both guide and mystery. It surprised Seb how naturally Alaric had become part of his every moment. The siren no longer felt like a stranger, but something else, something vital and steady. Seb couldn't quite define what it was that pulled him toward Alaric, only that it went beyond gratitude or fascination. There was a gravity to the siren, a quiet power that drew him in, and Seb found himself seeking Alaric's presence even when no words passed between them. Their connection was not forged in fire or battle, as Seb was used to, but in shared silences and glances that spoke louder than any shouted command. Alaric's teachings unfolded not in structured lessons but in the spaces between movement and stillness. Knowledge came quietly, snippets of history, traditions older than any surface tale, whispers of a culture that lived in harmony with a sea that could just as easily devour as protect. Seb listened. He observed. And in doing so, he began to understand that this place was not just home to strange creatures and sirens. It was alive in a way the surface world never could be. Alaric taught him to feel the ocean, to anticipate its moods, to recognize the subtle language of currents and tides. It wasn't something to master, Alaric had said, it was something to join. The first true lesson had come unannounced, as most important things often did. They had been swimming through a network of caverns far below the reef, where sunlight faded and the water grew colder. The rock formations loomed around them like forgotten monuments, their jagged forms half swallowed by coral and time. It was there that Alaric had stopped and turned to him, eyes glowing faintly in the dim blue light. Without a word, he pressed a hand to a smooth patch of stone. A vibration pulsed outward, and slowly, lines of glowing runes began to spread across the surface, as if awakened by the siren's touch. Seb had watched in awe, the glow reflecting in his eyes, bathing the cavern in pale gold and blue. "These are memory stones," Alaric had explained quietly. "They hold pieces of our past, songs, visions, echoes of what was. Every siren leaves something behind here. A mark, a truth." His fingers hovered just above the runes. "This one is mine." Seb didn't ask what memory it held. He could sense it was too personal, too sacred. But he understood now that the ocean kept more than bones and shipwrecks, it kept stories. And as they swam on, Seb felt the echoes of those stories linger in the water around him. The sea was no longer just a place, it was a presence, vast and unknowable. Yet, within that expanse, Seb was beginning to carve out a place of his own. He no longer felt like a trespasser, nor a man merely surviving. He was learning, becoming. And though he didn't yet know what he was transforming into, he felt, for the first time in his life, that it might be something worth becoming. "This is where our song begins," Alaric had said, his voice low and reverent, the soft echo of his words reverberating through the cavern like a hymn carried by the current. The air, thick with brine and history, seemed to still around them, as though the sea itself paused to listen. There was something in Alaric's tone, something ancient and weighty, that made Seb instinctively hold his breath. The walls of the cave shimmered faintly with bioluminescent lichen, casting a ghostly glow across Alaric's sharp features. In that moment, he looked less like a man and more like a myth, something born of the ocean's memory. Seb furrowed his brow, uncertain whether Alaric was speaking in metaphor or unveiling a truth too foreign for surface words to explain. "What do you mean? A song?" he asked, his voice cautious, barely rising above the soft hum of distant tides. To him, songs were things of taverns and decks, drunken shanties and calls to arms, not forces that shaped destiny or bound souls. And yet, something about Alaric's expression, the reverent hush in his voice, made Seb doubt everything he thought he understood. Alaric turned slowly to face him, the glow of the cavern playing over his skin like sunlight filtered through waves. His gaze met Seb's and held it, steady, unyielding, as though he could see straight through him to the very marrow of who he was. "Our song," he said again, more gently this time. "It is not just melody. It is essence. A current that flows within us, through us, from the moment we take our first breath beneath the waves. It links us to the sea, and to each other." Seb felt a shiver run down his spine, not from cold but from something older, something more primal. There was a rhythm to Alaric's words, an unseen pulse that seemed to thrum in the water around them. "You mean it's magic?" Seb said, though the word felt inadequate, clumsy on his tongue. Magic was what pirates feared and sought, a thing of tricks and spells. But this, what Alaric spoke of, felt different, deeper, living. "It is more than magic," Alaric replied, his voice distant, as if half remembering the truth himself. "It is memory, history, hope. It is how we mourn, how we celebrate, how we survive. It carries the voices of those who came before and those who will come after. And when we raise our voices together, the sea listens. It answers." His gaze softened then, something almost mournful in his expression. "But it can also take. If used in anger, if wielded carelessly, it can destroy." Seb swallowed, the weight of the moment anchoring him in place. This wasn't a lesson in power or a myth to be admired from afar. This was a responsibility, a sacred bond with the world beneath the waves. And though he didn't yet know the melody or the words, something in him stirred at the idea of a song that was more than sound, something that tied him to Alaric, to the sea, and to a future he hadn't dared to imagine. Seb didn't speak right away. His mind was spinning, a swirl of disbelief and dawning realization as he tried to grasp the magnitude of Alaric's words. All his life, he had listened to stories about sirens, how they sang sailors to their deaths, how their voices lured ships into jagged rocks and certain doom. He'd heard those tales by candlelight in crowded taverns, always with a mug of ale in hand and a smirk on his lips. But none of those stories had prepared him for this moment. None of them captured the raw, reverent truth he now saw etched into Alaric's face and heard in the undercurrent of his voice. I don't understand, Seb finally said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. Frustration bled into his voice, though it wasn't directed at Alaric. He was angry with himself, for not knowing, for not seeing sooner. How can a song hold so much power? How can something so intangible do everything you say? Alaric stepped closer, his bare feet silent against the smooth stone floor of the cavern, the water around them humming with some unspoken energy. His voice softened, dipping into something quieter, more intimate. The song is not just a melody, Seb. It is an ancient language, a dialogue with the sea. It's woven into everything down here. It lives in the push and pull of the tides, in the way the kelp sways with the current, in the mournful call of a whale far below. We don't simply sing it. We are it. Seb's breath caught in his throat. The way Alaric spoke, it was as if he were describing a heartbeat, a force so intrinsic to life that one didn't notice it until it stopped. This song wasn't a trick or a tool. It was existence itself. It was how the sirens commanded the sea, yes, but also how they communed with it, understood it, became one with it. And now Seb stood on the precipice of that knowledge, of that power, unsure if he had the right, or the strength, to step forward. But I'm not one of you, Seb said quietly, his voice tinged with doubt. I wasn't born with that connection. I can't hear the song like you do. Even as he spoke, he felt something in the water, some faint vibration, like the echo of a voice he couldn't yet make out. Was it the song calling to him? Or just his imagination, stirred by Alaric's words? Alaric regarded him with a solemn, almost pained expression. Not yet, he said. But the sea has already marked you. It wouldn't have spared you if it hadn't sensed something. The song is not only for the siren-born. It welcomes those who are willing to listen, to learn, to surrender. And if you do... He paused, the silence stretching between them like a held breath. You might find that the ocean sings to you, too. Seb's heart pounded with a rhythm that seemed to echo the sea itself, as though the very currents surrounding him had found a way into his chest. The tales he'd grown up with, the ones spoken in hushed tones over rum and firelight, painted sirens as monstrous seducers, wielding song like a weapon. But this was different. What Alaric described wasn't just magic or danger. It was something sacred. It wasn't just about calling storms or luring ships. It was about being a part of something ancient, something living. The ocean wasn't a tool in the sirens' hands. It was their home, their soul. And perhaps, if he listened closely enough, it could be his, too. But why? Seb's voice came out quieter than he expected, caught somewhere between awe and uncertainty. The sea pressed around him, cool and heavy, as if waiting for his reaction. Why are you telling me this? What do you want me to do with this knowledge? The question sounded naive even to his own ears, but it carried the weight of everything he didn't understand. Why him? Why now? Alaric's eyes remained on him, unreadable for a long moment. Then, slowly, something in the siren's expression shifted, less guarded, but still edged with caution. Because you need to know what you're becoming, he said, his voice low but clear, each word resonating like a current pulling Seb further into unfamiliar waters. You need to understand that this place, this power, is not about dominance. It is about surrender. It's about letting the sea shape you, speak to you, change you. That knowledge isn't something I give lightly. Seb frowned, his thoughts tumbling over each other like waves in a storm. He'd spent his whole life trying to bend the ocean to his will, reading its moods, chasing its winds, surviving its tempests. Never once had he thought of surrendering to it. Never once had he thought the sea could choose him. You make it sound like the sea is alive, he said, half in challenge, half in awe. That it decides things. Alaric nodded. It is alive, he said simply. Not like you or me, but yes, it feels. It listens. And sometimes it answers. We, the sirens, are not its masters. We are its voice, its guardians. But the ocean itself is older and greater than any of us. It remembers. And it never forgets. His voice dropped, as though sharing a secret. It called to you. It spared you when it could have taken you. That means something. Seb swallowed hard, his mind reeling from the implications. All this time, he thought his survival had been a stroke of luck, a twist of fate. But what if it wasn't luck at all? What if the sea had made a choice? And if that were true, if the ocean had spared him with purpose, then what did it want from him now? The questions circled like sharks, but beneath them, another sensation began to rise, wonder. Fearful, hesitant wonder. Seb's heart pounded with a rhythm that seemed to echo the sea itself, as though the very currents surrounding him had found a way into his chest. The tales he'd grown up with, the ones spoken in hushed tones over rum and firelight, painted sirens as monstrous seducers, wielding song like a weapon. But this was different. What Alaric described wasn't just magic or danger. It was something sacred. It wasn't just about calling storms or luring ships. It was about being a part of something ancient, something living. The ocean wasn't a tool in the sirens' hands. It was their home, their soul. And perhaps, if he listened closely enough, it could be his, too. But why? Seb's voice came out quieter than he expected, caught somewhere between awe and uncertainty. The sea pressed around him, cool and heavy, as if waiting for his reaction. Why are you telling me this? What do you want me to do with this knowledge? The question sounded naive even to his own ears, but it carried the weight of everything he didn't understand. Why him? Why now? Alaric's eyes remained on him, unreadable for a long moment. Then, slowly, something in the siren's expression shifted, less guarded, but still edged with caution. Because you need to know what you're becoming, he said, his voice low but clear, each word resonating like a current pulling Seb further into unfamiliar waters. You need to understand that this place, this power, is not about dominance. It is about surrender. It's about letting the sea shape you, speak to you, change you. That knowledge isn't something I give lightly. Seb frowned, his thoughts tumbling over each other like waves in a storm. He'd spent his whole life trying to bend the ocean to his will, reading its moods, chasing its winds, surviving its tempests. Never once had he thought of surrendering to it. Never once had he thought the sea could choose him. You make it sound like the sea is alive, he said, half in challenge, half in awe. That it decides things. Alaric nodded. It is alive, he said simply. Not like you or me, but yes, it feels. It listens. And sometimes it answers. We, the sirens, are not its masters. We are its voice, its guardians. But the ocean itself is older and greater than any of us. It remembers. And it never forgets. His voice dropped, as though sharing a secret. It called to you. It spared you when it could have taken you. That means something. Seb swallowed hard, his mind reeling from the implications. All this time, he thought his survival had been a stroke of luck, a twist of fate. But what if it wasn't luck at all? What if the sea had made a choice? And if that were true, if the ocean had spared him with purpose, then what did it want from him now? The questions circled like sharks, but beneath them, another sensation began to rise, wonder. Fearful, hesitant wonder. This is where the song is strongest, Alaric said, his voice low and steady, reverberating like a deep current through the hushed stillness of the cavern. The water around them barely moved, as though the sea itself was holding its breath. This is where you will learn to hear it for yourself. The sea will speak to you, if you're ready." His gaze lingered on Seb, not with expectation, but with something gentler, trust, perhaps, or hope veiled in calm. Seb's pulse quickened as he stepped forward, drawn toward the heart of the cavern by something he couldn't name. The space before him opened into a vast, shadowed expanse, the darkness of the deep pressing in around them like velvet. Every instinct told him to be cautious, but awe stilled his steps. The silence wasn't empty, it thrummed with unseen energy. He closed his eyes, steadying his breath, and listened. Not with his ears, but with something deeper. And slowly, so slowly, he began to hear it. At first, it was no more than a hum, a quiet vibration that tickled at the edges of his awareness. It was so faint he might have mistaken it for his own heartbeat. But then it began to grow, not in volume, but in presence. The hum stretched into a chord, a resonance that moved through the water and through him, aligning with something dormant inside. The ocean wasn't silent at all. It was singing. Softly, endlessly, like a lullaby for the bones of the earth. The sound was not music in the human sense. It had no melody, no rhythm, yet it carried emotion, sorrow, joy, rage, and calm all woven together in an unspoken harmony. Seb's breath caught as it washed over him, through him. It wasn't just around him, it was in him. The song seeped into his skin, filled his lungs, nested in his chest like a second heart. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly overwhelming. He opened his eyes, the world around him unchanged, but he felt transformed. His connection to the sea, once born of necessity and survival, had shifted. It was deeper now, a tether that bound him to something ancient and unknowable. His eyes found Alaric's across the cavern, and for the first time, he understood what the siren meant when he spoke of the song as a bond, a truth greater than either of them. Seb didn't speak. He couldn't, not with words. Instead, he let the feeling settle within him, grounding him. He had touched something sacred, something few ever would. And though the path ahead was still uncertain, he knew one thing with absolute clarity: the sea had spoken to him. And he had listened. Seb opened his eyes slowly, the echo of the ocean's song still thrumming through his body like a second pulse. The cavern seemed brighter somehow, as if the very water shimmered in response to what had just passed between them. He turned toward Alaric, whose silhouette stood calm and unwavering against the soft glow of the sea. The siren's expression was intense, not stern, but focused, as though he saw more than what lay on the surface. There was pride in his gaze, yes, but also something quieter, deeper, wrapped in layers of emotion Seb couldn't yet name. "You hear it, don't you?" Alaric asked, his voice low and reverent, like a priest in the presence of something divine. He didn't move closer, didn't reach out, but there was a charge in the water between them, as though the space they shared had been forever altered. The question wasn't about confirmation, it was an acknowledgement. Alaric could already sense the answer, could see it in the way Seb's posture had shifted, the subtle awe still lingering in his widened eyes. Seb nodded, the motion small, but it carried weight. His heart raced in his chest, still caught between wonder and disbelief. "It's incredible," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper. "I can feel it. I can almost understand it." The words felt inadequate, too small to contain the depth of what he had just experienced. How could he explain that the sea had spoken to him, not in words, but in feeling, in rhythm, in something ancient that stirred like a memory inside his bones? There was a moment of silence between them, thick with unspoken truths. Alaric's gaze softened, the edges of his intensity giving way to something gentler, almost like relief. "It means the sea has accepted you," he said at last. "It doesn't speak to just anyone. It tests. It chooses. And now, it's chosen you. His voice held a strange kind of gravity, as though he, too, were still coming to terms with what this meant, not just for Seb, but for himself. Seb's thoughts swirled like eddies in the current. He had come here lost, shipwrecked, clinging to life by threads. And now he stood in the depths of a world he never knew existed, bound to something vast and ancient, called not as an intruder but as something more. Was this destiny? Or was it something the sea had seen in him that he had never seen in himself? He couldn't say. But it felt right, like stepping into a role he was always meant to play. A quiet resolve settled in Seb's chest. He looked at Alaric again, not with confusion, but with clarity. "What do I do now?" he asked, not out of fear, but with the readiness of someone who had tasted something profound and wanted more. The ocean's song still echoed in his blood, and with it came the understanding that his journey was no longer about survival. It was about becoming something more. And Alaric, standing before him like the tide's own emissary, would show him the way. Alaric's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile as he watched the conflict ripple across Seb's face. "The sea speaks to those who listen, Seb," he said, his voice quiet but steady. "And you, Captain, are listening. The song is a part of you now." His words held a finality to them. Not a command, not even a warning, but a truth that needed no embellishment. It was the kind of truth that settled deep inside the soul and refused to be ignored. Seb felt a tremor work its way down his spine, like the echo of a wave crashing against unseen cliffs. His heart beat faster, not just from fear, but from a raw, undeniable exhilaration. The sea had accepted him. The song had called to him. And he had answered. There was no turning back, not truly. Something inside him had shifted, had been rewritten by the voice of the ocean and the siren who had guided him this far. He had crossed a threshold that most men never even glimpsed. He was no longer simply a pirate captain who had washed ashore in a shipwreck. That life, once so vivid, now felt like a dream slipping beneath the waves. The rules of the surface no longer applied. Here, in the watery vastness of the siren's world, different laws governed everything, laws written in tides, in silence, in song. And he was becoming a part of that. A part of Alaric's world. That realization brought with it a strange, unshakable weight. For all the wonder and power that pulsed through this new life, Seb couldn't shake the question that had begun to form like a storm on the horizon. Was this what he truly wanted? To give up the world he'd known, to bind himself to the sea and everything it demanded? The transformation wasn't just physical, it was spiritual, emotional. He was being claimed, body and soul, by something ancient and relentless, something that had called to countless others before him. Could he bear that kind of belonging? He looked at Alaric then, really looked. The siren was more than just a guide, more than just a rescuer. There was power in him, yes, but also loneliness, a depth that no current could ever fully reach. Seb saw it in the way Alaric held himself slightly apart, the way his eyes lingered too long, as if memorizing every moment in case it slipped away. Being bound to the sea also meant being bound to him. Was Seb ready for that kind of connection? That kind of surrender? And yet, something inside him already knew the answer. He had felt it in the song, in the way the water had embraced him, in the way Alaric's voice had resonated in the depths of his being. He had not chosen this path blindly. He had listened. And now, standing at the precipice of a new life, Seb understood that some bonds weren't forged by choice, but by fate, and that perhaps the sea had always been waiting for him to find his way home. The bond between them was subtle at first, a whisper carried on the currents of the deep. But as days passed, it grew stronger, undeniable. Seb had felt it from the beginning, the way Alaric's presence seemed to permeate the very air around them, his aura blending with the pulse of the sea. But now, it was more than just a connection, it was a pull, magnetic and relentless. Seb couldn't explain it, couldn't put it into words, but every glance they shared, every quiet moment spent in the depths, only tightened the invisible thread that seemed to link their fates together. It was more than curiosity now. It was something darker, something forbidden, something that felt as if it was meant to be. The siren's world was dangerous, yes, but the danger wasn't just in the sea. It was in Alaric himself, in the way his eyes would linger on Seb, the unspoken promise of something greater, more intimate than either of them had bargained for. As Seb swam alongside Alaric, learning the ways of the sea, he began to understand that the ocean was not just an endless expanse of water. It was a force that bound all things together. But even more profound than that connection was the bond forming between them. The siren had saved him, had taught him, had guided him into this strange new life. But it was not just the ocean that had claimed him, it was Alaric's presence in it. Seb could feel it, a thread of connection woven into the very fabric of his soul, and it was growing stronger with every passing day. It wasn't just the pull of the sea anymore. It was Alaric's pull, drawing Seb closer with every lesson, every shared silence, every fleeting touch. The more Seb tried to understand it, the more elusive it became. He had always been a captain, a man who made his own choices, who held his future in his hands. But now, as he followed Alaric through the dark caverns and swam in the vast, hidden depths, it felt as though he was being swept along by forces far greater than anything he had ever known. It was as if the song itself had taken root inside him, its melody entwined with his thoughts and his emotions. He could feel it pulling at his heartstrings, guiding him towards something he wasn't sure he was ready for, something that felt like surrender. And yet he couldn't resist. It was as if his heart already knew where it was meant to go, even if his mind still struggled to catch up. For all the power of the ocean, for all the weight of the song, it was the bond between them, between Seb and Alaric, that would define his future. The ocean was vast, unknowable, but it was also ancient and steady. Alaric, though, was not. He was a being shaped by the sea, but with a heart that seemed to beat apart from it, a heart Seb couldn't help but be drawn to. Their connection wasn't just a matter of the ocean's power or the siren's magic. It was something deeper, something that ran through the very marrow of their bones. It was the way they moved in sync, the way they shared moments of quiet understanding, the way Seb could feel Alaric's presence even when they were not together. It was a bond that had begun with the sea, but it was taking on a life of its own. And yet, as Seb felt this bond growing between them, something else began to tug at him, something darker, more foreboding. He had always known that the sea was a force that could both give and take, that it was both life-giving and destructive. But now, in this world where the ocean's song lived inside him, Seb realized that the bond he shared with Alaric was no different. It was a blessing, yes, something deep and beautiful, something that connected him to the very heart of the ocean. But it was also a curse. To be bound to Alaric, to the song, to the ocean, meant that there were no easy choices. His fate was no longer just his own. It was intertwined with Alaric's, with the siren's world. And that realization, heavy and inevitable, settled over him like the ocean's weight, pressing him deeper into its embrace. Seb closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the decision that loomed before him. There was no going back now. The bond between them had already taken root, and no matter how much he fought it, no matter how much he tried to distance himself, he knew that it was impossible to sever. It had become a part of him, just as much as the ocean's song had. And so, as he swam alongside Alaric, listening to the gentle hum of the sea and feeling the pull of the song between them, Seb realized that this bond, was something he would either have to accept completely, or risk losing himself to. The ocean had chosen him, and Alaric had too. Now, the question remained, would he accept it? Would he embrace the power, the danger, the curse, and the possibility of something deeper than he had ever known? Chapter 10: A Growing Attraction. Seb had never considered himself a man prone to introspection. As a pirate captain, he had always been a creature of the present, focusing on the task at hand, keeping his mind sharp and his instincts even sharper. The vastness of the sea had always offered a sense of freedom, a constant reminder that the next horizon was always just out of reach. To survive, he had learned to shut out unnecessary thoughts and distractions. His life had been a series of immediate decisions, each one made with swift confidence, driven by the wind, the waves, and the endless pursuit of the next adventure. Reflection had been a luxury he couldn't afford. But now, in the depths of Alaric's hidden world, that relentless focus had begun to slip. With each passing day, Seb found himself thinking more about the pull between them, about what had brought him here, and about the man, or the creature, who had saved him. As the days passed, Seb's awareness of the growing bond between himself and Alaric deepened. His initial reaction to the siren had been one of awe, tempered by wariness. Alaric had been a mystery, an enigma whose beauty and power had captivated him from the very first moment. But the more Seb had learned about him, about the way he moved through the water, about the strength he radiated, and about the deep connection he had to the sea, the more Seb realized that there was something more at play. Alaric wasn't just a creature of legend, he was a living embodiment of the ocean itself. His presence was magnetic, drawing Seb in with a force he couldn't fully understand. Every glance they shared, every quiet moment spent together, made Seb's heart beat faster, as if his very pulse was syncing with the rhythm of the ocean. It was an attraction unlike anything he had ever felt, a force as inevitable as the tide. The underwater world, vast and alien, had become both Seb's sanctuary and his prison. He had once commanded a ship, charting his own course across the open sea, but now he was adrift in a world that had no borders, no ports, and no guarantees. The quiet expanse of the ocean was a place where time felt elastic, where every passing moment seemed to stretch out infinitely. Seb's old life as a pirate captain felt like a dream, as though it belonged to someone else. There was no crew to direct, no ship to steer, no treasure to hunt. His world had shrunk to the size of the caverns and the open water that stretched out endlessly around him. And at the center of it all was Alaric, whose presence had become as constant as the waves themselves. Seb found it both comforting and suffocating, the way Alaric's proximity seemed to draw him in while simultaneously pushing him away. Seb's vulnerability in this new world was something he had never been forced to confront before. As a pirate, he had always been the one in control, the one whose word was law, whose ship was his domain. But now, in the depths of the ocean, he had no control. He was a stranger in a land that was not his own, forced to adapt to the rhythm of a world governed by currents, tides, and the unspoken power of the sea. Every stroke through the water reminded him of how fragile he truly was, how little he knew about the forces that controlled the depths. The armor he had once worn, his reputation, his strength, his identity as a pirate, was gone. It had all been washed away by the waves, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. The world he had once known felt like a distant memory, as though it had never truly belonged to him. There was only Alaric now, his enigmatic guide and constant companion. Through it all, Alaric had been there, helping Seb regain his strength. The siren had taken it upon himself to teach Seb the ways of the ocean, to guide him through the alien landscape with patience and care. Seb had been shocked at how difficult it was at first. His body, weakened from the wreck and the near drowning, had protested every movement. Every muscle ached, every breath felt like an effort. The underwater caverns were vast and unyielding, the waters embraced both a cradle and a test. Seb had to learn how to breathe in sync with the rhythm of the sea, how to move through the water with the grace of a creature born to it. At first, the effort had been exhausting, and his body had resisted. It was as if the very water was trying to pull him under, as if the ocean itself was testing his limits, challenging him to surrender to its will. But under Alaric's patient guidance, the pain had begun to ease, and Seb had started to regain some semblance of strength. Each day spent in Alaric's world had been both a physical and emotional challenge. As Seb's muscles grew stronger, so too did his mind. The lessons Alaric imparted weren't just about survival. They were about understanding, about connecting with a world that was as ancient as time itself. Seb had learned how to navigate the currents, how to listen to the subtle whispers of the deep, how to recognize the signs of a storm long before it arrived. But it was more than just practical knowledge, it was a deepening of the bond between them. Every lesson, every shared moment in the silent, vast waters, seemed to bring them closer. Seb had always been a man of action, but now he found himself drawn into a new kind of awareness, a kind of patience that he had never known. The ocean was teaching him, and Alaric was both his teacher and his guide, leading him down paths he had never imagined. Despite the growing connection, Seb struggled with the idea of fully surrendering to this new life. He had always been a man of freedom, of independence. The pirate captain who had sailed wherever the wind took him, who had answered only to his own desires and instincts. But now, bound to the deep ocean and to Alaric, he felt a part of himself slipping away, his old identity, his old self, fading with each passing day. It wasn't just the physical discomfort that weighed on him, it was the emotional shift. Seb was no longer the man who had commanded a crew and ruled a ship. He was something else now, something bound to the ocean, to the song that had taken root inside him. And as much as he wanted to resist it, to cling to the life he had known, he knew that the ocean's pull, and Alaric's presence, had already changed him. What he hadn't yet figured out was whether the change was something he could accept, or if it was something that would swallow him whole. The more Seb reflected on his situation, the more uncertain he became. He had always prided himself on his decisiveness, his ability to make a choice and stick with it. But now, faced with the vast expanse of the ocean and the growing attraction to the siren who had saved him, Seb wasn't sure what the right choice was anymore. There were no clear answers, no easy decisions. The future felt uncertain, and with Alaric's presence lingering in his thoughts, Seb couldn't help but wonder if he was being led into a future he wasn't ready for. The pirate captain, once so certain of his path, was now adrift in a sea of confusion, struggling to reconcile his past with this strange, new world he had found himself in. As Seb's physical strength slowly returned, so did the unsettling awareness of Alaric's presence. At first, Seb had tried to dismiss the growing attraction as nothing more than the side effect of his isolation, the result of being stranded in an alien world with no means of escape. He had always prided himself on his ability to resist distractions, to stay focused on what was important. But in this place, surrounded by the vast, mysterious sea, that focus was slipping away. The more he recovered, the more aware he became of Alaric's proximity, of the way the siren's very presence seemed to saturate the air, like the ocean itself was pulling at Seb, drawing him into a current he couldn't control. He had always known that his attraction to Alaric was dangerous, but he hadn't expected the pull to be so powerful, so persistent. Seb had been warned for years of the ancient conflict between pirates and sirens. The stories were as old as the sea itself, of sirens luring sailors to their doom with sweet, irresistible songs, of ships crashing upon jagged rocks, of lives lost to the relentless tides. As a pirate, Seb had grown up hearing those stories, learning to distrust the creatures of the sea. The sirens were enemies, predators, beings of beauty and danger whose songs could drive men mad, whose very existence was entwined with destruction. And yet, despite the warnings and the legends, here he was, caught in the grip of something far more complicated. The feelings he had for Alaric were not just the result of his isolation. They were something deeper, something that cut into him in ways he couldn't understand. From the moment Seb had first laid eyes on Alaric, he had known that the siren was dangerous. But what he hadn't expected was how irresistible that danger would become. Alaric's eyes, the deep, endless blue of the ocean itself, held an intensity that made Seb's heart race. When their gazes met, it was as if the world had stopped, and all Seb could feel was the weight of Alaric's gaze. It was as though Alaric could see straight through him, as if his very soul was laid bare for the siren to read. And yet, there was something more in those eyes, something that stirred Seb in ways that went beyond fear or lust. It was a connection that was both terrifying and intoxicating, a pull that Seb couldn't ignore, no matter how hard he tried. Alaric's touch only deepened the effect on Seb. Each brush of the siren's fingers against his skin sent a shock of heat through him, something raw and primal that he had never felt before. Seb had shared the warmth of many beds in his life, had known the touch of countless women, but this was different. This was not the fleeting pleasure of a quick tryst. This was a hunger, a deep, gnawing need that went beyond the physical. It was as though Alaric had awakened something within him, something Seb hadn't even known was there, and now he couldn't escape it. The siren's touch had become an addiction, a craving that only grew stronger with each passing day. It wasn't just Alaric's physical beauty that drew Seb in, though that, too, was undeniable. The siren was breathtaking, with skin that seemed to glow in the moonlight, like the surface of the sea at night, and hair as dark as the ocean's depths, flowing and shifting with a life of its own. His movements were fluid and graceful, as though he were part of the water itself, his very being attuned to the rhythm of the sea. Seb found himself mesmerized by the way Alaric moved, by the way he seemed to glide through the world as if he were weightless. But it wasn't just his appearance that captivated Seb, it was the quiet, powerful presence Alaric carried with him, the sense that the siren was far more than just a creature of beauty. Alaric was a force, an elemental power that Seb could neither comprehend nor resist. The most dangerous thing about Alaric, however, was not just his beauty or his power, it was the way he spoke. His voice was like the sea itself, deep, melodic, and carrying with it the weight of the ocean's secrets. Every word seemed to resonate with an ancient rhythm, as if the very tides were speaking through him. Seb found himself drawn in by the cadence of his voice, his every syllable seeming to reverberate through Seb's bones, stirring something within him that he didn't fully understand. The more Alaric spoke, the more Seb felt himself slipping away from the man he had once been, the pirate captain who had trusted no one, who had relied solely on his own instincts and strength. Alaric's voice was like a siren's song, one that made Seb forget everything he had once believed about enemies and allies, about duty and survival. It was this quiet power, this aura of mystery that surrounded Alaric, that made Seb feel both captivated and overwhelmed. There was something intoxicating about the siren, something that made Seb forget all his rules, all the boundaries he had set for himself. The more he tried to resist the attraction, the stronger it became. Alaric's presence had a magnetic pull, drawing Seb deeper into the siren's world, and the more Seb struggled against it, the more he realized that there was no escaping it. It wasn't just a physical desire, it was a connection that went deeper, one that seemed to tie him to Alaric in ways he couldn't explain. Seb had always prided himself on his independence, his ability to navigate the world on his own terms. But now, in the face of Alaric's power, Seb was beginning to question everything he had ever known about himself. about desire, and about what it meant to truly be free. Seb's thoughts were becoming a whirlpool, spinning faster and faster as he tried to reconcile the attraction he felt for Alaric with everything he had ever known. Sirens were supposed to be his enemies, beings to be avoided, to be feared. Yet here he was, entangled in a web of his own making, drawn to a creature who was everything he had been taught to hate. The more time he spent with Alaric, the more he felt the lines between friend and foe blur. The siren had saved him, had shown him the depths of the ocean and its secrets. And yet Seb couldn't ignore the ancient conflict between their kind, the history of bloodshed and betrayal that hung heavy in the air whenever they were together. It was maddening, the way his heart beat faster every time Alaric looked at him, the way his body responded to the siren's touch. And yet, in the face of all this, Seb knew one thing for certain: he couldn't resist the pull, no matter how dangerous it was. With each passing day, Seb found himself more tangled in the web of his growing attraction to Alaric, a bond that was undeniably forbidden. He had always been a pirate, a captain who lived by a code that required him to keep his focus sharp and his enemies even sharper. Sirens were no exception. They were the very essence of treachery, creatures that lured sailors to their doom with their haunting songs and promises of riches that would never materialize. Seb had heard the stories from the men who had come before him, men who had seen their ships crash upon jagged rocks, men who had watched their comrades vanish without a trace, taken by the siren's call. He knew what Alaric was, just as he knew what he had to do. The siren was an enemy, a creature to be hunted and destroyed. There was no room for mercy in the world of pirates. And yet, despite all that, Seb could not bring himself to view Alaric as such. There was something about the siren, something that made Seb question everything he had ever believed. Each day that Seb spent in Alaric's world only deepened the confusion within him. The longer he stayed, the more impossible it became to separate his desire from the truth of who Alaric was. Alaric's beauty, his presence, and the way his voice seemed to pull Seb in like the current of the ocean, it all muddled Seb's sense of right and wrong. As a pirate, Seb had faced countless dangers, but none had ever made him question his own identity, his own code, quite like this. How could he fight against something so powerful, so primal? Alaric was both a part of the very world Seb had always fought against, and yet he was undeniably real, alive in a way that no legend could ever capture. Seb could feel the weight of the conflict gnawing at him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push Alaric out of his thoughts. One evening, as the light from the surface dimmed and the water around them grew cooler, Seb found himself in one of the smaller alcoves of Alaric's kingdom. The air in the cavern was thick with salt, the water refreshing against Seb's skin as he stood at the edge of the dark, quiet pool. The silence between them was tangible, almost suffocating, and Seb could feel the weight of his own thoughts pressing down on him. He hadn't spoken to Alaric about his inner conflict, hadn't dared to admit how tangled his emotions had become. The attraction that had once felt like a fleeting moment now felt like a growing storm inside of him, threatening to overwhelm everything else. The pull between them was undeniable. Whenever Alaric was near, Seb's heart beat faster, his pulse quickened, and yet he still tried to convince himself that it was nothing more than the result of his isolation. But tonight something felt different. The tension in the air was heavier, more suffocating than before, and Seb couldn't shake the feeling that the moment had arrived when something had to give. "Seb," Alaric's voice broke the silence, soft and low, carrying a weight that Seb hadn't expected. It was the first time in days that Alaric had spoken his name without the usual distance, without the cool, calculated tone that had become so familiar. There was something different in his voice now, something raw, vulnerable even. Seb could hear it in the way Alaric said his name, the way the words seemed to hang in the water between them. Seb's pulse quickened at the sound, his chest tightening. He couldn't deny that Alaric's voice had always had a way of stirring something deep inside him, but this was different. This wasn't the confident, commanding voice of the siren who held all the power. This was something else, something that made Seb's heart race in a way he couldn't control. Seb met Alaric's gaze, and for a moment, he was lost in the depth of those eyes, the pale blue that seemed to shimmer like the sea itself. There was something unreadable in them, something that made Seb's breath catch in his throat. It was a look that he hadn't seen before, one that spoke of longing and caution, of a depth that Seb wasn't sure he was ready to explore. The siren's emotions were as hidden as the deepest depths of the ocean, but in that moment, Seb could feel them, like the pull of the tides, subtle yet impossible to ignore. "What is it, Alaric?" Seb asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking louder might shatter the fragile connection between them. For a long moment, Alaric didn't answer, his gaze holding Seb's with an intensity that made Seb feel exposed, vulnerable. Seb could feel the weight of the silence, the tension building between them until it seemed to fill the entire cavern. It was as though the ocean itself had paused, holding its breath, waiting for one of them to speak. Seb's heart was pounding in his chest, his mind racing with questions and fears, but when Alaric finally spoke, the words were not what Seb had expected. "I've seen the conflict in you," Alaric said softly, his voice carrying a note of sadness that made Seb's stomach tighten. "I know what you're feeling, Seb. You're torn between the life you've always known and the life that's calling to you now. But you're not alone in this." The siren's words were a bomb and a wound all at once, the vulnerability in them stark against the strength Seb had always associated with Alaric. It was as if, in this moment, Alaric was allowing Seb to see the truth of who he was, an ancient creature who had seen centuries of conflict, yet still held a part of himself open and raw. Seb wanted to say something, anything, but the words caught in his throat. He didn't know what to say to Alaric, not when the siren had laid himself bare like this. The bond between them was too complex, too entangled with everything Seb had known and everything he feared. He was a pirate, and Alaric was a siren, two worlds that could never truly coexist. And yet Seb couldn't deny the truth that lingered in the space between them. He had never felt anything like this before, and no matter how hard he tried to resist it, he knew that the pull was only growing stronger. The question was no longer whether he could resist it, but whether he even wanted to. Alaric hesitated for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly as if he were choosing his next words with great care. Seb could see the uncertainty flickering in his gaze, an emotion that was so rare for the siren. It was a vulnerability that seemed almost foreign, a crack in the facade of the powerful creature Seb had come to know. "I've been thinking," Alaric continued, his voice a little softer, more distant than usual, "about what you said before. About the ocean, about us. About the way we are, what we are." His words lingered in the space between them, heavy with something unspoken, something Seb couldn't quite grasp. There was an undercurrent to his voice, a tension that made Seb's pulse quicken, though he wasn't sure why. Seb frowned, his thoughts racing as he tried to make sense of what Alaric was getting at. The silence stretched between them, thick and charged with a gravity Seb wasn't accustomed to. He had always been a man of action, of quick decisions and sharper instincts, but in this moment, he found himself frozen, unsure, uncertain. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice carrying an edge of frustration, but beneath that, there was something else, an eagerness to understand, to unravel the mystery that had come to define his time in this strange world. Alaric's gaze met his then, unwavering, and Seb could feel the weight of it pressing down on him, as if the siren were trying to convey a truth that was just beyond his reach. "You know what we are," Alaric said, his voice quiet but firm, each word deliberate. The certainty in his tone only deepened the unease stirring within Seb. Sirens are the enemies of pirates. We have been for as long as I can remember. We lure sailors to their deaths. It's our nature. Seb's stomach tightened at the mention of their ancient conflict, their inherent roles in the eternal dance of hunter and hunted, predator and prey. The stories, the legends, were as old as the sea itself. Pirates and sirens, enemies bound by fate, by the tides that ruled their lives. And yet, here they were, standing in the midst of that very conflict, as something else began to form between them, something that defied everything Seb had ever known. Alaric's words hung in the air like an echo, a stark reminder of the truth Seb had been unwilling to face. The siren's nature was as immutable as the sea's depths, as inescapable as the currents that carried ships to their doom. There was no room for mercy in this world, no place for hesitation. And yet, as Seb stood there, feeling the weight of Alaric's gaze, he couldn't help but feel that something was shifting. That something, some unspoken truth, was waiting to be revealed. But Alaric didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he trailed off, his gaze lowering to the water, his expression unreadable. Seb's heart tightened in his chest, a surge of empathy making his breath catch. He could see the conflict in Alaric's eyes, the struggle between what he was and what he wanted to be. The silence stretched on, thick and suffocating, as the weight of Alaric's words seemed to settle over Seb like a heavy cloak. It was as though the siren was asking him to reconcile the impossible, the truth of their history, their enemies, their very essence, with the bond that was quietly growing between them. It was a burden Seb wasn't sure he could bear, but he could also feel that Alaric wasn't asking him to carry it alone. There was something in the way the siren held himself now, a vulnerability that he rarely showed, a fragility that seemed out of place in someone as powerful as him. Seb couldn't help but feel a strange pull toward him, a desire to close the distance that had always kept them apart. Seb's pulse quickened as he realized the full depth of what was at stake. Alaric was not just confessing something about their history, their roles as enemies. He was exposing a part of himself that Seb hadn't fully understood until now. The siren was struggling with the same conflict that had torn Seb's heart apart since he had first set foot in this underwater world. The pull of attraction versus the weight of their history, the collision of two worlds that were never meant to intersect. Seb's heart ached at the thought of it, the knowledge that their connection was both a gift and a curse. And yet, despite everything, despite the pain and the tension and the inevitable consequences of their union, Seb couldn't bring himself to walk away. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The water around them seemed to hum with energy, vibrating with the weight of unsaid words and unacknowledged feelings. Seb could feel the tension between them, thick and palpable, and he wasn't sure what to do with it. He had always been a man of action, of clear decisions, but this was different. This was a choice that went beyond the physical, beyond the immediate danger that Alaric represented. It was about something deeper, something that Seb didn't fully understand, and that terrified him more than any enemy he had ever faced. The bond between them was undeniable, but the question remained, was it worth the price? Seb could feel his resolve wavering as he stood there, looking at Alaric, who seemed to be waiting for him to say something, anything. The silence was becoming unbearable, but Seb couldn't bring himself to break it. What was there to say? What could he say? He was a pirate, sworn to fight and destroy creatures like Alaric, yet he was standing here, on the edge of something far more complicated than he had ever imagined. He could feel the siren's presence pressing against him, drawing him in, and despite the warnings in his mind, despite the stories that had shaped his life, Seb found himself yearning for something more. He was afraid of it, but he couldn't deny it. The bond between them was real, and Seb wasn't sure how much longer he could resist it. And yet, Seb said softly, his voice barely above a whisper as he finished Alaric's thought. The words hung in the air between them, laden with unspoken understanding, a quiet acknowledgement of everything that had passed between them. Seb could hear the truth in Alaric's voice now, the uncertainty, the doubt that crept in where once there had been nothing but conviction. "You saved me. You saved me." The weight of the statement settled over them both, thick and undeniable. Seb had never thought of himself as someone who needed saving, yet here he was, a pirate captain who owed his life to a siren. The irony of it was not lost on him, but there was something deeper in his voice now, a recognition of the bond that had been forged in the depths of the ocean, something unbreakable and yet impossibly fragile. Alaric's gaze lifted again, slow and deliberate, his pale blue eyes meeting Seb's with an intensity that made Seb's breath catch. There was something in those eyes now, something that could have been regret, but there was also a flicker of something else, something tentative and fragile, something that might have been hope. It was the first time Seb had seen that look from him, and it unsettled him more than any threat of death or battle ever had. "I did," Alaric said softly, his voice carrying the weight of truth. "And now I wonder why." The words, simple yet heavy, fell between them like a stone sinking in the sea. The question was both a confession and a plea, a reflection of the inner turmoil Alaric must have been feeling. Why had he saved Seb? Was it out of some sense of obligation, or was there something more, something that neither of them had been willing to fully acknowledge until now? The question hung there, suspended in the depths of their conversation, unspoken but understood in equal measure. Seb felt the weight of it, the tension pressing down on his chest as he met Alaric's gaze. He could feel the unasked question in the air, a silent echo that reverberated through him. Was this attraction between them a curse, a cruel trick of fate? Or was it something else entirely, something deeper than either of them were willing to admit? The siren and the pirate, two creatures of the sea who had always been enemies, now standing on the precipice of something unknown. Seb's mind raced, but his heart, for once, seemed to be pulling him in a direction he couldn't control. He wanted to answer Alaric, to give him the clarity they both seemed to crave, but the truth was, Seb didn't have the answers either. Seb swallowed hard, his throat dry as the weight of the uncertainty settled deeper into his chest. The silence stretched between them, each heartbeat louder than the last. His thoughts were a jumble, his mind struggling to catch up with the feelings that had slowly crept up on him, feelings he hadn't known how to name or how to deal with. He had always been a man of action, of clear decisions and firm hands on the wheel, but this was something beyond action. This was something that could tear him apart if he let it. Was this just another complication, another enemy disguised as a savior? Or was it something more? The question gnawed at him, but he couldn't bring himself to look away from Alaric. He couldn't bring himself to break the connection that had formed between them, however dangerous it might be. As he stood there, inches from Alaric, the air between them thick with unspoken words, Seb found himself caught in a strange, almost suffocating moment of clarity. This bond between them, this pull that had been growing stronger with every passing day, wasn't something he could easily deny. It wasn't something that could be explained away by circumstance or the isolation they both found themselves in. There was something real here, something that transcended their roles as enemies, something that made the world of pirates and sirens seem distant and irrelevant. Seb wasn't sure if he should be afraid, or if he should embrace what was happening between them, but one thing was certain. It was no longer something he could ignore. Seb took a step closer, closing the distance between them until the space between them was nearly non-existent. His breath came in shallow gasps, his heart racing in his chest, each beat a thundering reminder of how dangerously close he was to something he couldn't control. The touch of the water on his skin seemed to grow colder, more intense. as if the ocean itself was holding its breath, waiting for Seb to make a decision he wasn't sure he was ready to make. His mind screamed for caution, for reason, for the cold, practical decisions of a pirate captain. But his heart, the part of him that had always been wild and unpredictable, tugged him forward. It urged him to stop thinking, to stop questioning, and simply feel. Alaric's presence was overwhelming now, and Seb could feel the siren's gaze on him, heavy and intense, a force that seemed to pull him even closer. There was a fire in Seb's chest, a burning need that he couldn't explain, but he knew, deep down, that it was not just the lure of attraction. No, this was something deeper, something that was beginning to unravel him in a way that nothing else ever had. It was a hunger, yes, but it was more than that. It was a need to connect, to understand, to reconcile the impossible, to be drawn to the very creature who was his sworn enemy. It was madness, and yet he couldn't bring himself to walk away. "I don't know," Seb whispered, his voice thick with the weight of his own confusion, his own uncertainty. The words felt too simple, too inadequate for the storm raging inside him, but it was all he could offer. "But I'm starting to think that maybe it doesn't matter." The silence that followed was deafening, but there was something freeing in his admission. He wasn't sure what the future held, or where this path would lead, but for the first time since he had found himself trapped in this underwater world, Seb felt a sense of release. He didn't have all the answers, and maybe he never would, but he didn't have to. The bond between them was real, and in that moment, Seb chose to accept it, for better or for worse. The ocean had brought them together, and now, it was up to them to see where it would take them. Alaric's eyes widened ever so slightly, the subtle shift in his gaze betraying a moment of vulnerability that Seb had never seen before. It was as if the siren was momentarily caught off guard by the weight of Seb's words, the quiet confession that hung in the air between them like an unspoken promise. For a brief instant, the world around them seemed to stop, as if time itself had taken a breath, waiting for what would come next. Seb stood there, barely able to process the full impact of what had just been said, but he could feel it, the pull between them, undeniable and inescapable. The air around them buzzed with an electric charge, thick and heavy, making every breath feel like a delicate balancing act. The siren was so close now, so close that Seb could feel the warmth radiating off his skin, a heat that seemed to burn through the cold water surrounding them. It wasn't just physical. It was something more, something deep and primal that ignited a fire inside him. Seb could almost taste the salt on his lips, could feel the slight tremor in his chest that came from the proximity, the intensity of the moment. The tension between them was unbearable, a silent battle that neither of them knew how to fight. It was as if the entire ocean was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. And Seb, for all his experience as a pirate, had never felt so out of control. His mind screamed at him to resist, to turn away, but his heart was lost, already swimming deeper into the unknown. "I don't know what this is, Alaric," Seb said, his voice rough with a mixture of confusion and desire. It was raw, vulnerable in a way he wasn't used to showing, especially not to an enemy. But there was no denying the truth any longer. The pull between them was undeniable, something neither of them could ignore. Seb's heart pounded in his chest as he spoke, each word heavy with the weight of everything he was feeling. "But I can't ignore it. I can't pretend it's not there." The words were out before he could stop them, a confession of something he had been trying to bury ever since he had been pulled into Alaric's world. It was a surrender of sorts, but not one he was entirely ready for. Still, he knew that there was no turning back. This connection between them had already become too strong to deny. Alaric remained silent for a long moment, as if weighing Seb's words against something deeper, something far more complex than either of them fully understood. The water around them shifted ever so slightly, a gentle current that seemed to echo the hesitation in the air. Alaric's expression was unreadable for a heartbeat, his features still, his thoughts hidden beneath layers that Seb could never hope to pierce. And yet, in the silence, Seb could feel the siren's gaze on him, steady and piercing, as if Alaric were seeing something in him that Seb himself hadn't fully realized. The tension stretched between them like a taut rope, each moment more fragile than the last. Finally, Alaric nodded slowly, a subtle movement that broke the silence between them. There was something different in his eyes now, something that wasn't there before, a flicker of understanding, or perhaps acceptance, of the truth that had been laid bare between them. The corners of his lips curved upward, just slightly, a bittersweet smile forming that didn't quite reach the depth of his eyes. It was a smile filled with uncertainty, but also with something deeper, something unspoken. "Neither can I," he said, his voice soft but firm, a quiet confession of his own. It wasn't an admission of victory or defeat, but of a shared understanding, an acknowledgement that whatever this was, whatever this bond had become, either of them could deny it anymore. In that moment, Seb felt a strange sense of release, as though the weight of the past few days had finally settled into something he could no longer escape. For the first time since he had been stranded in Alaric's strange world, Seb allowed himself to embrace the truth that had been creeping up on him. He was drawn to Alaric, in a way that both terrified and exhilarated him. There was no fighting it, no way to push it down or ignore it. It wasn't a fleeting attraction, a passing fancy. It was something deeper, something that had taken root in him without his permission. And as much as he had tried to resist, to hold on to the certainty of his old life as a pirate, he knew now that there was no turning back. The words were out, and the truth had been spoken. It felt like a turning point, a point of no return, and Seb felt the heavy weight of that realization settle deep in his chest. He wasn't sure what the future held, or where this would take them, but one thing was clear: the connection between him and Alaric was real. It wasn't just about the ocean, or the siren's song, or the role they were supposed to play in the grand scheme of things. This was something personal, something that had nothing to do with their histories, their duties, or their loyalties. It was about them, and the bond that had formed between them, and Seb couldn't help but wonder if he had already crossed a line he could never uncross. As Seb stood there, facing Alaric, the realization that there was no going back settled into him with an almost painful clarity. His heart still raced in his chest, but there was something else now, something deeper than confusion or desire. It was acceptance. He had crossed the threshold, and now he had to face the consequences. But for the first time in what felt like forever, Seb felt a sense of calm. It wasn't the calm of certainty, not by a long shot. But it was the calm of knowing that, whatever came next, he wasn't alone. Alaric was with him, in a way that no one else ever had been. And despite the chaos that still churned in Seb's chest, that truth gave him a strange sense of peace. In the end, Seb knew that there was no escaping this pull between them. It had been there from the very beginning, in the depths of the ocean, in the chaos of the storm, and it had only grown stronger since then. It didn't matter that they were enemies. It didn't matter that the world had always told them they were supposed to be adversaries, locked in an eternal battle. The truth was more complicated than that. This connection, this bond, was something neither of them could fight. And as Seb looked at Alaric, standing before him with that faint smile on his lips and those piercing eyes watching him intently, Seb knew one thing with absolute certainty: there was no turning back.